Chapter 376, A Certain Real Archangel. These stores are mixed with residential buildings, and each area has many stores and large residential buildings. And these houses located in the inner city are generally inhabited by people who used to live in Yongfeng City and Bishui City. Citizen. They have various skills, or are physically strong, and participate in various labors. But he is not very good at farming and taking care of farm animals. On the periphery of the city, there are various large farmhouses, small potion gardens on the mountainside, and small villas, big houses, connecting the horse farms and vineyards in the north and south mountains. Whether it is a farmhouse or a small villa, the people inside live with farm animals. But this time, not all of them live in the same house. There are sheds with farm doors in the courtyards of large farmhouses and small villas. Moreover, the roof of the shed is covered with glass curtains. In addition to stacking some wheat straw, the shed is also a place to light a fire. The basement is used for growing mushrooms. The main job of the residents of these farmhouses is to take care of farm animals and medicinal gardens. Generally, in a large family, there are monks in the church, and there are also many people who work in various mysterious shops in the inner city in order to learn literacy and magic. The family's private medicinal garden planted on their own land in the mountains also has transactions with those mysterious shops. Most of the houses in the old area, formerly Liming Town, are farmhouses. A very interesting phenomenon is that the people living on the periphery are basically the family members of various sergeants or monks. They are very keen on exercising, practicing martial arts, etc. There is basically at least one priest or trainee priest in a family, and the family's biggest wish is to raise a generation of wizards. Compared with the city, these residents prefer rural life. Although it is not as lively as the inner city, it is only a few streets away, and it is very convenient to go out and go up the mountain at any time. Currently, the shelter houses accommodate just over 100,000 people, but since nearly 400,000 people spend the winter here, under the arrangements of the pastors and aunties, there are basically several families living in each household. Although it affects life a little, it is warmer. Moreover, it is easier to get pregnant. The only thing that makes people feel very helpless is the hygiene problem. There are so many people here in winter that it exceeds the capacity of the city. No matter how good the regulations are, mistakes are inevitable. At present, Ms. Han and others are mainly busy with feces collection and sanitation work. Wait until spring starts and many projects are completed. The sewer area is also almost complete. It will be cleaner then. Therefore, according to the situation, 100,000 people is a critical point. After exceeding it, various diseases will easily breed. Therefore, the base number of sanctuaries, power of order, power of hope, is also taken from these 100,000 people, plus 20,000 soldiers permanently stationed in the sanctuary's military camp, 300,000 force of order. After the sanctuary gradually becomes a city and becomes more stable, the sanctuary can also gather more power every time the sanctuary comes up with a law that stabilizes people's hearts. Order and hope will flow out. Among them, the one that has the greatest impact is the monetary system. This monetary system directly accelerated the restoration of order by 10%. Counting other legal provisions, the response speed increased by 17% in total. The weekly recovery speed of the power of order is 1/25 of the base rate, which is more than 10,000 per week. Various provisions added less than 2,000 additional powers. It takes an average of 20 weeks, that is. Recovery can be completed in less than half a year. But in fact, in the past 4 months, the shelter's strength has recovered several times faster than imagined. The work of new students, funerals, and the mercenaries who completed various tasks entrusted by the residents, as well as the work of the priests who appeased the people, solved their knots, and fulfilled their wishes, greatly accelerated the restoration of the power of order. Overall, the power of order generated every week has reached 30,000. However, after winter, the recovery of the shelter strength will slow down a lot, because after the temporary residents leave, although the sanitation problem will be solved, there will not be as many tasks. Judging from the current recovery speed, the 6-month recovery period for sanctuary power has been reduced to 2 months. Under the deliberate guidance of Lord Wolf, Alfonso could not move in front of the glass curtain outside the door of a mysterious cabin. George looked at the plaque hanging at the door, and his eyes twitched twice as he couldn't recognize it. Indeed, most of the items sold in the mystery shack are genuine, but there are a few that are not like that. The Wolverine's mysterious wizard's cabin in front of you contains a mixture of real and fake things. Of course, it's all fun for the nobles. Hugh, you and Brenda go shopping with Alfonso. I'll go to the church first. George looked at Lord Wolf and nodded. Meaning that you did a good job and finally defeated this guy. Led away. I'll go to the church to find you later. Alfonso followed Lord Wolf, excitedly, and entered the door. I remembered. Alfonso! George quickly stretched out his big hand and shouted. I'm going to find Anthony in a moment. He is giving a lecture in the Wizard Tower. You can go and listen first. Okay. Let's meet there later. After saying that, Alfonso started watching on the counter, without looking back. He doesn't care about the Midas touch. The most important thing in his family is gold. However, he is very interested in the good luck gold coins that Lord Wolf talks about. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, George looked at Alfonso inside the door and let out a breath. He quickly took steps and slipped towards the church. I've made a reservation today, and I'm going to meet a real archangel in the church in the afternoon. He let her go 3 times. Play it again, and we'll meet on the school field. By the way, they did meet in that school grounds. He should have realized that the recognition of himself mentioned by Dawn Light was a little special. After all, he is also the one chosen by the 7 gods. It is a bit impossible to say that the 7 gods came to see him. After all, these guys have already died. But looking at the person chosen by a real archangel, there is indeed some truth to it. Based on the situation at the school, George didn't know how much power her shadow could project. And no matter how much power this guy had, he should be able to project a level that made him not absolutely invincible. But today's school grounds are different. And the situation is also different. If she really had enough strength and went out of her way to teach herself a lesson, then she could have risen to the same height as Garakost on the ceiling of the school today. These 3 pigeons were actually helpless. That guy needs the power of order. But these days, the power of order is really in short supply. Today the number is almost enough to come together. Nearly 200,000. Which is enough to solidify her wings. After that, her weekly consumption was far more than 120. Dawn of Light told herself that to fill this guy's belly, she actually didn't have to follow what she said. 100,000 would be enough for the remaining power of order. Dawn of Light suggested that she summon more other heavenly weapons. Of course, the more power you pour into her, the stronger she becomes. As for that limit, Dawn of Light didn't mention it to herself. She would have an in-depth discussion with herself about her details after meeting. Dawn Light's words were a little weird, which made George feel extremely weird, as if he was going to entertain a certain shareholder. In fact, the Light of Dawn has just used the trophies of Galrokos to open the door to the kingdom of heaven. But with the power of this fallen angel, it is impossible to open a door that allows angels of the 3rd level to pass through. So extradition costs are required. The person who came here smuggled and had to make up the money. Otherwise she would have to suppress her own power. Otherwise, if you help yourself fight at most, you will be squeezed back by the power of this world. Chapter 377 Journal of Angel Alley. Intermediate and 3rd level angels also face the same problem. But the cost of extradition is discounted. Angels of the lower 3rd level can travel through without consuming power. However, their weekly consumption is high, and they cannot summon too many celestial legions. There are more than 200 lower level 3rd level angels, and the total weekly consumption has reached 3,000. The current number of 1,000 heavenly servants in the sanctuary, plus the weekly consumption of 500 night watchmen, is only this number. But the consumption of 3,000 per week is extremely worthwhile, because even a 9th level angel is equivalent to a high level temple compared with the combat power of the Dawn Knight of Sanctuary. It is equivalent to an old white robe knight. The physical quality of the 9th level Heavenly Kingdom arms cannot be compared with that of the white robe knight, with only 4 points. But combat skills can make up for it. And most importantly, they are extremely good at dealing with demons in the sky. Now, the 500 night watchmen and the more than 200 heavenly armed forces are the greatest guarantee for the shelter to defend the sky. Under this sunshine, the night watchman's range of activities reaches directly to the rat territory. The heavenly arms can go anywhere. If the night watchmen are reconnaissance aircraft, then the heavenly armed forces are real fighter jets. During the drills at the school grounds, we have never seen any demons in the sky that can defeat them. After they were equipped with Anthony's latest design of the restraint gun and spider web projector, the air combat was almost invincible. Once within their range, no matter what it is, except for that special kind of black destroyer, it has no choice but to fall to the ground. As for those terrifying obsidian destroyers, there is really nothing that can defeat them from a distance. But these bombers are actually not flexible in the air, and are not very good at air combat. Once they are approached by the heavenly arms, even the angels of the lower 3rd level can be stunned and knocked to the ground. After the angels are equipped with restraint guns and spider web projectors, even if there are fighters guarding the destroyer, As long as there are no more than 2, there will be no difference, they will all be destroyed in one encounter, restrained and fell to the ground. According to Anthony, in the Forbidden Holy City, there are many things that can directly block the air. Among them is the Great Binding Magic Tower, which is very suitable for the early use of the shelter. However, the Magic Tower cannot be built yet, but the Heavenly Kingdom's armed forces are enough to ensure the air superiority of the valley. After George discovered sporadic demons appearing in the sky over the valley, he summoned them. Now under the sunshine of the shelter, it has become a restricted area for demons to fly. There are currently no black flame destroyers near the shelter, and only some red devils and undead appear in the sky. It seems that the rare black demons, like the destroyer, are all in the eastern battlefield. Based on the situation in the western territory, the heavenly arms are enough to dominate the sky. However, judging from the current speed at which the power of order, power of hope, is gathering, the more than 200 heavenly arms and the more than 500 night watchmen are already at their limit. Otherwise the shelter will go bankrupt. In fact, an additional 3,000 weeks of consumption can be spent. But these 3,000 weeks of consumption must be prepared for certain archangels. According to Don's discussion with himself, after deducting the guy's salary, he should be able to summon 2 more angels of power, or 6 angels of virtue. After hurriedly returning to the old city, George had gradually walked into the alley opposite the Dawn Cathedral. From here on, the men and women on the street began to become more and more beautiful. Some girls and male nobles have particularly fair faces, and some are just shadows with wings of light in George's eyes. This is a favorite place among mercenaries, called Angel Lane. It is also the favorite place for wizards and heavenly warriors to visit. Here sells the best service and has the best pastries and bakeries. The snacks of the entire Rodunk are also gathered here with the move of Yofeng City and Bishui City. Even if there is still light snow falling in the sky, it cannot hinder the lively atmosphere here. But something strange is that the heavenly arms that appear here far exceed the number that I summoned. After the door is opened, low-level angels can come and go at will. Apparently some people secretly leaked out and transferred them. Because of the heavenly directory of the current shelter, it is no longer possible for any heavenly armed forces to secretly consume the power of the shelter. However, if they come out for a short time and remain in human form, the consumption is indeed negligible. In addition to the heavenly armed forces, wizards and priests also like to visit here because there are bookstores and periodicals for sale. Most of these journals and books were written by wizards. One of the 2 most famous journals is called Nature. The editor-in-chief is Anthony, and the deputy editor is Lord Wolf. One is called Creature. The editor-in-chief is Rusgard, and the deputy editor is Venom B. Compared to the most professional elements, alchemy, and pharmaceuticals, the 2 journals, Nature and Biology, have become more user-friendly under the modifications of Lord Wolf and Venomous B. In the Magic Journal, there are many new little magics, or little tricks, recorded. As long as you have a certain foundation, you can learn it. It also popularizes science about many phenomena related to nature. But real scientific common sense. Let people no longer be ignorant of nature, and no longer be easily deceived by the superstitious remarks of those cultists. It also allows pastors to become more methodical when spreading the light of dawn, instead of relying on their own guesses and deceiving people with half-informed statements. One of the hottest topics recently is about stars. It denies the heliocentric theory spread by the academicians, and provides a reasonable explanation for the blood moon changes in the magic field that shelters the Earth affect the Earth's magnetic field, climate and spectral refraction, which makes the moon turn red. It's not because the moon bleeds. People are beginning to have a deeper understanding of the doomsday changes in the environment, and not the real end. The various logical narratives in these journals shattered the views of ordinary people and scholars, and then re-established it. Many old scholars could not believe this at first. But when they discovered that the magic based on this theory could be controlled and released by themselves, who had been unable to use magic in their entire lives, they began to believe it, completely succumbing to Anthony's robe. And as the wizards gradually lifted the mysterious veil over this wonderful world, people became more and more interested in it. The major taverns in the shelter now subscribe to all periodicals several times a week, and literate bards sing them for everyone to listen to. Among these bards, some magic apprentice seeds gradually stood out. Rusgard's biology has a lot to do with medicine. It had a lot to do with anatomy, and even allowed priests to establish a real surgical system. Moreover, he established a complete formula for potions. Scholars can often use this formula to simulate the effects of an unknown potion, magic potion, biological organ, or even deduce a new type of potion. In addition to these derivation of academics, formulas and doctrines, There are many descriptions of how to use simple methods to prepare a herbal medicine, which the mercenaries call battlefield potion science. And because it also records how to distinguish magic potions and herbs, how to judge demon toxins and valuable organs. This makes it very popular. Basically, every mercenary team subscribes to one issue every week. What are you talking about? A no-harm strategy for Big Night Stalker? Lena! Look at this thing! Are you crazy? Dirk! 12 pieces of silver fox? George stopped and his eyes were attracted by the mercenaries in front of him. He looked at the name of the journal, picked up one and said to everyone with a smile, "Ha ha! Brenda's journals are the most expensive." He also has shares in. This entire shelter was the hottest seller, and the complete journal was purchased by the Elda Mission. It was originally called Adventurer, but was later changed to Player by George, the major shareholder, and he was extremely surprised by that. Earl Brenda was also given a new nickname by him, Big Player. After saying this, George couldn't help but promoted it proudly. But although it is expensive, it is worth every penny. Each of these big players is the experience gained from hundreds of deaths as a team with Brenda. It can be said that they are the dragon-slaying compendium that has been terminated in this world. Getting them is like getting the dragon-slaying sword. No injury is indeed a gimmick to attract attention, but they are definitely a secret recipe for making the impossible possible. So he couldn't help but promote it. After hearing George's praise, Dirk couldn't help but turn around. He looked at this familiar guy and felt that he looked a little familiar. But I don't remember that they actually met at close range 2 months ago. He was soon attracted by the players in the recent issues, listening to the brief contents dictated by the seller. He couldn't help but feel dizzy from the fiery gazes of those mercenaries. George knew today's dozens of silver foxes must be accounted for. In the opinion of this big lord, mercenaries should worry more about how to upgrade and fight monsters, and spend more money on it. You shouldn't think about how to buy a big house in the south all day long. Brenda was indeed very successful. The little money that George didn't squeeze out of the big guys was basically invested in him. Chapter 378 Property. Asking for salary. For the second method, please see page 12 of The Adventures of Brenda 2. Lena was stunned for a while, then looked back at Dirk. Dirk, this is a scam. It's just to promote him. Book of. So buy a few more copies. Follow a few more methods. George threw a few gold lions to the seller. Apparently he also invested in the Adventures book. Moreover, the store's income, copyright taxes, store taxes, and rent are also his. The shining golden lion reversed in midair, dazzling everyone's eyes. Then George glanced at these people with his disdainful country bumpkin eyes. Of course, they are not an elite team, and they really can't afford it. If you buy it, you won't use it. You can only buy it for entertainment. I advise you, it's better to waste less money. After saying that, he pretended to pick at the table and cabinet. He found that he had never seen these mercenaries before. They should be the new generation of the shelter. So he was curious about what they would pay attention to. After hearing this, the mercenaries felt lucky for a long time. They were really angry and funny. However, there are too many rich and stupid people like this. They can't get angry either. I'm afraid it's this fool who really spent the money in vain. These strategies come with certain conditions. Without a certain level of strength, there is no point at all. However, these strategies are actually genuine. Each of them is based on the experience gained by Brenda and his team of adventurers from hundreds of exercises in the school field. In those scenes of drills, they searched for the real bugs in this world. Many methods are simply bizarre and unimaginable. After Lena saw the price tag on the adventure book, the corner of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. But she finally paid the money and started looking through it. When she saw one of the narrations, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Garlic juice? That's a lie. Right. Who brought garlic juice in a fight? Do you need to put some more vinegar? Are you sure you splashed it on its face? It won't ask us for seafood? Dirk said cautiously. But you are indeed very sensitive to garlic juice. Lord Rosgard said that the blood demon and the night demon are close relatives. The demon used the blood of the blood demon to create the bloodborne. Lena slapped Dirk hard. However, she still selected a few journals, this adventure book, and a few magic handbooks that she liked. During the settlement, several mercenaries glanced at the stupid big man and found that he was looking at the copy of Crown Silyak and nodded repeatedly. This made Dirk and the others almost laugh out loud. It was a guide for 20 people. On the cover of the journal, Siljack was sitting on the throne wearing a crown. The painting was lifelike, seeming to be mocking the adventurers under the throne. This Crown Siljack is not Spider-Nest Siljack. She is one of the two big bosses that challenge H.L. level. It was a dungeon that was challenged by thousands of people. 20 people challenged her without being able to meet her face to face. To say that she could be defeated was just nonsense. Even if it is a small team challenge, there are large troops outside to attract the spider swarm. It will take 100 people. At present, no one can pass except the Big Lord's team. Among the challenges in this school field, the most terrifying thing is the swarm of insects. There are currently only a handful of people the entire shelter can handle. However, it is said that in the past 2 days, the Big Lord has indeed tried to defeat Siljak with 20 people. What is written in this journal is a discussion of this approach. It summarizes the conjectures of many adventurers, which is very interesting. Several people shook their heads and lost interest in the journal. They looked at the stupid rich man with disdain. I found that this person was the one who really bought it for entertainment. Dirk ignored it. He pointed to the other 2 books about adventure stories and said, "I want this one and this one too." Among the 2 stories, one is related to the Great Lord's eastward journey, and the other is related to the refugees led by Charles I. The former is completely used to defraud money and name. The latter, written by Brenda, takes Charlie and Volp as the protagonists and spans the entire eastern battlefield. Not only is it very informative, but it also helps everyone understand the current situation. Lena looked at her enthusiastic companions and reluctantly took out the public purse and paid for everyone. "Can you learn more about Chinese characters? This time, I will only tell you once." After overhearing this, George rolled up the journal and several nature journals containing tricks and left the shop. Tanya described him as a tough-willed retard, and Lorna saw no point in teaching him this. But as a warrior, George's biggest dream is to become a wizard. Advanced magic may be a little far away from me, but there is still a chance to learn things like magic if you study it on your own. At worst, I'll just use those special ones. This new type of product is very powerful. Today there was a wedding ceremony for hundreds of people in the main hall of Dawn Cathedral, and the entrance was very lively. After George watched from a distance for a while, he came to the clean side hall. This side hall is very high and has 2 floors, but the area is small. In fact, it is used for prayer and meditation, because after he came back, this place became a place where the rune of order was stored. So it was closed. It is usually guarded by heavenly arms and night watchmen. And Wallace and others also need documents to come here to receive the runes. So few people usually come. When the 2 strange female knights guarding the door saw George coming, they immediately said, "Okay." After walking into the door, George saw a woman dressed as an administrator sorting boxes on a ladder. The things inside were buzzing, and they were obviously filled with runes. But there are many boxes filled with gems that have not yet been imbued with the power of order. Each box was very heavy, and the woman was panting while sorting it out, constantly reaching out to wipe her sweat. After George glanced at the waves on her chest, he clicked his lips. Then he stood in front of the small statue in the side hall. After a moment, the statues of the 7 gods turned into 2 V-shaped nebulae in his eyes. Immediately afterwards, lines of notes were revealed in front of him. "There are still 150,000 yuan left. Who has spent so much money on me lately?" Looking at the display of power of order, power of hope on it, George couldn't help but widen his eyes. "I saw it this morning. Or more than 200,000. It's all approved by you." The woman who was looking through the books interjected, with a hint of anger in her tone. "Without the approval of the CEO, who can use the power of the shelter, I will leave the 150,000 yuan to you." "Come down." George suddenly remembered that at noon, Ms. Han proposed a gap in the order runes for new members of the garrison. He notified Dawn of Light in the book and asked Wallace to take him to collect it. But in fact, the stocks in the inventory are exclusively used for the change and exchange runes that the mercenaries got back. You can't move casually. In fact, the runes used by each corps and garrison are all new runes made according to needs. George was stunned. What Ms. Han proposed was 40,000 number 1 runes, which happened to be the weapons and armor equipment for 10,000 recruits. And the power required to consume 40,000 number 1 runes is a full 120,000. But fortunately, Ms. Soraya, the administrator, was worried about her contract. So she gave Ms. Han less than half of the goods. Otherwise, I will let her off again. George couldn't help coughing in embarrassment, looked at the administrator and said, "How much have I spent recently?" After the woman heard this, she glanced at George. Then she unfolded a pair of pitifully short light wings on her back, and slowly floated down to George's side. She stretched her hand in the air, and light gathered in her hand to form a list. "I clearly remember the above expenditures. It can be seen that in the past 4 months, in order to form this temple knights, the consumption of runes has been astronomical. Detailed accounting is included in the manuscript, but it is too complicated and detailed, so it will not be published, including replenishing the number of servants of the kingdom of heaven and the night watchmen. You have consumed 470,000 power of order so far. At this point, the woman looked at George and said, George, you are an upstart. In the past few months, the power of the shelter has been exhausted twice. Hearing this, George couldn't help but feel his legs soften. Indeed, shelter has been drained twice of this bottomless pit of the army. Among the current 80,000 people, only 20,000 or so runes were created using the power of the shelter. The rune consumption of the Grey Robe Knight is 12 power of order 6 points for the 2 runes of dawn, and 6 points for the 2 runes of dawn. The average rune inventory of the White Robe Knight is 30 plus in the royal capital and the Winsanjing city. Red Robe is an inventory of 100 plus high-level runes in the royal capital and Winsanjing city. Many Red Robe Knights have not yet equipped the Holy Thunder. So far, there are only 40,000 knights with complete suits, and if not many of them use equipment replaced by Wolf Slaughter and Black Lake. In addition, the mercenaries supply their own military supplies, and there is plenty of surplus. These 40,000 people cannot all be equipped with divine pattern equipment. The other 40,000 people each only have 1 rune on average, even based on the most basic standards in Breaking Dawn. Each person still lacks 1/3. And if there were no high-level rune trophies from Winsong City and the royal capital, as well as the mercenaries' change, then the consumption of the Red Robe Knights alone would be too much to supply, especially the highest level of Holy Thunder. Among this rune combination, there is a number 5 advanced rune, 243, which requires an average of more than 300 per weapon to satisfy. By the way, George, during the battle on the city wall, you gathered 5 fire seeds and paid the part of the salary you owed the heroic spirits counted as fire seeds. A total of 170,000. The woman looked at the list and said, but what you are using for these consumptions is the extra power of order after increasing the number of residents. It is not the power restored in these 4 months. You used one of the 5 fire seeds and still have 4 in stock. The corners of George's eyes couldn't help but twitch. He did give the money. He owed nearly 10 weeks' salary to the more than 3,000 heroic spirits, and their salary on average was about the same as that of the Night Watch. 10 weeks adds up to a terrifying number indeed. The most important thing is that he paid the mother back the interest. According to the Light of Dawn, this is to make up for the damage they suffered due to lack of energy. When the heroic spirits come out, they jump around and get hurt. It's completely because Dawn of Light knows that the next salary payment to the heroic spirits is far away, so they ask for more. George couldn't help but curse. These damn heroic souls charge a penny for a job. The president of the labor union, Dawn Light, also took the lead in asking for wages for them. He didn't know how to consider the company's difficulties. The woman was already used to the strange words that the CEO often said. She looked at the guy in front of her and curled her lips fiercely. I was worried about my salary. The Light of Dawn is just a small shareholder, and he expresses his indignation over your unpaid wages, although the heroic spirits can sleep. If they wake up, they will dissipate if not enough power is injected into them. George shook his head. It seems that these heroic spirits cannot be used casually unless the sanctuary is about to be breached. If there is really no money in the company's account, he does not believe that these heroic spirits will really work with the company. Die? Of course. If you have money, you will have to pay your salary sooner or later. Otherwise, a large number of heroic spirits will completely disappear in the battle. They can no longer regroup their bodies in the Temple of Heroes originally. As long as they existed in the Temple of Heroes and were supported by the spiritual power of the people, they would be immortal. However, although salaries had to be paid sooner or later, after the sanctuary became a city-state, the savings were greater. So now I can only owe wages first. Otherwise you will go bankrupt. According to the term city-state, the sanctuary will then become a union of multiple cities. The Light of Dawn will be able to gather the power of order from these subordinate places, rather than just covering them with sunlight as it does now. After the city-state is established, Bianhe, Jinmeimen Town and other places can become new shelters. They can be developed and constructed like the original shelters, that is, open more bases. The existence of these dependencies will remain after Johannes is destroyed. But the establishment of city-states mainly depends on culture or civilization. Bianhe and other places must be consistent with the shelter in both material and spiritual terms. People's hearts cannot be separated. Their residents, like the old residents of the sanctuary, must know how to use their own hands to create the future and protect the sanctuary. Only in this way can we maintain the perfection of order and the gathering of hope. Only a refuge for people with such thoughts can be called a true refuge. You won't owe me salary in the future. But as I said before, if I don't have enough to eat, I won't have the energy to work. The woman picked up her nails and said, That's how it is anyway, he said in a tone of voice. Besides, I have been working these days, so don't forget to make up for the weekly salary over the past year. In fact, the heavenly arms are different from the heroic spirits because they have entities. So even if they lack energy supply for a period of time, they will not be damaged like the heroic spirits, which can be avoided by falling asleep. But their power is related to energy supply, how much work they can do with how much salary they have. If you don't pay a penny, you can only climb up the escalator like ordinary people and carry boxes with your hands. The list given to George by the light of dawn is a restriction on these heavenly weapons. He can cut off their energy supply at any time through the Temple of Heroes by naming them, so that no one will fall and receive wages from the shelter. After George had this list, he cut off the 120 power of hope that the shelter was inexplicably lacking every week, actually for 5 months. So Sariah's 1 year's salary arrears, according to her, is to be paid based on consumption of several thousand per week. Therefore, it can be said that what this guy meant was to be lazy and tell the boss, You can do as much work as you get paid, and then opened his mouth to ask for that huge salary. After hearing this, George gritted his teeth angrily and cursed in his heart. You don't know how to dedicate yourself to the company. Do you? Do you know that you are in an interview now? If you say this in front of your boss, you won't be afraid that I will fire you. You still sneak out to ask for your previous salary. And you take 120 of my power of order every day. And you still have the nerve to say this? He. Just like what the light of dawn said. It is indeed something that needs to be dealt with. I have never seen a newcomer as arrogant as you. Chapter 379 Battle Angel. Sariah, after appearing in the shelter, first wandered around on the street. At that time, people in Gushi were entering the shelter to work. It could be said that there were so many people mixed together that it was impossible to tell who was who. Later, during the combing of the Judgment Nights, Grandma Hathaway selected this talented newcomer according to the old aunt. She was blind if she didn't hang out with the priests, so she got involved with Mother Hathaway, and her position rose higher and higher. It was indeed a lot of work, and she received a lot of Silver Fox salary. All of it was spent by her. She introduced those heavenly arms men, who often went to Angel Lane to spend money. Indeed, Sariah can be said to be an old citizen to a certain extent, but if you say how much work you do, you will be paid as much as you want. But she is not inferior to her in the past 6 months. In addition to Silver Fox, she has stolen 4,000 to 5,000 of the power of hope from the shelter. Because the shelter did not have her directory at that time, George could not regulate the supply of this part of energy through the Temple of Valor. So it can be said that Sariah has been working as a small priest. But she took advantage of the company's system flaws and received a high salary. According to her level of activity, a supply of 1 point of order power per week is enough. However, she opened her mouth and asked the CEO to make up for the tens of thousands of expenses she owed. This obviously did not comply with the logic of, You will get how much you work. Obviously Sariah is a double standard, and extremely perverse. This made the big boss, Mr. George, itch with hatred in his heart. He looked up and down at this new guy who didn't understand the rules again. The meaning shown in his eyes can be summed up in 3 words. He needs training. However, the woman ignored this look, looked at the dome, and stretched out a hand. This guy's fearless look made George lucky for a long time. He once again recorded this guy's behavior in his heart, looked at the notes on her body again, and nodded secretly. Just as the light of dawn said, this archangel must be extradited regardless of whether he is obedient or not. It also has to be tidied up. Sariah Archangel. Category: Battle Angel, Valkyrie, 2 categories in total, Combat. Holy. Position: You learn from her mouth that she calls herself a protecting angel, which is 1 level higher than what you often claim. Dawnlight does not deny this matter. Function: Arbitration. Archangel, the angel in charge of this position. Not many people were brought over by the light of dawn. Most of the archangels you see from now on are the leaders of the heavenly armed forces. You understand correctly. Most of the high-ranking angels are bear commanders. Moreover, there are several, all of them are newly appointed. But it is undeniable that no matter whether these angels are new or old angels, they are the undisputed leaders of the armed forces of heaven. Constitution? Wisdom? Him/Saint Seal. Holy System, low. Judgment/Punishment System, max. Heavenly combat skills, any max comprehensive combat effectiveness, as you said. You can do as much work as you pay because the heavenly arms have entities. Their weekly salary is far lower than that of the heroic spirits, but at a ratio of 1% of their strength to calculate. It is not a small number. Therefore, injecting too much power into her may lead to the bankruptcy of the company. Therefore, Dawnlight suggests that you pay 120,000 yuan first to buy her body. Dawnlight believes that he will find a way to make money on his own. George had previously reviewed information about the celestial armed forces. Among the 3rd level and 9th level angels, the strength of each level 3 angel is actually not that obvious. In other words, their power has little to do with their positions and functions. The relationship between power and position is not absolute. Among the lower 3rd level angels, there are still archangels who can stand under the throne of God. In this case, the structure of the royal court is very similar. The palace minister with the most power may not be the duke, and the duke's strength and financial resources may not be higher than those of the great baron. Of course, it is an indisputable fact that noble titles and angelic positions represent lineage and status. Therefore, nobles with higher titles tend to have more outstanding ones. Angels born in the upper class are often more famous. Regardless of their origins, those who bear the title of archangel or battle angel are those closest to the 7 gods, or those who are the strongest, but it may not be the most famous. Among the angels of the upper 3 levels, the most famous one is not the 1st level, but the 3rd level angel. Because of the position of an angel, the duty is to speak for God. Not only do they have more contact with humans, they also have the sacred seals of the 7 gods in their hands, which can grant humans power or grant official titles to angels. The 7 gods often transform into angels and walk around the world with their own seals. When you see someone you like, give them some benefits. This is where the first batch of God's guards among humans come from. This is why George pretended to be a 3rd level angel and boasted that he was an archangel and a chief angel. However, if angels are the most famous, then the most mythical ones are the first order angels of divine grace. For humans, angels of divine grace are not as down to earth as angels, and they often only exist in legends. This is related to the function of the angel of divine grace to display miracles and spread the grace of the 7 gods. It often is part of the power of the 7 gods, and their most powerful trick is the divine grace coming to the world. These angels of divine grace can be regarded as divine grace fires in human form, compared with the throne angels and the grace angels. The 2nd level angels do not know so many tricks, but one of their methods alone is enough to rank them in the 2nd level fighting. The 2nd level angels are called protector angels. They are the high level angels who are most qualified to become battle angels. The armed forces of heaven. The name armed forces originated from the word protecting angel. The angels of protection are in heaven and are the bodyguards of the 7 gods, and responsible for the safekeeping of the weapons of the 7 gods. They shoulder the task of guarding heaven and earth, and help the 7 gods patrol the world, judge evil, and judge justice, and fight with the evil god. There are 2 gods among the 7 who most like to be transformed into protective angels and descend to earth: the god of justice and the god of glory and war. She is also the 2 most powerful among the 7 gods. Sariah. This name George had never seen in the Holy Scriptures. He suspected that this guy used a fake name. But no matter what name he uses, this archangel should not be fake. After all, so many heavenly weapons are here in the shelter. I had asked some lower level 3rd level angels before, and although they all said that there were too many people with the name Sariah, after meeting this tall woman, they were all extremely respectful. In fact, even if you know her real name, you may not be able to find the right person, because in the kingdom of heaven, there are many 6-winged archangels, just like the lords in the mortal world. In the Holy Scriptures, the names of the archangels that appear most often are actually the incarnations of the 7 gods. Sariah, a common name for the kingdom of heaven, also appears occasionally. Chapter 380. The Powerful Minister. The kingdom of heaven has lost contact with the holy court for centuries. Therefore, name also loses its reference meaning under these 2 conditions. Therefore, George cannot now judge which archangel is the strongest based on his name and position. However, he had repeatedly searched for the 12-winged angels in the roster given by Dawnlight. Logically speaking, there were only a dozen or so 12-winged angels in total. They are the chief archangels under the 7 gods. Each one has a name, and the 7 gods often descend to earth in the form of these 12-winged angels. But George has never found any 12-winged archangel in the directory. The one with the most wings is 6-winged. Regarding this matter, Dawnlight's explanation is that those angels have disappeared, or that he inherited it from the 7 gods. That's all. Moreover, the financial resources inherited by Dawn Light are pitifully small. And many of the Heavenly Arms men are even naked. This is the one in front of me. She doesn't even have the most basic thunder suit. The weapon in my hand is said to be borrowed. In fact, although there are many archangels in heaven, there are only a few who are qualified to be called archangels in the light of dawn. They are considered a few revolutionary leaders. But they didn't even bring any of the 7 gods' sacred objects or treasures, which made George complain for a long time. After all, the protecting angel is the one who keeps the sacred objects for the 7 gods. Soraya has another explanation for this. The sacred objects of the 7 gods were either lost to the earth with the death of the 7 gods, or were left in the holy court. However, George always had the feeling that she was lying to him. I'm afraid she wouldn't dare to show this kind of fun thing in front of her. Of course, if she insists on saying that she doesn't have it, I won't dare to ask for it by force. That's until I can't beat her. George didn't know how strong Soraya was among the many celestial arms. But it is undeniable that she is the most special one. Battle angels, among the many angels who believe in the dawn, are mostly Valkyries or Valkyries. Regardless of their strength or position, they can all be called battle angels. But there is only one sanctuary angel. The others are too paranoid and are considered to never change their old beliefs. So they were not selected and brought over by the light of dawn. As an archangel among the sheltering angels, George doubted that his peak strength could compete with the 7 shadows in the school field. At the price of 120,000 order power, it can be said that I absolutely must buy it. Although she will be as strong as the power she pours into her. The number of energy levels at this level is already equivalent to the peak period before Siljack evolved, when Siljack fought with Elizabeth. The hope in her heart was extremely expanded. Ariak. The energy is 120,000. Generally speaking, a demon lord with 60,000 energy is already very strong. Thor, who can be called a little lord, only has more than 30,000 energy, suppressive power. In addition, the fighting power of the demons imposes limits on their own energy. But the heavenly weapons are different. They were once mortal heroes who did shocking things with their human bodies. After the 7 gods used the souls of these heroes to create the heavenly arms, the combat effectiveness of the heavenly arms often exceeded the limits of their own energy. Therefore, like heroes, their combat power fluctuates greatly. It's not like demons grant limitations to their own energy. The most typical one is the fallen Valkyrie Shale, whose position is actually only a 5th level angel of virtue. The energy of a 5th level angel is actually equivalent to that of a black devil. But because she is a Valkyria battle angel, so Soldu may not have hacked her in a duel. Therefore, when Siljack and Soraya have the same power, the children who are born in turns take turns playing magic and tricks. And the latter cannot beat the former. But if it's a round-robin fight, she's definitely better than Siljack. High-level war angels could even pose a threat to Elizabeth before the blood moon. And many fallen angels are actually fallen high-level archangels. If Anubis was left to her, ordinary demon lords would definitely be able to crush him. Like Cher. I'm afraid it's just a few tricks. And George believed that as she led the team, even if the Annelius whose wings had grown hard came over, the fanatical charge scene in Winsong City would reappear in the eyes of the fallen angel, and made her feel terrified again. After all, although Soraya can't defeat Annelius in single combat now, she can definitely fight with it. Therefore, just like Dawnlight's suggestion, George also felt that he must spend money on Soraya. To be honest, Dawn of Light secretly released such a high-level angel with arbitration power a few days ago, which had some intention for shareholders to check the company's accounts. However, this guy seems to be not very clean himself. He actually gave Ms. Han a lot of goods even though he approved the document. In fact, if you are in the capacity of administrator or finance, it is normal to give the project manager less engineering fees according to the company's material situation. But as an angel in the name of justice, it is obviously not fair enough. And it's really interesting. I have always been blatant in taking bribes and bending the law. Even if you send a shareholder here, what will happen? George looked at the light of dawn and said in his heart, the CEO's satisfaction with the light of dawn -1. The light of dawn feels aggrieved. Humph. Just watch out. This angel of justice of yours must be greedier than me. This is what Dawn Light is worried about. George suddenly remembered what Dawn had said about she will figure it out on her own. And his eyes widened. CEO, please rest assured that Dawn Light will take good care of the company's finances for you. Not only the power of order can meet the energy needs of the heavenly arms. Dawn Light believes that she will go out to find extra money. According to the words of the CEO, only hungry mercenaries are good mercenaries. In addition, for the CEO's dissatisfaction, Dawn of Light decided to provide some compensation. Dawn of Light still has more than a dozen angels in its hands, some of which are in the 3rd level. And there is no need for extradition. You're such a stingy guy. How can you have such a kind heart? They are a little special. George was stunned for a moment, thinking of the special prisoners who were kidnapped by the Special Operations Team. These named prisoners were once all members of the Heavenly Kingdom Arms. You'll know after you take a look. While George was thinking, Sariah's outstretched hand had been frozen in midair for a long time. Seeing that the company's CEO had not shown any intention of distributing dividends to her for a long time, Sariah, who had been acting unfazed, couldn't help but feel nervous. For George, Sariah's senses are extremely complex. He was like the minister who was left alone by the 7 gods. He made the young Sariah and others rely on, appreciate, and get close to him. But he was also fearful, and disgusting. So whenever she faced George, Sariah actually felt very complicated and guilty. George looked at Sariah and smiled slightly, with a kind face, and was about to start digging a big hole in front of her feet. If I don't teach you guys clearly today, my years as CEO will be in vain. Chapter 381 Major Shareholder. 150,000 is enough for George. She couldn't help but remind him. Sariah, don't worry. I will never owe you any salary. George's eyes narrowed with a smile. You are a high-level elite talent. How can you compare with ordinary employees? Don't worry. Even if you sell iron, you will not owe it. It's your salary. These words made Sariah breathe a sigh of relief. And at the same time, she felt satisfied. George has actually been doing very well recently. But she thinks too much. At this time, Alexander suddenly walked in from outside carrying a box, interrupted the conversation between the two. Leader George was a little surprised that the Dawn Knights let him in, which was perfectly normal. Alexander was the 2nd person besides himself who could enter any area at any time, anywhere. But the Heavenly Kingdom Armed Forces did not do anything to stop them. Big man, what are you busy with? George asked curiously as he watched Alexander come in and sort out the boxes on the wall. Alexander stood up, touched the back of his head, and said naively, I'm helping my sister. Ahem, Sariah suddenly coughed, interrupting Alexander's words. While coughing, Alexander suddenly remembered something. He patted the back of his head, looked at George like a dyke, and then walked out of the room. Before leaving, he turned around and looked at George again. These few glances made George look confused. The scene seemed familiar. When Alexander protected some little secret for Lorna, it looked like this, but he was tricked out later. The secret made George extremely embarrassed. Now, he saw such a scene again, and he couldn't help but look at Sariah with strange eyes. Alexander has indeed been in and out of here frequently recently. And this big man with impeccable moral character and strength, like Jack, is loved, or rather worshipped and respected, by the Heavenly Armed Forces. George felt that it was inevitable for lower-level angels to worship Alexander. After all, he defeated all the invincible opponents in the one-on-one competition on the school field. And only the last hurdle was left. And if according to this reason, it is very reasonable for the upper angel to become good friends with him, and have a little secret between each other after all. In the history recorded in the Holy Scripture, like the friendship between human heroes and high-level heavenly armed forces, they abound. What makes George extremely weird is that this Sariah, looking at Alexander's back, is like looking at a relative, full of tenderness. He shook his head, thinking that he might have read it wrong. He had a dark guess that these two guys might be getting together. After all, there are really not many people in the shelter for a woman who is 1.9 meters tall. It seemed that Sariah's waist suddenly straightened up because of seeing Alexander. That extremely arrogant look appeared on her face again. She looked George up and down, put her hands behind her back, and looked at her breasts. The look was like a board member looking at the CEO. And she seemed to be saying, if you dare to bully me, be careful of someone beating you up. You? She said. Then I will give you 150,000 yuan first. And the remaining 50,000 yuan will be given in 2 days. To be honest, for such a good helper, George felt that he would definitely invest a lot in it if he had sufficient strength. And the more she wanted, the happier she felt. After all, there are probably not many heavenly arms that can carry a force of 200,000. But the various costs of the shelter are too great. If all these 50,000 yuan are turned into holy thunder, and those Knights of the Dawn, who are qualified to overthrow Crown Siljak with a group of 100 are armed, the price/performance ratio will definitely be higher than the investment. Arm a higher heaven. Moreover, this guy's words made him very unhappy. He wants to teach her today how to speak to the boss in the future. No problem. Soraya, the resources are enough. George couldn't help but smile again. But, Soraya, you are a bit too lonely alone. I will arrange a few guards for you. After all, you are now the supreme commander of the heavenly arms of Sanctuary. With only a few low-level angels under his command, is really unable to hold up the scene. The Holy Court's mission will be coming in the next 2 days. And it cannot be said that the Holy Sun is among them. It's a bit too ugly to say that our high-ranking angels are all polished commanders. What George said was completely bullshit. Analius has already visited here on behalf of the corruptors of the Holy Court. So there is no need to show certain things to the real Holy Court. So this time, the Sanctuary must keep a low profile and act like a little brother in the eyes of the Holy Court. It's still far from the time to tell the Holy Court that you are Orthodox. But Soraya didn't know what George was thinking. So George's words naturally entered her heart. After thinking about it, she read out the names of 5 virtue angels, which together cost more than 20,000 yuan. These 5 people are my suggestions for you. In addition, at this point, Soraya stretched out her finger, nodded at George and said, Remember it, George. Rounding it off, you owe me 80,000 yuan asylum. The remaining power of less than 10,000 is just used to pay me and everyone this week. George nodded happily. Then, under the power of the dawn light, Sophia's body gradually filled up, and the virtual wings of light also condensed again, and the wings of light began to lengthen at a speed visible to the naked eye, like the light ribbon floating on the back armor. When 3 pairs of light wings appeared behind Soraya, her body gradually became a physical entity. There was also a pair of golden pupils in his eyes. From a priest, he became a real heavenly warrior with angel eyes. How many years has the power been there? Suddenly, Soraya stretched out a hand and clenched her fist. Lightning flashed between the palms of her fingers, and golden flames ignited in her eyes. At this moment, a burst of pure holy light suddenly fell from the sky, and the shadows of angels began to sing in the sky. They prostrated themselves in praise of the archangel, and sang many hymns praising justice. Suddenly, a force of order swept through the entire sanctuary, like a spark of order suddenly igniting in the Cathedral of the Dawn. The fog at the entrance of the valley is constantly being dispelled by this power. The sunlight spreads out from the valley for 7 or 8 kilometers. Counting the distance between the mouth of the valley and the center of the shelter, it is exactly 120,000. This situation is very similar to when George used a hammer to perform a performance to dispel the fog in front of Adeline and others. After a while, the mist gradually condensed again, and at this time Soraya also retracted her light wings. Sophia let out a breath of relief, and the white air burned in the air like a holy fire. She stretched out her hand and casually stirred the flames in midair, and the flames actually condensed several high-level order runes. The moment these runes appeared, she skillfully grasped them in her palms and hid them in her sleeves. Not observed by the CO. Sorry, the movement was a bit too loud. Soraya raised her head and said to the CO. I found that he was holding a scroll and writing something with his head down. It seemed that he lost interest in the scene just now after just 2 glances. The citizens and priests outside the window only stood there silently praying for a moment after the angel appeared, and then did whatever they needed to do. Indeed, there are too many miracles in the sanctuary. Every time the great Lord enters the Cathedral of the Dawn, there will be that miracle performed by him. Especially recently, there will be a few of them. Some time ago, there were even angels flying out every day, and those angels were real. Soraya couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed on her face. But what she didn't know was that no matter what George's mental state was at this time, as a CEO, he would lower his head and write something at this time, showing off with this kind of disregard, compared with those people who were relatively indifferent because they worshipped Lord Dawn. George's heart was already filled with turmoil. What the heck? He saw those words of divine runes. He suddenly realized that the powerful minister, wanted to train today might not be simple. Hack you. If I don't understand you today, I will be trampled under your feet for the rest of my life. No matter what he faces today. This guy. He must pretend to the end today. Chapter 382, Training the Archangel. At this time, 6 German angels flew out of the passage of the Temple of Valor. After seeing George, their eyes were a little complicated. But then, they all bowed their heads to him with the same etiquette as treating an angel. To be honest, bowing to a human being is something that the extremely arrogant heavenly armed forces are not used to. But there are indeed 2 people in this world who deserve to be treated like this. One is the Pope, although the old ideas of the Holy Court are not recognized by the innovative angels of this sect. The Holy Court is the orthodoxy of the old world. No matter what happens to the 7 gods, no matter what the new world should believe. As long as the Holy Court exists one day, its orthodox status cannot be changed, at least in name. The other one is the man in front of me, not only because of the deep impression he left on everyone when he taught the traitor a lesson in front of the gate of the kingdom of heaven some time ago. It's not just because of the few people who were taught a lesson among the previous batch of summoned heavenly arms, but because he led the shelter to where it is today. With all of this, indeed, Sanctuary is the last power of the 7 gods gathered together. But it was just a dilapidated house that could collapse at any time. A last resort? In the past 2 years, the awakened heavenly armed forces have seen this man through the light of dawn, and taught people how to protect themselves. It taught people how to find their true faith after losing the 7 gods. He held up the crumbling building. It creates a real shelter for people in the new century to survive. Turns the world described by the light of dawn into reality. And gives the heavenly armed forces a chance to be free again. He deserves the respect of all heavenly arms. After George returned the gift, he continued to write with his head down. The 6 heavenly kingdom armed forces looked at the other person behind him. 5 of them looked at Soraya with excitement in their eyes, as if they were trying their best to hide their emotions. Another virtue angel looked at her with complicated eyes. In the end, he just acted like a subordinate to his superior and raised his head. Soraya's eyes scanned the bodies of these heavenly kingdom armed forces several times, and found that there seemed to be one more 6. Not 5. Then she saw that the light wings behind them suddenly became smaller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like the way it had shown when she had only a meager energy supply before. At the same time, she discovered that her energy supply was suddenly cut off by the light of dawn. Obviously, after summoning one more person, the energy of the shelter became insufficient. "George, did you do something wrong?" Soraya looked at George in shock, but received no answer. Then, she saw the guy raise his head and hand the list in his hand to her. She saw blankly that what was written on the list were various talisman words, just like the ones he had given to her before, indicating the weekly output. It just so happens that the newly gathered power of order is completely consumed every week. She suddenly felt as if she had been tricked, and her eyes couldn't help but get angry. The 5 of her die-hard loyalists also became angry after seeing that the boss was unhappy. George looked at Soraya's angry eyes and laughed secretly in his heart. Today, no matter what you did before, no matter how noble your status is, now that this Zhongxing Group company is here, we must listen to the retail investors. If I don't teach you clearly today, wouldn't I, the CEO of Zhongxing Group, be a loser? His eyes glanced at the bodies of several virtue angels. This look seemed familiar, and the chests of several virtue angels could not help but collapse a little. But then he stood behind Soraya and raised their chests. Only the other angel said nothing and responded to the CEO's gaze, as if he was listening to his orders. George saw all this in his eyes, knew that he had picked the wrong person, and was somewhat certain of his guess. Then, he put his hands behind his back and slowly opened his mouth. "The mission is coming in the next few days, so please stop flying around in the sky. Moreover, the shelter has been extremely depleted recently, so everyone will suffer for a while, or you can all go back to heaven first." The 3 words, "return to heaven," were like a basin of cold water, taking away half of the energy in the stomachs of the heavenly armed forces. Previously, this guy said this to the few disobedient guys in the first batch. "Before returning to heaven, I also settled my wages for the day." At first, the heavenly armed forces thought this would be a holiday, planned to sneak out secretly. However, as low-level angels, these people who should not be restricted by the door are unable to get out of that door the sanctuary prohibits them from entering. To be honest, this incident made many heavenly arms feel very unhappy, but also a little helpless. So does Soraya. Let the rights of human beings be transferred to the hands of human beings. This is something decided by the High Council of Heaven. As one of the 8 members of the high-level heavenly parliament, she naturally also knows the key to freeing mankind from the shackles of fate. The shadow of the ancient gods has shrouded the world, and drawing faith from this world is like drawing from it. Get water from dirty ditches, and if they are reborn after being defeated and dead, if they drink this dirty water, they will be corrupted into fallen angels. Today's human beings have gained true freedom and have the right to choose between darkness and light, instead of falling into the abyss with the collapsed kingdom of heaven. But conversely, it can also be said that these humans can now take charge of their own affairs. In this new century, these former great lords have become civil servants. We can no longer take things directly from the hands of the people like before. What they receive now is taxpayers' money, which is allocated from the fiscal budget. The most just light of dawn is this finance. If he does not allocate funds, even if the 7 gods come to the world, They will not get a dime from the people of this valley. The power of faith can only be extracted directly from those who believe in them, and it is the corrupted power of faith with the shadow of the ancient gods. Therefore, the valley is the only pure land that can produce the power of pure order. The people here, if they say they won't support anyone that day, they will have to go home and eat their own food.
Didn't they say that the Holy Court envoy is coming? Shall we receive it together?
To be honest, Soraya was quite looking forward to this. She was extremely arrogant, thinking that no matter which holy son she met, she could pull him over and follow her to start a new business, and start a big business again.
Well, I suddenly changed my mind. Soraya, I think it's not good for the Holy Court to know that we have so many heavenly weapons here after all. The leader here is Morpheus.
Soraya couldn't help but froze in place. This matter was indeed risky. George added,
Everyone is going to have a hard time during these days since there is not so much consumption. We won't take so much power of order. Sophia, you are the leader, and you have to set an example. The shelter is a difficult place for everyone. It was built through hard work and frugality. You have also participated in a lot of hard work this year, and the shelter has thrived in your hands. You must pass on this hard faith. You cannot let everyone develop the habit of eating well and being lazy about cooking. It's so lazy to eat.
Soraya blinked and didn't react for a while.
Yes.
George nodded, put his hands behind his back, looked at everyone and said,
Labor is the virtue of the 7 gods and the dawn. Recently, I found that having the heavenly arms is a bit lazy. Just sitting on the ground waiting for someone to raise you. It seems like it is still that was the old world. This is a sign of corruption and depravity, Soraya. As the arbitrator, you need to guide everyone more, and criticize and educate those who are disobedient. We cannot let the new world we built together, the sanctuary, will become the future old holy court.
As soon as the big hat was put on, Soraya blushed. She opened her mouth for a long time, but she couldn't find a reason to get angry.
But, George, what's the interest rate we just agreed on?
She finally couldn't help but asked in a low voice.
What interest?
George looked at Soraya in confusion. Indeed, he had never promised any interest. Moreover, after this big deal, he obviously brought up such petty things as interest in front of his subordinates. There's a point where I can't get on the stage. But this expression was so unscrupulous. Just like Soraya's eagerness when she reached out to ask for money. This made Soraya's face red and angry. After a long time of luck, she wanted to kill him with one palm. But a big hand patted her shoulder first. It was like comforting a younger brother. This sudden rude behavior made the 5 Heavenly Kingdom armed forces widen their eyes and burst into anger. Chapter 383, Training the Archangel. Soraya's face was red and angry. She had been lucky for a long time, and she wanted to kill him with one palm. But a big hand patted her shoulder first. The 5 Heavenly Kingdom armed forces stared with wide eyes and were filled with anger.
Soraya, we are all members of the shelter. Just like you, I lead a salary, or in other words, enjoying the benefits generated by the labor of the people. The 7 gods have entrusted us with the future world they imagined. Naturally, we should live up to our mission. Shoulder the responsibility of being the guardian of the world.
When everyone heard these words, their expressions became complicated. Yes, everyone has become a wage earner now. We all have to work together to survive. Although the CEO in front of me is a bit arrogant and can't tell the meaning of the big and small kings. But what he said does make sense. George looked at the heavenly armed forces with different expressions and continued.
In my eyes, you are all children. We are all children of the 7 gods. This incident has caused us to leave the 7 gods. It's okay to say this as a priest, leaving the warmth that has always supported us. However, they left another warm place for us. They handed us over to the arms of humans. We have gained the warm living space in their arms, and we should do our best to protect them without expecting anything in return.
These words were so righteous that they even resonated with excitement among several young and pure-hearted celestial armed forces among the crowd. Yes, they changed their beliefs and followed the light of dawn. Why? Isn't it just for the world that the 7 gods imagined in the beginning? And it was this original ideal that allowed 7 like-minded gods to unite, defeat the gods, end the chaotic and dark era, and create a new world. Over the years, the world originally built by the 7 gods has slowly gone astray due to the blind work of humans. The thoughts of the Holy Court, which dominates all this, have gradually affected the kingdom of heaven. Let them forget their original intentions. Now, the light of dawn has become the new pioneer, and the heavenly arms who followed this group have also regained their original belief in protecting the world. And naturally they should keep their mission in mind. The heavenly armed forces who were inexperienced in the world thought a lot at this moment. But the veteran Soraya understood a few words from these words. Not only was there no interest, but he also didn't want to give the 80,000 yuan.
George, what you said is exactly what I thought,
Soraya said with a sigh.
but we need more power to do more things.
Soraya's words made the heavenly arms suddenly wake up. Yes. They don't even have money to eat. What the heck they can do? Without the support of the power of order. They are worse than that heroic spirit. Only the sixth virtue angel did not react so much to Soraya's words. Even after seeing the performance of the 5 companions, he couldn't help but curl his lips. He is already the one who has mastered the power of dawn. He didn't express any objections from beginning to end. And salary didn't matter to him anymore. His summoning consumption was the highest, but his weekly consumption was the smallest.
Soraya,
George looked at her solemnly and said,
as the first pioneer to descend to the earth, the light of dawn helped the 7 gods realize their ideals. He guided people and taught them what the 7 gods are. Psychic power. Taught people how to stand up with their own strength. As children of the 7 gods, we should naturally do the same.
George looked at everyone and said,
Indeed, because of the special nature of the heavenly arms, you may need to spend more time than the priests. But I believe that this process will not take too long. Before tearing apart the wings of light given to you by the 7 gods afterwards, you will definitely be able to reunite it with your own strength.
Logically speaking, no matter civilians, priests, knights or heavenly armed forces, they all believe in dawn, not the light of dawn. And this kind of faith that spans races, worlds, life and death but is invisible. The power comes from the user himself, and will become purer with the user's piety. This is a power that is more advanced than the power of faith in the old world. It does not require the power of civilians' faith to be used as firewood. As long as the spiritual power is firm, one can use the spiritual power as a medium to absorb power from the void and strengthen oneself. The dawning light teaches all people how to use this power, including the celestial arms. Therefore, it stands to reason that as long as they master this method, they will be able to stand up on their own without the support of any power of faith or power of order. However, this process is like tearing apart the wings of light once given by the 7 gods and reuniting them on their own. The stronger the power, the harder it is to do this. However, among the angels who follow the light of dawn, or rather bring it here, the strongest ones are somewhat special. After their nirvana, everything has started anew. In addition, strictly speaking, they are reborn from the body of dawn light. So even if they don't learn, they will still use this power. And it is extremely pure. But it is precisely because they have a characteristic of the light of dawn that they are like the light of dawn. Even if they are sitting on the ground, their power will continue to flow. This makes them the children of the 7 patronizing gods, unwilling to tap this power on their own. Instead, like the light of dawn, they are used to eating well and being lazy. Obviously, this goes against the original intention of these 7 people. No, strictly speaking, not 7. Because there is a guy with a head full of muscles who is starting over completely. And he also proved that no matter how special the heavenly weapons are, they do not need any supply of the power of order. And they can still be active and become more and more powerful. When George said this, the heavenly kingdom armed forces were completely deceived. As this person said, he is also an angel of virtue after all. And he should lead and guide everyone no matter what. On the one hand, they should play a stabilizing role as the backbone. And on the other hand, they should indeed spend more time exploring the power of dawn. As for Soraya, a pig who is not afraid of boiling water, although she is still a little unwilling, seeing her subordinates acting like this, she can only secretly pester George about this matter in the future. At this time, some armed forces from the kingdom of heaven came in from outside, saying that someone was looking for the big lord outside. George patted his sleeves and hurriedly took this opportunity away. He couldn't care about those special angels now, and could only discuss it later. When he walked out, he found 2 golden griffins waiting for him outside the door, and they also led a horse. Seeing such a scene, the corners of George's mouth couldn't help but twitch. 10 of the 12 griffin knights have gone to Elda with the people sent by George. Alfonso was left with these 2 brothers. These 2 brothers are also important members of the business group and are important customers of the shelter because they both have a large territory and are both great barons. It can be said that these 2 great barons came to hold horses for themselves, which was a great honor. Moreover, as important customers of the shelter, they could not be dismissed casually. Obviously, Alfonso was afraid that he would disappear, so George could only force a smile. And after chatting with him for a few words, he acted like he was going to find Alfonso. However, After George thought about it, he felt that there was no other important thing to avoid Alfonso today, and there was something in the wizard's tower that he planned to visit soon. So he pulled up his robe and followed them happily. On the way, George flipped through the Book of Dawn and read the inner notes of each heavenly armed force. He was satisfied with the inner journey of the 6 virtue angels, and the summoned virtue angel named Gasper made him even more amazed. Light of Dawn, you have chosen a good man. When George heard Soraya say those 5 names, he told Dawn of Light that he planned to choose the 6th person, asked his opinion, and what the Light of Dawn points out, and this Gasper is a virtue angel who has mastered how to use the Light of Dawn. In Gasper's mind, he believes that power is the most reliable only when it is grasped by his own hands. And the world today is no different than before. Since everyone has chosen to inherit the faith of the 7 gods, they should not go back. Gasper's thoughts were almost exactly the same as his own. It can be said that he is the most typical Dawn Knight. On the contrary, the 5 people Soraya wanted to pass by all had some old ideas, of course. Compared to the heavenly armed forces in the Holy Court, these 5 people were firm reformers. Through the comparison of these 6 people, George became more certain about his inner guess. When he turned to Soraya's page and found that even though she had received the power given by the Light of Dawn, she still had no notes at all. He put the book away silently. Is it time for you to give an account? The Light of Dawn also feels its time. However, you may have overestimated it. The Light of Dawn has never lied. The former throne of the 7 gods no longer exists. Today it should be called the High Council of Heaven. And these 7 people were born from the remains of the 7 gods. All this begins with the nightmare of the 7 gods. Chapter 384, The Will to Crush the Star. Many years ago, the 7 gods discovered a creature they met in the Light of Dawn. It's called Alpha. Alpha seems to be the name given by Dawn Light himself. Or he heard it from somewhere. In his spiritual mind, the meaning of this name is actually number 1. According to George's understanding, it is the prototype machine. Alpha actually appeared earlier than the shadow of the ancient god, and was far more powerful than the Light of Dawn or a real adult energy body. But the power of Alpha is far from comparable to that of the 7 gods at their peak. In other words, it has exhausted its energy during its wandering in the universe. The 7 gods are extremely curious about this conscious energy creature from the outside world. It has no godhead and is extremely weak. But it is in a high dimension. The way it uses energy is difficult for the 7 gods to understand. But they are also extremely amazed. There is no doubt that this is a high-dimensional creature that is not inferior to them. It can even be said that they are more advanced and freer than them. This surprised the 7 gods. The god of wisdom suspected that if the 7 gods had chosen another path, when they were still ignorant energy bodies, they would most likely have existed in this way. They dismembered the creature and breathed it into their body, and began an in-depth study of it. They look forward to finding the mystery of the birth of the god from this research. And through this answer, they can lead to a higher ladder. But the research of the 7 gods did not last long before they ushered in their end. It was like a strong light suddenly bursting out from the unknown void, sweeping across the world in an instant, and shattering the 7 gods, who were like stars. The Light of Dawn described everything that happened in the high-dimensional world in a language that George could understand. This strong light is the will of the ancient god. It seems to only destroy gods. In fact, this divine doomsday catastrophe has already begun. They died centuries ago. These were the centuries when the Holy Court lost contact with the Kingdom of Heaven. The Light of Dawn believes that he should be called the Light of Dawn, said a pronunciation. George could not understand the name in any language, and reluctantly transliterated it as Kionlis. But from the Light of Dawn to in his spiritual mind, this name should represent the ancient god of chaos and restart from the outside world. Perhaps he exists to clear the gods of various worlds for meaning. He created new centuries. Either belongs to darkness or belongs to light. He is a real scavenger. He paid no attention to his works. His will can return gods to chaos. To this day, before the death of the 7 gods, they have always believed that they were destroyed because of their dreams. All beings who witnessed or perceived all this also gave this vague explanation to the incomprehensible phenomenon. They believe that the 7 gods died from the huge will of the god of chaos. But no matter what, the world has changed since then. Those who observed this phenomenon, in addition to demons and gods, were also certain wizards in the Forbidden Sanctuary. They are also studying the changes in the world. They believe that the 7 gods were destroyed by some extremely powerful god from the outside world, or by some natural phenomenon. If God is compared to a star, he is the black hole that bursts out some kind of rays. This ray is the will he swept over. This fact coincides with the Light of Dawn. This huge will instantly crush the star representing the 7 gods into a nebula that is returning to the original. This allowed everything that God possessed to be returned to the entire world. Therefore, when the Light of Dawn initially told George that the 7 gods returned their power to the world after their defeat, it was actually a forced explanation. He could not describe such a terrifying existence to George at that time, because George only had about 100 people on hand at that time. What he was thinking about every day was what else he could eat for the next meal, and whether he should boil the belt. Dawnlight was afraid that after George heard this, the company would be disbanded. Maybe it was because of the CEO's admiration for the extremely powerful god of chaos. Or maybe he would just take Dawnlight and jump to Aloysius' side. But in fact, when we first met Siljack, this little spider mentioned it to George. The so-called defeat does not exist at all. He died in his dream. Dawnlight continued. According to logic, no matter how much the nebula dissipates, as long as the mass of an area is slightly greater than that of other areas, the stars will reappear. But the will of the ancient god completely changed this structure and forcibly added an upper limit to the nebula, the power of chaos. According to Dawn's explanation, in this nebula full of power of chaos, any older way of absorbing faith will cause the gods to absorb the power of chaos. And this power of chaos will be incompatible with the gods themselves. The power of the two merge together to produce an unexpected change. Before reaching a certain level, it may be okay. But once the amount absorbed reaches a certain level, the gods will no longer be able to maintain their original form, or they will dissipate, or become something else. The attributes of this mutated power, after fusion, are unknown and random. And all the powers of the known gods cannot control it. And many powerful life forms, because of the forms they transform into, are like deformed chaotic bodies, which makes many people think that they have been corrupted. This kind of chaotic body, which no longer controls divine power and cannot control people's beliefs, can exist in the nebula. But this kind of existence has no meaning anymore. George nodded. He understood the will of the outer god as super radiation. The 7 gods were unlucky and were shot directly, so they died instantly. The other gods live in this nebula full of radiation. If they give up their divine power, nothing will happen. If they continue to absorb this nebula, it will cause cancer, and they will be finished sooner or later. The greater the power, the greater the impact, unless you can master some way to maintain your own orderliness. At present, a special energy life form like Dawnlight can, because this kind of chaos is very similar to the old gods described in the ancient records about the age of chaos. They are more disordered than the new gods. An existence that does not require the power of faith and is closer to the original form of God. Therefore, many gods believe that the god of chaos is the ancient god. They believe that this ancient god is extremely powerful and reproduces in this way. The wizards have different understandings from the Light of Dawn, because the power of chaos has no attributes. And so should its releaser. Obviously, Scavenger will not give birth to anything different from itself. And despite its power, it does not care about reproduction. What's more, in addition to those stupid gods who distorted themselves into deformed existences, there is a kind of perfect and pure thing that is also created from this power. Before the power of chaos dissipates, in this nebula, there will no longer be the kind of god who controls the spiritual power of the world's creatures. The divine power has faded away and turned into powder, returned to the hands that should belong to all the creatures in this world. This long period of time is called the New Century. Human beings were completely liberated by him from the hands of the gods. George felt that what Dawnlight said was not accurate, because mankind is also facing a reset because of the gods, who continue to become chaotic. Of course, in that long future, all the chaos will dissipate and die, and human civilization will revive again. Have a new world that you control yourself. And in this new world, slowly use technology to develop into a god-level civilization. This world would have taken such a path. But because of the arrival of the devil, the new world may never come. It will only become another H.L. In the same way, the Light of Dawn also appeared together with this demon, making the world take another path. At this time, George had unknowingly followed the Golden Griffin Knight into the Forbidden Tower. When he came to his senses, he found that he had arrived at the back door of Anthony's classroom. Alfonso was sitting in the distance, listening carefully to what the Forbidden Wizard was saying. He was concentrating, clenching his fists from time to time, and wanted to shout, "Absurd!" But every time he saw the wizard named Anthony holding the big red staff, he finally decided to keep his mouth shut. That young wizard was indeed very classy. They had met several times before, and knew that he was the chief wizard of the valley. What he said should be authoritative. But what he said was too subversive of 3 views and common sense. Indeed, no matter how logical these things are, they are difficult to accept by ancient people like him.
But every time he whispered to Brenda next to him, this guy also knew some magic. After hearing what Brenda said, he was guided by Brenda, using a superstitious method to round it up. Just like the guard of God who was initially fooled. Gradually, Alfonso seemed to have been attracted by the simple, interesting, but extremely logical experiments performed by the wizard. I forgot my original intention of coming here. I was completely immersed in Anthony's stories. Many people in the entire classroom were in the same state as Alfonso. But these scholars in the hall have not only listened to one lecture. Their views have been shattered to pieces. And their minds have become open again. Although it still takes a long time for them to understand this more in-depth course. They will use a more scientific way to seek proof and truth. To put it bluntly, these guys are different from the nobles. They have transitioned from empirical science to logical science. So it is much easier to accept them. What's more, in the minds of mainland scholars, the shit written by forbidden wizards also has authority written on it. So even if they use the method of cramming, these things will be written down by them, and slowly digested and absorbed. In fact, the number of times Anthony appears in the classroom is very rare. And most of the time it is other scholars who teach basic things in the classroom. These basic things are not so cross-generational, and can be directly applied to magic, potions, and other knowledge. So every class is basically full. This is even more true of Anthony's classes. He only teaches once a week. But ever since he started to quarrel with other scholars, and defeated all the scholars who shouted, "Absurd!" he has always been the only one speaking in his classes. No one wants to be distracted from who is standing at the back door. After George took a look at the back door, he looked at the Griffin Knights lying at the window and eavesdropping. And then he began to wander around again. Light of Dawn. You said that gods will be destroyed by his will. So how did you appear? The Light of Dawn is another thing created by he. Chapter 385. You are a big trap. Gamma should be my name. The Light of Dawn recalled the names given to itself by certain wizards who dreamed of it. Alpha was also named by them. I, in the needing of the power of chaos, was born from the fragments of Alpha and the body of the seven gods. I was born from his unintentional creation, born from the cradle of scattered nebulae. The Alpha absorbed into the body by the seven gods is not the so-called God, with its special way of existence. Under normal circumstances, it will not be destroyed by that will. But because Alpha was in the body of the seven gods, during the destruction of the seven gods, the power released from the body of the seven gods was beaten to pieces. If the seven gods are a star that condenses all the spiritual power in this world, then when it is destroyed into a nebula, the scattered nebula is actually the diffused spiritual power. After its birth, the Light of Dawn inherited things from Alpha and the seven gods. Alpha is a way of its existence. And because the seven gods themselves are the will body finally born after condensing all the spiritual power in this world, the Light of Dawn, which inherits part of the power of the seven gods, is also connected to the entire nebula. The way it exists means that it will not become a new god, nor will it become the master of this nebula. But he was deeply influenced by nebula. After it woke up, it was in this nebula and was awakened by the positive energy in the hearts of the creatures in this world. As a result, the world had a ray of light because of the power of yearning for beauty in the hearts of all creatures. This light defines the attributeless Light of Dawn at the time of birth. But it seems that under the needing of the power of chaos, I was not the only one born in the Alpha fragment. In this world, perhaps, there are still many people of my tribe. From the words of Analius, Dawn's light deduced that there should be many other jigsaw puzzles existing in this world. These jigsaw puzzles are already somewhat different from the Alpha form. But no matter how different there is, since my initial form was defined by that hope, there should indeed be the opposite, because of the special way in which the Light of Dawn exists. It does not need to become a star and still shine. This light can dispel the forces of chaos and corruption to create an environment suitable for his survival. But his power is too small. So he is very willing to teach every particle of dust, living creature, in the nebula how to shine. The stronger the light emitted by the nebula, the more comfortable the environment in which he lives. This makes its survival instinct must be the most good and pure and inclusive of all. In the midst of despair, people have been looking forward to the emergence of such a radiant place. So it quietly appeared. The Light of Dawn only gathers people's spiritual power to build shelters. In fact, it is all living things in this world. So no matter how many times the Parliament reappears, and how many times the seven gods are reborn, they can no longer absorb nebulae and become new stars unless they are willing to become the chaotic body. Of course, there is a safe way in this world that allows those powerful beings to absorb the nebula through me and my people. Aloysius is using the Light of Shadow to do this kind of thing.
He uses the light of shadow to hold the largest equity. George thought. He said to Dawnlight, Dawnlight, you once said that Aloysius was born from the essence of the old gods. But in fact, you are? Dawn of Light obviously didn't dare to tell George so many things before. At first, Dawn of Light mistakenly believed that Aloysius and the fallen angels wanted to become the largest chaotic body and the most powerful ancient god. They think that the ancient god is the existence closest to the god of chaos. Many gods also have this idea. In this way, they are indeed born from the blood of the ancient gods. Light of Dawn forcefully explained it. But in fact it is not unreasonable. He continued. But in fact, Aloysius and his fallen angels use the light of shadow to maintain their order. Their behavior is not that of ignorance and madness. But this kind of reason and their terrible plan make the Light of Dawn feel even more frightened. George nodded. A rational lunatic is always the most terrifying. So, those fallen angels are actually the shareholders of Aloysius' company. Indeed, they use the light of shadow to maintain order. This is a way to truly escape from the shadow of the old god. But what they don't know is that they are already in the hands of Aloysius, and will become his nourishment in the future. These secrets are actually only known to creatures like the Light of Dawn. And Aloysius, who studies the light of shadow, also knows it. The Light of Dawn cannot hide these things from its CEO. But Aloysius obviously will not tell these things to the fallen angels. The only person who knows about this at present is probably the tragic death of Garrixt. After he discovered the door in his body, he guessed the matter. Because no matter how powerful and terrifying Aloysius is, the gap between them is not that big. There is no reason for him to quietly plant that seed in him without being aware of it. Thinking of this, George sighed. It's so hacking miserable to hang out with this boss. This group of fallen angels who followed Aloysius not only worked for him in vain, but after they were scattered around the world and absorbed enough nutrients, this nutrients may be the salary they receive from the company. Or the extra money you make will eventually return to Aloysius. And it is not unreasonable for Aloysius to claim that the fallen angels are his magic wings. Because they are all small shareholders. After thinking about it, George asked again. So, do dead fallen angels like Garrixt count as being completely taken away from Aloysius by us? In fact, after the death of the fallen angels, the part of the power that has been transcended and purified will return to the kingdom of heaven and be used by the heavenly armed forces. And the power consumed in transforming into the gate of hell was reclassified to the nebula. It was a shadow nebula belonging to the shadows. It was controlled by Aloysius and allowed him to re-extract it through the light of shadow. George's eyes widened. This move was so good. In other words, if we had not intervened in the first place, then after Garrixt died completely in sacrifice, wouldn't all the power have returned to his hands? And for him, it just took a little more time to regroup? Now it seems that it is indeed the case. George couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. They worked hard to kill Garrixt, but they were not finished yet. But it's also very good. Originally, this was the fat meat in Aloysius' mouth, and it was something he was bound to get. We grabbed some. That is, we made some money. Thinking of this, George's eyes suddenly widened. After the death of the heavenly arms, will its power return to the light nebula? Therefore, the one who controls the Light of Dawn, Morpheus, must have a battle with Aloysius. The so-called Morpheus and Aloysius are both walking the same path. If they want to be the strongest, they must devour each other in the end. At present, it seems that the company in the hands of Morpheus, who inherited everything from the seven gods, is obviously much stronger than Aloysius, a guy who just started his business. Actually, these two entrepreneurs are not the only ones. In addition to these two sane entrepreneurs, there are many idiots who start their own businesses. Those who have not mastered the jigsaw puzzle can be said to be real lunatics. Some of them are powerful life forms that have not died in this world except for the seven gods. Some are fallen angels who did not hang out with Aloysius. Ananias is one of them. He worships the unnamed god extremely. But he has no idea what he is. He thinks that the chaotic body that absorbs faith is his descendant. Therefore, this idiot's dream is to become a deformity. Therefore, the employees in her small company will inevitably become chaos in the future. In addition to these strong ones, there are also many weak and inferior life forms. They are considered self-employed. The devil species, or the chaotic species, is one of the representatives. This kind of chaotic species is actually the same as those descendants of the ancient gods. Its strength spans between the corrupted level and the fallen angel level, and it is more difficult to deal with than the devil. It can be inferred from this that in the dead silence after the blood moon, there will be more and more chaotic creatures. After hearing this, George already knew that the situation in this world was much more serious than he imagined.
George knew that on this day, the light of dawn truly revealed the secrets of the world to him. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Dawnlight didn't speak. And of course, he wouldn't have told George earlier. Tell him early. He is afraid that this guy will give up his business. At this point, George has been able to guess who these poor children of Sariah are. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his hands. I should have hacking guessed that Dawn of Light is a huge trap. It throws things that it can't handle on its own to me every time. Chapter 386 7 Angels. Tell me about Sariah and the others. George can now almost guess what these poor children Sariah are like. According to the current situation in this world, they can be described as ridiculous and pitiful, but they are much stronger and more sober than those heavenly weapons in the Holy Court. What's ridiculous is that they, who are extremely arrogant, don't bother to follow the light of dawn. They think that they can make a big difference. And the High Council of Heaven they formed is just playing house according to the background of this era. What's even more ridiculous is that they also dragged Dawn into the parliament. What's pity is that they are really working hard. After all, those who followed the light of dawn, although they all came to his guidance, did not completely abandon the old concept. The light of dawn spoke roughly in line with what George had guessed. No matter how dispersed the nebula is, it will condense again, but under the power of chaos. Their growth has a limit. Their instinct makes them constantly struggle on the edge of that limit, trying to break through the shackles. But such behavior is meaningless. The only way is to degenerate into a chaotic body. When I woke up in the light of dawn, I saw 7 struggling newborns around me. There were many fluorescent lights surrounding these newborns. They are on the edge of corruption. The fluorescence around this newborn is the weapons of heaven. And these 7 people are the archangels, who were born from the nirvana of the 7 gods. The divine authority they originally held has disappeared. Although their godhood and divinity are still there, they can no longer help them, and became as shackles. Let them continue to fall into the abyss. These 7 people, in a sense, can be said to be the children of the 7 gods or the light of the dawn. The light of dawn tries to guide them. But among these 7, only 3 can communicate with the light of dawn. Others cannot see or understand the light of dawn. The light of dawn does not dare to have too much contact with them. Under the guidance and help of the light of dawn, these people escaped from corruption and got rid of their divinity and divinity that shackles them. After breaking them up, they were released back to the nebula. So in a sense, the 7 gods have indeed returned their power to human hands. After being freed from divinity, they were no longer affected and did not finally have true freedom. But it also makes them no longer affected by the Godhead and divinity as they once were. And their personalities have become more like humans. In addition to these 3 people, the other 4 people fell into the earth because they did not dare to contact them in the light of dawn and had their own ideas. The kingdom of heaven is divided. In these years, the light of dawn has found one of the 4 people, this reckless guy, who is looking for the ancient god. He insists on his duty and wants to kill him on the earth and protect him. My brothers, sisters in the world. Fortunately, he used his own ability to get rid of the corruption and restraint, and turn the divinity into a safe source of power. But unfortunately, he became a fool in that reincarnation. With the help of the dawn and everyone, he no longer has to wander outside and has entered the shelter. The high-level Heavenly Kingdom Council was actually established before the dawn of dawn, after the separation of Heavenly Kingdom. Although the 4 missing seats are still retained, they have no meaning. So the angels added a seat to the light of dawn. But the light of dawn is not interested in this extremely childish parliament. And because this high-level parliament of the kingdom of heaven is missing a few people, it is incomplete and has lost its original meaning. The 7 angels in the council are: Angel of Justice, she strictly abides by law, rules and order. In fact, because Sariah has lost her divinity, she can no longer be affected by the belief in justice. They can no longer represent justice itself like the 7 gods once did. But in fact, she is still a person full of justice and very fair. George curled his lips. He felt that Dawnlight's vision was inaccurate. Of course, there is still a shining point, and that is the selection of a good CEO. The light of dawn continued to state. Heroic angel, he is the commander of all the warriors of the high-level heaven. He has outstanding strategic and tactical talents. Although his current intelligence has been affected to some extent, he is still the powerful god of war. Angel of mercy, missing, she is the extraditer of souls, can soothe suffering souls, and can directly transfer the dead to the kingdom of heaven. It was under the leadership of Mercy that he once protected the world and defeated Morpheus. The angel of mercy is no longer the 7 gods. But when she held the divinity and divinity in her hands, the 4 of them did not throw away the divinity. Morpheus was still frightened.
The angel of mercy did not stay in heaven. She fell into the mortal world and used her body to seal the door from H.L. to this world. Finally, after the angel of mercy dissipated, the heavenly weapons she led scattered across the earth. Annelius was once her most effective assistant. She once made an extremely outstanding contribution when she rushed into the netherworld and completely sealed the gate. She was a real hero. But after being scattered in the world, he has completely fallen. George nodded. Regarding the experience of Annelius, the light of dawn told him that if it were him, he would have raised the butcher knife and become a demon immediately. But worshipping the ancient gods out of despair was unacceptable to him. After all, this was the same as those mist cultists. Seeing her experience, Dawnlight feels extremely sorry. If the light of dawn had come into contact with her, this would not have happened. You should be thankful for your caution, Dawnlight. Otherwise, that part will inevitably split into the angels in heaven. After discovering you, another Aloysius may come out, or directly tear you apart. George smiled coldly. He could see that Annelius had the nature of a madman, and her companions were no better. A madman can never be redeemed. There is only one way to escape. Regarding George's words, Dawnlight didn't say much. It seemed that he had already learned a lesson from the experience of redeeming Cher and others. He continued, the angel of wisdom, missing, is the most special. He is the god closest to humans, and has always believed that humans, creatures with extremely short lifespans but great abilities to reproduce and inherit, have endless potential. His eyes can travel through various time and space fragments and see countless scenes in the outside world. And his wisdom also comes from seeing clearly the countless emotions and experiences that connect the universe. The light of dawn inherited the most things from his predecessor, and relied on the inherited power of the seven gods to find the CEO. He was once noble, wise and mysterious, but now after his rebirth, he has become melancholy, deep and even scary. After witnessing the ancient god, he became the most determined defeatist. He believed that in this doomsday, there was no hope and escape was the only way out. He descended into the mortal world. Missing, angel of love, she represents reproduction, nurturing and health. The chant in her hand is extremely powerful. She is in heaven and is a member of the current parliament. The knowledge that the angel of craftsmanship and the angel of wisdom seeks out is often turned into reality in his hands. He is the leader of the heavenly craftsmen and the most outstanding master. Before leaving, the angel of wisdom tried his best to persuade the angel of crafts to give up this world and go down to earth with him to build something that could leave this world. But there were differences between the two. In the end, the angel of craftsmanship stayed in heaven, and the angel of wisdom descended to earth alone. Generosity angel, missing, generosity is good at resolving conflicts and mastering balance. Although he left the kingdom of heaven, Dawnlight believed that he was the one who was most accepting of what Dawnlight described. The light of dawn didn't know where he had landed, but he guessed that he should have gone to the holy court. These seven angels represent the highest combat power of heaven. After hearing the words of Dawnlight, George's expression became strange. Is there any other Nephilim or Diablo in Dawn of Light? Dawn of Light couldn't figure out where this guy came from with his new words. But it must be something that exists in his world. What are Nephilim? Ahem. I mean, the children of angels and humans. The kind of people who, through one challenge after another, had the opportunity to surpass the power of angels and demons. These seven angels, in a sense, are not only the reincarnation of the seven gods, but also the children of the light of dawn and the seven gods. After the power of the seven gods was released to the world, all living creatures also possess what the CEO said the potential of the Nephilim. But the premise is that they must learn how to use the power of this nebula before they can truly awaken. Either master the light of dawn, or master the light of shadow. George nodded. Some understand why the old residents of the shelter have more extraordinary potential than the people outside the valley. The light of dawn is indeed a prophet. He leads all mankind to a new century and touches what once only gods could grasp. Light of dawn. You said before that there are only 3 archangels in heaven? Indeed. Dawn of Light came into contact with 4 other people. However, later, there was a person who, after reincarnation, had forgotten everything he had ever had. So the light of dawn guided him in the name of the 7 gods. With the help of the CEO, I integrated into the shelter and understood what dawn is. The corners of Alexander George's mouth twitched. He couldn't believe that that fool turned out to be one of the 7 gods. But when I think about it, he has become his little brother now. This couldn't help but make George's heart swell. But how did Alexander get in touch with them? Was it Soraya who took the initiative to communicate? No one actively communicates, just because he can enter and exit the kingdom of heaven at will. Chapter 387 is all hacking mine. Although the god of war is dead, his reincarnation still has many privileges. George slapped his face. He could guess the process of this matter. And before Dawnlight told herself about those children, she naturally couldn't tell herself about Alexander's privilege. Also, in the light of dawn, why are there 7 phantoms in the school field? Of these 7 shadows, only 6 actually have templates, and 3 are closest to reality. Because the god of war was reincarnated early, he was completely simulated by the light of dawn. These shadows are actually the remaining divinity of the 7 gods. Due to the current state of the world, they cannot be dealt with. Light of dawn, there are 3 here. So when many people dig and understand the light of dawn, their old beliefs in the 7 gods will be released. The light of dawn does not require the power of faith, and the archangels can no longer digest this power. And once this faith flies into the mist, it will be absorbed by the shadow of the ancient god. Therefore, the light of dawn turned these 3 parts of divinity into a trash can. Consume them to relieve the pressure of dawn light. And if someone defeats one, the old god shadow will no longer be able to draw the power it represents from Sanctuary. You mean? Otherwise, even when the sun of Sanctuary envelopes the world, the power of the old god shadow still gathers strength from Sanctuary. Make this shadow power equal to the power of Sanctuary? Indeed. So defeating them is of great significance. It is to eliminate potential hidden dangers in the shelter. But with all 7 divinities eliminated, the shelter will also become a place where the shadows of the ancient gods cannot invade, making the shelter the only source of light in the eternal night. As for the sunshine in the holy court, it can only last until the eternal night. So in addition to dealing with Aloysius, I also have to collect 4 other gods scattered around the world. George's eyes widened. There are 3. The god of war has been transformed into something else by himself. Dawnlight believes that collecting them does not conflict with dealing with Aloysius. You will find them on the road. How strong are these shadows? The power of these shadows is far inferior to that of the 7 gods, and is weaker than the lowest gods. Each one is equivalent to a top-level war angel, although the power is very different from that of gods. Their combat effectiveness is at the threshold of gods. Dawnlight believes that by challenging them, Sanctuary's heroes can discover the secret to defeating the gods. The human heroes who could challenge the gods in ancient times were born. Just like the Nephilim you called them. These guys will still cause problems for me even if they die. They are helping you too, these guardian shadows. Like you, are helping the light of dawn to deter the demons of Paradise Lost. When someone defeats them, that hero will help the light of dawn. Just like you. At the same time, they can also protect the sanctuary when it is about to be destroyed currently. When the school is invaded by demons, 3 of them can be activated for up to 1 minute. Every time you look for an archangel, other templates will complete one. Every time the hero defeats a shadow in the school grounds, although the shadow will disappear. At that time, the shelter already has guardians, they are human beings. They will support the sky for the light of dawn, for shelter, and for all mankind. George nodded. I think that in games like Tower Defense, there should be a chance to avoid death in the main city. Light of Dawn wants to ask the CEO and plans to deal with this high-level Heavenly Kingdom Council. George's eyebrows were beaming. Thank you for the space you gave me. This is what the Light of Dawn is afraid of. No need to say more. George stretched out his hand without hesitation. Since I am the CEO, I have to do no matter how hard or tiring the job is. There is no need to persuade me. Okay. Deal. Feeling that the Dawnlight meant to cut off contact with him, George quickly explained it in his mind. I am not greedy for power. Nor do I want to enjoy the feeling of being served by the Heavenly Kingdom Armed Forces. Really think about it. These Heavenly Kingdom Armed Forces must be well disciplined and disciplined. They are used to stepping on people's heads. You can't outplay a few of them. In the future, when all the Heavenly Kingdom's armed forces are summoned, will these guys turn against heaven? Dawnlight feels that you are the one who needs to be worried the most. Fart. George's eyes widened and he said, I am dedicated to working hard for the company. And I can learn from the sun and the moon. Although I do have some small thoughts. Do you think the shelter I built for you has ever let you down? George became persuasive. Since you have chosen the CEO, do you still have to hand over the power of the company to others? This is a business that we have worked hard for. Wouldn't it be true that others have plucked the fruit? You can't beat those people. But I can beat them. In fact, from the perspective of the angel who believes in the dawn, there is no problem with the heavenly armed forces controlling the parliament in heaven as long as they only care about the top and not the bottom. But how could he tolerate anything above his head? If there is one, it must be under him. Of course, I don't have so much energy to waste on my own. George continued to persuade, you helped me secure this position.
And then, I will set up a parliamentary group and wait until the equity of these guys is completely diluted. You, the hands-off shopkeeper, can enjoy your time in the new world you imagined. The Light of Dawn disagrees with your description, but the Light of Dawn can give you a chance. The words of the Light of Dawn undoubtedly revealed his expectations for the delicious and lazy thing. George felt that Soraya and the others must have learned all their bad habits from him. The Light of Dawn is willing to give up its position and give the CEO a chance. But internal matters within the High Council of Heaven require a vote by more than half of the members. George touched his chin and said, "No problem. Just be my puppet first. And I will be your advisor." Communication with thoughts has such a drawback. The words in a person's heart are often directly exposed. How are you going to do it? I want to form a super gang. The one he dragged into the group this time was the hacking 7 gods. Holy Court? Holy Court is an egg. From now on, among the 7 countries, I will be the most awesome. As for how to deal with this high-level parliament of the Kingdom of Heaven, George was not worried at all. George discussed his idea with the Light of Dawn. He believes that Soraya and others are simply the best actors to play the 7 gods. You can't say that they are the 7 gods. But to a certain extent, you can't deny it. The 7 kingdoms cannot be directly guided. Their ancient beliefs, and the order established over thousands of years, cannot identify with the structure of the sanctuary unless it is shattered, even if the king wants to do so because of his desire for power. To copy. But the nobles, priests and people would never agree. But if it's something like the revolutionary, there's no problem. The High Council of Heaven is an important tool for him to change the 7 kingdoms. It can be said that at this point, I can already forge oracles. I'm the real Morpheus now. George put his hands on his waist and said in his mind, "The Kingdom of Heaven has been swallowed up by me." Ha 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 ha. And he only needs to train the important figures in the 7 kingdoms, such as Alfonso, and send his younger brothers to the high-level parliament of the Kingdom of Heaven, or the subordinate parliamentary group that represents the will of the 7 kingdoms and the will of mankind. Then this high-level parliament of the Kingdom of Heaven will be trained by him in turn. All of a sudden, words such as killing 2 birds with 1 stone, using nothing, making something out of nothing, substituting something suddenly popped out of George's mind excitedly. So, the Light of Dawn. I don't want to control all this power in my own hands. I want to fight for everyone's welfare. In this kind of parliament, if someone proposes the extermination of humankind, it will definitely be difficult to get through. The same goes if someone offers to have a Valkyrie serve as his maid. Ahem. Let's talk about business. George changed the subject. Dawn Light. There are only 4 people in the High Council of Heaven, including you. You add that big fool Alexander into the mix later. In this way, we occupy 2 of the 5 seats. At this point, George laughed. As long as I lie to one more person, I will be in charge. Bah. Your little brother will be in charge. Alexander already had a seat, but he never had the right to discuss it, that is. It was no different from an empty seat. Dawnlight can initiate a vote to allow him to participate in the discussion. But there needs to be a reason. George nodded and came up with a good reason for the Light of Dawn. Let them pass through Alexandria and listen to the voices of mankind. Many people have probably wanted to put an ear around me for a long time. Do you think they will really agree to allow this straight-minded guy to participate in the discussion? Without entering Parliament, Alexander could still help them listen. Light of Dawn. You don't understand politics. The right to discuss matters is the right that the God of War should have. And it has nothing to do with whether he is stupid or not. The rights and interests possessed by Alexander represent whether they will still have the recognition of their companions when they encounter difficulties in the future. They will not disagree. Because once the exclusion of companions becomes a routine, it will dig a hole for themselves. Just like that stupid son can still inherit my title, no matter how bizarre this kind of thing is. For the sake of profit, they will pretend not to see it. And I will ask Alexander for the favor. I will ask him to ask for the chief of the angels, the greatest of all. If you don't give it, tell George that someone wants to eavesdrop on George's secret. Dawnlight was non-committal about this plan, because I felt that Alexander would be deceived by them. Don't worry at this time. You just need to pick a suitable time. Initiate a vote. And then I will ask Alexander to go over and bump into him just in time. Hey. The scene of Alexander rolling on the floor crying and making a fuss everywhere had already appeared in Dawnlight's mind. Obviously, there is not much that Soraya and others can do about this big brother. When the time comes, as long as you tell the big guys the rhetoric I taught you, they will know what to do. This is the right that the God of War should have. Don't they always pay attention to discipline? It's so normal for fools to participate in voting. George! There is no case of fool voting in the kingdom of heaven so far. There will be more in the future. Chapter 388 Modern Magic Theory. Dawnlight feels that it is much easier for Alexander to enter the parliament than it is for you. Don't worry. Dawnlight. They have to give me my position even if they don't give it to me. George laughed. At this time, Anthony's class was coming to an end. During the whole process, he had looked at the back door several times and used language to hint to some people to calm down and stop making small moves. The students have been puzzled, wondering who is so bold. It wasn't until Lorna was called to the stage by Anthony and saw the beaming guy at the back door that she couldn't help but roll her eyes and knew who Anthony was talking about. This guy came to check the post again. Fortunately, this time George didn't pretend to interrupt the class. He often interrupted the class and pretended to say a few words, as if to remind everyone that he was the principal. It was extremely embarrassing every time. But all the wizards had to deal with this amateur leader with a smile. After Anthony called Lorna to the stage, he summarized his lesson. This class is called Modern Magic Power. In this class, he pulled everyone into a real magical world. Your understanding of magic is still based on the old thinking of empirical magic. This is ignorant and primitive. It is the category of witch doctors. On the blackboard behind Anthony, Lorna was writing various formula proofs to answer the questions Anthony had just raised in class. Gradually, the result was completely consistent with the most correct answer. Although a very outstanding dark wizard had used divination to find the answer before, he didn't know if it was correct. And I don't know the process of solving it. Just like the dark wizard wants to find magic mystery. But the mysterious veil has been gradually lifted by Anthony. Numbers. This kind of thing has been learned by everyone in various basic classes before. For many scholars and wizards who have seen the world, they have long been familiar with things like numbers. Rathbone's most famous potion science uses numbers to decompose and derive the performance of potions. Some wizards often apply numbers to astrology. However, this was the first time they learned how to use numbers to explain magic. And many people know for the first time that magic is really related to numbers. They felt as if a window suddenly opened in front of them, allowing them to see a wider world. Indeed, it is not enough to study ancient languages, runes, astrology and divination. As Anthony said, understanding a magic without relying on logic is like a blind cat that will die if you encounter it even if you get the result right. You still don't know the process. It would never be possible to hand this kind of thing over to an apprentice. This makes the level of a wizard always related to age. In empirical magic, creating a magic requires luck and can never be truly understood. But if you use theory to find the logic and laws of magic, then even an ordinary person who masters magic can still understand and create magic through calculations. After hearing this sentence in the ears of many scholars, they felt that it was extremely ridiculous. However, the fact is before their eyes this forbidden bachelor named Anthony is what many scholars consider a magical waste. However, the amount of magic he created, even if many people put it together for generations, could not reach half of his. What we are going to talk about next week is the magic field. Please listen carefully to the basic courses during this week. Otherwise, you will not be able to deduce it. At this point, Anthony glanced at George behind him and planned to walk off the stage. What is a magic field? Someone asked a question. It couldn't help but attract everyone's attention. Clearly, this guy hasn't read the journal. Anthony looked at the time and found that there were still 10 minutes left. He is a person who cannot tolerate problems. And he also feels the need to give a warning so that everyone can have a direction this week. To facilitate access to information in the library. The magic field is everywhere. It attracts and controls elemental particles. The use of magic is essentially a change in the magic field. Magic fields can have mental effects, such as insomnia, excitement, etc. People with strong mental power can sense the magic field after training. The magic field is transparent to the physical world. But according to modern magic theory, forbidden sanctuary, under certain circumstances, when elemental particles collide, the temperature can reach millions of degrees Celsius. However, because the particle density is extremely small, it cannot be sensed by the physical body. However, this defeats the theory that the magic field is transparent to the material world. In other words, in the micro and narrow sense, the magic field is not transparent to the material world. Therefore, forbidden wizards believe that spirit and observation will affect the microscopic world. The use of magic is not so much a change in the magic field, but rather the use of spirit and observation to influence magic and change the magic field through the microscopic world. But this change and impact is chaotic and random.
The spell makes them orderly, or in other words, the spell allows the spirit to influence the magic field according to the established trajectory and order, in order to achieve the purpose of constructing magic. Therefore, the spell does not affect magic. It affects the spirit.
If your spirit is strong enough to exceed a certain threshold, you can cast spells without any spells.
Having said this, Anthony looked at Lorna below. It was obvious that the teacher's own mental strength was not strong enough. Then, a ball of flame appeared in Lorna's hand.
If the energy in your body reaches a certain level, or you are a magic hub yourself, then you don't need spirit or spells. You only need a little incantation to guide and sequence. And you can use magic. This is the origin of magical objects. Ordinary people can rely on this tool to use magic. This is also the goal that we forbidden wizards have been pursuing.
Having said this, Anthony picked up the big staff in his hand and looked at an ornament placed on the edge of the wall. It was a full-body knight's armor, extremely thick, and holding a meteor hammer and a large shield. And inside this armor, there is actually a person. In other words, a blasphemer who was dealt with by Lord Wolf. But it has now become a public prop. Just in the last class, Dead Skin, who is good at teaching necrology, had just used it to kill several Grey Robe Knights who participated in the demonstration normally. Every Grey Robe Knight could kill the blasphemer easily. But in the hands of this master necromancer, the blasphemer was different. I saw lightning flashing on the great rune staff, and the upper body of the armor was completely penetrated. The shield and the breastplate behind melted into a terrifying big hole. The puppet's head and arms lost their support and became crooked. He fell crookedly to the ground. Seeing such a scene, everyone in the audience was in an uproar. They saw with their own eyes that although Anthony chanted a spell in his mouth, there was no magic wave produced. In other words, this thing can be used by just picking up a random person on the street and simply learning it. This is why the Forbidden Sanctuary wants to monopolize the magic of this world. At Anthony's words, he threw back his sleeves and walked out the door, ending the class. Chapter 389 Modern Energy.
Anthony is a prodigal son.
George cursed in a low voice in great heartache as he counted the consumption of the wand. The big gem at the top of the wand is actually just a launching device. But what it consumes is the real magic gems inlaid on the handle. A total of 6 can be installed. And this magic gem is its magazine. Based on Anthony's demonstration just now, each 1-carat magic gem the size of a soybean can only fire 1 shot. In other words, just now, thousands of silver foxes entered. Forget it. Just think of it as a product demonstration. Just get the money back from Alfonso. Thinking of this, George smiled again. Although the weapons in Anthony's hands are not yet available for sale, he has customized many special weapons for Elda to use against the demon's air force. Seeing Anthony wink at him before leaving, George knew that he was heading to the laboratory. No wonder he was in a hurry to leave. Every day at the end of get out of class, if he left a little later than the students, he would have to be surrounded by people seeking knowledge. The chief scientist of this shelter has too many things to do every day. In the past few months, he has only had an average of 4 hours of rest every day. I can't tell the students much. As the second of the 2 forbidden wizards, Risgard is just as busy as he is. However, after they train the first batch of forbidden wizards, they will gradually have more time. George also quickly stood up from the back row and waved to Alfonso, who stood up and looked around. Planned to take him there. After leaving the door, Alfonso couldn't help but ask in the dense flow of people,
George, is that big staff the latest model you mentioned before? How much does it cost? I want to buy it.
Alfonso is a very sharp-eyed guy. He can see that the biggest effect of this thing is to deal with those in the sky. The devil. George smiled and said,
Alfonso, do you want to buy this thing?
After reevaluating Alfonso's richness, George said,
You may be able to buy this thing, but you can't use it. However, there are other models for you to use. Use Mithril and Henum. Use Mithril and in exchange for gold.
Anthony is using the highest S model, named Esthor. After Esthor is embedded with order runes, it will also have a purification effect and sacred damage. So it is particularly effective against demons and evil things. Indeed, if thousands of silver foxes kill a blasphemer, it can be said that he is a real prodigal. But if it operates at full capacity and consumes 2 carats of magic gems, then even the black demon will be instantly killed by the thunder god's full blow. In the entire sanctuary, currently only Chaos Daphne, the rest bird leader who has reached an S rating after taking the potion, can do this. Therefore, it can be said that whoever holds this staff will be an S-level destruction wizard. However, energy weapons such as Thor cannot yet be mass-produced, But this is not because this kind of wand is difficult to make, but because it is simply unavailable to use. The current total annual output of gemstones in the valley is more than 50,000 carats, most of which are contributed by the demon spiders. Under the Black Pearl Manor, less than 1% of the annual output of some African countries. And with the investment of manpower and the addition of alchemy equipment, the output will increase. Among the more than 50,000 carats of gems, there are only more than 50 carats of flawless magic gems that can meet the quality required by the Thor wand, equivalent to 1,000 to 1. This situation cannot be changed until the Pandoran crystal vein is found. Magic gems are generally associated with this powerful crystal. This hope can only be pinned on the deep area of the gem mine below the Black Pearl Manor, where the demon spiders are currently digging. Therefore, under the current situation, top-level wands like Thor can be made but cannot be used. Most of the magic gems currently consumed are in stock, but judging from the consumption of wizards, it will be used up soon. Therefore, judging from the current poor situation of the shelter, it is not clear who will gain or lose by exchanging lives with magic gems and black demons. Sanctuary currently does not have a magic hub, so the cost of making and using this item is extremely high, and the consumption of magic gems is outrageous. Especially Anthony and Rusgard, the two guys from the Forbidden Sanctuary, have never used magic gems as money. However, if the magic technology of the sanctuary can reach the level of the Forbidden Sanctuary, then the magic gems will no longer be consumables. Because after possessing the magic hub, the magic gem becomes a battery instead of a disposable consumable. The core material of the demonic nexus is eternal gold, and the fuel consumed is Pandoran crystal. Pandolan crystal. This is a weightless crystal that contains terrifying magical energy. Putting it in a small school bag can keep a magic hub running for a year. However, conventional magic energy and heat energy cannot ignite the Pandoran crystal and extract it. Only by using eternal gold can the relevant magic field be created. And under the constraints of this magic field, safe extraction can be carried out. If the alchemical furnace is the power plant and core, then the demonic nexus is the nuclear technology of this world. The structure of the demonic hub is different from that of the forbidden wizards. The fuel they use is soul, and he knows how to extract magic energy from high-energy creatures. His technical level is also extremely high. Rusgard was disappointed. The technologies possessed by demons vary according to the environment in which they live. In addition to the application of soul and biological energy, some demons actually know how to use Pandolan crystal. They even know how to create the unique magic field environment that Pandolan crystal has, and use this to make food. The spider is one such demon, as is Jerry Jones. But compared to other demons, the use of Pandolan crystals by the demon spiders. Siljak stayed in the demon spider's lair for more than 10 years, and only in the past 2 years did he get the magic bacteria. According to Siljak and Thor, there are a lot of these high magic minerals in the Nether Hell and Lava Hell. However, the demon's technology is mainly in the direction of creatures and souls, so the technology tree should be more biased. As for this world, although the storage capacity of Pandoran crystal is far from comparable to that of H.L. as a magical plane, many mineral veins still contain elements of Pandolan crystal. However, with the existing technology, very few can be used directly, and it is not like those in H.L. that can be used just by knocking it out. For example, those in the demon spider's lair cannot be utilized by the wizard's existing technology. It can only be used to breed potions under modification. However, according to the latest detection by wizards, there should be some Pandolan crystals that can be used deep in the mineral veins of Black Pearl Manor. It can be regarded as a small uranium mine. Although the available quantity is still very small, it is enough to support the shelter. Currently, the place with the largest reserves in the world is actually in the Forbidden Sanctuary. The Pandolan crystals there are open air. The magic field transformed by the wizards is enough to make a city float in the air. The two gradually walked out of the crowd in the corridor and walked downstairs. Every day, the wizard tower is very crowded during classes. Many scholars rush from one classroom to the next, and some are heading to the nearby library outside the wizard tower, which will be merged together in the future. The other 4 wizard towers built later will also be connected with this tower, plus the ancillary buildings between them, to form a large Gothic castle. According to Anthony's overall design, the Forbidden Tower will eventually become a magic castle as big as the Black Pearl Manor. All residences in the entire territory will be slowly relocated during this period, and eventually even Johannes Castle will become a part of it. Although there is only one wizard tower now, it is actually a 7 or 8-story circular building. The overall internal area is equivalent to a university teaching building. It is not yet completely completed and needs to be raised many floors. But even if now,
The internal area is also larger than that of Johannes Castle. On the walls of many terraces upstairs, portraits of many characters hang. Many of them are just sketches to be filled into complete oil paintings. But the painters painted them vividly based on Anthony and Rusgard's descriptions. The characters in these oil paintings are all famous scholars in the Forbidden Sanctuary. Some of them are famous scholars outside the sanctuary, just like the scientists who founded scientific theories. In addition to these portraits of scholars, there are also many famous sayings, which make the entire wizard tower full of academic atmosphere. Occasionally, you can see a lot of priests and knights, who also have various notes in their hands. Come to this wizard tower to recharge your batteries. There are fewer and fewer people on the road, but there are more and more people wearing white and gray robes. Compared to the scholars outside, they are the real entry-level wizards. Chapter 390 Forbidden Dawn Meeting. In fact, after many books from Black Pearl Manor were moved to the shelter, Anthony and his disciples, the Grey-Robed Wizards, became more and more numerous. The migration of Clearwater City ushered in a huge explosion in the number of scientists in the shelter, and many of the citizens who came to Clearwater City were literate. Gradually, in these 4 months, a real skeleton of the Magic City was formed. Today, among the less than 400,000 people in the shelter, the number of people exposed to magic knowledge has reached more than 30,000, on par with the number of people studying Light of Dawn at Sanctuary. It can be said that journals play a huge role in basically allowing all literate people to come into contact with the real scientific knowledge of the world. Among the more than 30,000 people, most of them are trained civilians 80%. Although the training they have received is very simple, they can carry out the work of the alchemy workshop. Under the teachings of the alchemists, their knowledge will continue to expand and affect their family and friends. Many residents have a priest, mercenary, or knight in their family, and their biggest dream is to have another wizard in their family. In addition to 80% of the people, there are still 15% of the people who are apprentices and wild scholars who have been exposed to magic. They are the middle-level backbone of the entire magic system, serving as good assistants to the alchemy masters, and they are slowly upgraded through continuous learning. There are more than 1,000 real scholars, most of whom were trained by Anthony and the others. And the other half are people who serve the court and the Parthen Bird team in Biswi City. They themselves master some material processing, potion refining, and alchemy techniques. Just give it some recipes and it will work. As for the real wizards, there are already more than 100 people. The Forbidden Dawn Society has been established, and Anthony, Rusgard, Dan and Ian are its core members. Anthony, Dan and others are now perfecting a plan that can allow those dangerous black magics to be perfectly used under restraint, especially against those daring dark wizards. The priests who enter the Forbidden Dawn Society are all specially selected. They are all those who have struggled in the darkness, but have experienced various tests and temptations. They know how to move from light to darkness, and from darkness to light, providing psychological counseling, ideological guidance, and establishing 3 views for the wizards. And the new blood of the wizard group is like the political commissar. Priests are learning from each other with wizards, and during that learning, they will deeply interpret what shadow is and understand what dawn is. Those dark wizards, under the guidance of the priests, will fill the vacancy in their hearts, so that they will not lose their way in the darkness. In addition, there are more than 200 monks selected by George, who have entered the wizard tower. Most of them are old residents. And there are also some special priests, who have magical talents, but have been working with Mother Hathaway. Miss Teresa, the Blood Priest, is one of them. Regardless of their previous positions in the Cathedral of the Dawn, these people are extremely determined people, especially those blood descendants. They actually walk on the path of magic more smoothly than the path of priests. No one is more suitable to learn black magic than these people. And Rusgard, a man in darkness but with great intentions, will be their best mentor. Coupled with the attention and care of Dan and others, there will be no problems in the Forbidden Dawn Society. Under the guidance of the Dawn Light, these priests have already carried out some special training with the wizards, and a system called the Forbidden Mantra has gradually taken shape. In the process of this research, Dawnlight increasingly believed that the mantra that the 7 gods once handed over to mortals was actually just a weird magic that people borrowed the power of the 7 gods through prayer. Dawn hymn or Dawn mantra is to borrow the power of the old world. It is a mixture needed by the light of dawn, using the power of faith in people's hearts when praying to gods, and its own power of dawn. This kind of mantra is suitable for those clergy who have not completely abandoned their old ideas. Its power has an upper limit deliberately set by the 7 gods. Even if it is transformed by the light of dawn, This upper limit cannot be completely eliminated. But the forbidden mantra is different. What it uses is its own power, or, in other words, it is the power of the universe that it guides through itself. In essence, it is a kind of sacred magic that is more biased towards spiritual power. It is the power that exists in the universe that is far more powerful than God's. Just like the elements in this world, holiness and shadow are the same element. So Dawn Light believes that after removing the control of God's, it will become more powerful. He got some inspiration from those lower-level third-order elemental angels, light, thunder, fire, etc. And this kind of sacred magic really began to be different from the power-expanding techniques given to people by the 7 gods. Some monks have mastered them during this special training, because some mantras are easier to transform and integrate with magic. The current forbidden mantras, except for a few special moves, are mainly focused on seal, silence, psychic attack, and mana burn, evil burn, as well as purify and dispel, to name a few. Because most of the research is conducted by dark wizards, who are extremely knowledgeable about lethality, and the will of priests is often immune to more side effects. The power of these mantras far exceeds that of chance, and the methods of use are also more complicated, flexible. Some priests can even use the skills mastered by wizards to ignite the holy fire directly in the body of the devil. This technique was adapted from Daphne's famous masterpiece, Incineration. These trained priests, under the guidance of the Light of Dawn and the wizards, are better than others. Various potions and new meditation methods make their wisdom grow at an extremely terrifying rate. And their various resistances are also extremely high. They can even use a kind of will barrier to directly deflect some of the devil's magic, or directly offset some terrifying curses. Judging from their battle with the despair chanters, they are indeed the nemesis of those demons who are proficient in dark magic, and dominate those weird demon species that are difficult to kill and destroy. These chosen priests are at the end of darkness, but their hearts are filled with light, and they are the blades of light in the darkness. Their strong and tenacious will is difficult to be affected by spiritual magic, and they can easily see the weaknesses of demons. This makes the demons extremely frightened, and they have become the kind of people the demons least want to see on the battlefield. Perhaps, naming them Dawn priests cannot accurately define these people who both understand what magic is and how to use the Light of Dawn. But it may be more appropriate to use Spellbreaker, Shadow Priest, Forbidden Priest, or Dawn Priest. George preferred the name Spellbreaker and Shadow Priest, but Dawnlight believes that Spellbreaker may be somewhat appropriate. But the term Shadow Priest is actually just similar, and is essentially different. In his imagination, in the future world, there will be no such clear boundaries between wizards and priests. One does not focus on tapping the inner strength and puts himself close to the empty universe. Various magics can be used. The other focuses on exploring his own faith and spiritual power, and is proficient in sacred magic. While thinking, George had already brought Alfonso to the first floor. After passing through several corridors, he arrived at the corridor where the Alchemy Experiment Hall is located, which connects the Wizard Tower and the core area of the Alchemy Workshop. Chapter 391: The Booming Crooked Neck Tree. New Generation of Apprentices. Currently, the Wizard Tower does not have a magic hub. Its energy is supplied by multiple alchemical furnaces in 7 large alchemy workshops. The various advanced alchemical products in the shelter are also first designed and produced in this Alchemy Experiment Hall. After the alchemy product reaches the level of satisfaction of the wizards, the corresponding drawings will be handed over to the Alchemy Workshop for production. There are people patrolling the corridor. After passing this corridor, it is actually the huge stone door of the alchemy laboratory. However, in the eyes of everyone, this corridor is a dead end, with a white wall at the end. In front of the wall, there is a platform that looks like a security checkpoint. For Knights of the Dawn were guarding here. After seeing the Lord bringing people over, they raised their chests and bowed in ceremony. Then 2 knights stepped forward, took out a crystal plate from their waists, and shone it on everyone. The other 2 knights said sorry and started searching the bodies of George, Alfonso, and the Griffin Knights. Alfonso! The instruments in the laboratory are very precise, and some things cannot be brought in, George said as he took out the cuffs and belt items and cooperated with the knights for inspection. When others saw this, although they felt offended, they still cooperated. It was a very rude move, but it was a necessary process, and everyone who came in was checked, especially outsiders. Otherwise, if someone brings an explosive in one day, half of George's property will be lost. After a while, the 2 knights who checked the body returned the things to everyone, and the crystal plates in the hands of the other 2 knights also turned green. This meant that the wizards inside the door had not detected the hidden objects.
unconventional magical objects. After passing the security check, the knight on duty today led everyone through the small platform. Only then did Alfonso see clearly what this white wall really looked like. The white wall is like a waterfall, constantly flowing white energy. And in this flowing energy, many small monsters can be seen jumping out, in addition to preventing spirits from entering and exiting. This barrier also has other small functions. The moment he passed through this barrier, Alfonso felt a surge of magic power coming towards his face. And then he vaguely heard a whispered spell. After that, he felt that the dust on his body seemed to be left outside as he stepped into the barrier. With a face full of surprise, Alfonso looked deep into his palms and found that his hands were extremely clean, as if they had been scrubbed. Then he raised his head and saw the entire mysterious hall. When he raised his head, he saw the huge stone door of the alchemy laboratory in front of him. The center of the stone gate is constantly rotating like an astrology device, and it is engraved with complex star maps and incantations. The knight on duty put his hand on the groove of the stone door, and then another groove appeared in the door. And when George put his hand on the groove, the circular figure in the center of the stone door began to rotate, and the door gradually opened.
George, is it necessary to be so complicated?
Looking at the door that was gradually opening, Alfonso couldn't help but look at George.
You know, the branch of the Dire Brotherhood is moved to the valley. Many people know that the art of disguise contains a lot of mithril and eternity, which I can't afford to lose,
George said sadly. What he said was actually just rhetoric. But the wine in his castle cellar was indeed terrible, coupled with the fact that Lorna secretly entered the laboratory before. Anthony was also extremely cautious. In fact, according to strict regulations, it is even stricter than this. Among the 4 Dawn Knights who guard the door every day, there is also a blood descendant and a wolf descendant. Basically, they can ensure that everyone who comes in and out through smell is a person from the laboratory. After the words fell, the stone door gradually opened. Alfonso looked around and saw that the entire hall was dominated by a white tone. There were many diamond-shaped crystals suspended in midair, and each crystal was engraved with a large number of magic patterns. Under the crystal is a magic circle, and around the crystal are the alchemy table and various corresponding equipment and instruments. The energy of the alchemy furnace is transmitted by relying on this crystal as an energy node. In the sky above some special magic circles, there are also many alchemical artifacts, parts blueprints, equipment armors, potions, and even deformed tumorous flesh suspended in the sky. These suspended objects are surrounded by energy curtains. Some wizards in white robes were surrounding each curtain. In front of them, there were many 3-dimensional projections. The new weapon structure and weapon drawings in the magic circle are projected, or the enlarged details of certain medicines and biomass. During the operations of the wizards, these projections were continuously zoomed in and out. The relevant project teams gathered in front of the projections to discuss in low voices, while the interns gathered around nervously, using sketchpads to record relevant content. Public operations are all carried out in this main hall, because all large instruments are here. Detailed, core, and confidential work will be carried out in the deputy office where each project team is located. After many people finished using it, they went to their deputy halls, while others were waiting in line.
I understand why your forbidden wizards often say that we are all ignorant primitive people.
Alfonso and his knights stood there, looking at the wizards walking in white robes in front of them, and failed to reply for a long time. Over the top, George didn't say much. Even he had to admit that even with his own eyesight, this laboratory was full of modernity. After talking to Anthony, Anthony remembered what George had talked to him some time ago.
It's all done! George, where's my list?
At this point, he picked up his sleeves and searched for it on the table for a long time.
At Angel's Place,
Lorna reminded. After hearing the name, George raised his eyebrows slightly. He remembered that Angel was the daughter of Count Gast, after he made Gast an official earl as Grand Duke Yongfeng. The old guy also inherited his title of Viscount to this blood-born lady. He is the witness. Thinking of this, George couldn't help but look at Dan in the distance. Angel and Teresa were beside him. A strange look appeared on his face. At Lorna's reminder, Anthony suddenly remembered. He slapped his forehead and asked Lorna to call a female apprentice in the distance.
Let my assistant take you to the shooting range for a demonstration. George, Lorna has been busy with a lot of things lately, and she really can't get away from it.
George nodded. Understand the situation. Lorna is now the only forbidden wizard who is about to take over, basically acting as Anthony and Rusgard's deputy. Recently, it can be said that the wizard group has been spinning for the sake of the demon hub. Although the drawings of the magic hub and the structural design drawings of the Magic Hub's related facilities and environment in the Royal Capital Library were all brought back by George. But it is by no means simple to realize them. Some of the parts, due to the lack of advanced instruments, had to be modified from certain antiques to overcome difficulties. The new agreement signed between Sophia and Alfonso today has helped a lot. Those second-hand goods can greatly supplement the demand after being transformed and repaired. And George has always believed that there should be some old antiques in the hands of these guys, who control overseas trade. At least there is an advanced alchemical furnace that can be transformed into a magic hub. It's just that Alfonso has been hiding it. George said, well, borrow one and give two back. But time falters. Alfonso really understood the word borrow very well. He felt that from the bandit's point of view, Elda's use of this thing was simply a waste. He was right. In George's view, the magic hub in Darkins was so wasteful that it was like using a nuclear power plant to forge iron. Of course, it is true that the magic hub saves money compared to the alchemy furnace. After all, it does not burn the kind of gems and crystals that the nobles love. However, even if Alfonso borrows one, the number of magic hubs will never be enough. Each magic tower needs one to be able to support the huge energy consumption, at least a miniature one. And the wizard tower, no matter what, I have to be at the level of Dakins to be satisfied. Therefore, the shelter must master the technology of this production model and the corresponding magic industrial system. To achieve these two goals, in addition to instruments, personnel are also extremely important. Instruments can be purchased, but personnel need to be cultivated by hands, and the antiques transformed will not be wasted. So this largest project in the laboratory has been ongoing. The new products delivered by Anthony are precision gadgets made using these modified instruments. After looking at several colorful magic wands that Angel and several wizard apprentices picked out from the energy curtains, Anthony said, new models of equipment have already begun to be transformed, because there are not enough models of alchemy furnaces. These things, requiring manual secondary transformation on the workbench. After George fiddled with several wands, he raised his head strangely and asked, what about that thing I mentioned? Anthony, can it reach the level I mentioned in modern times? He had mentioned muskets and cannons with Anthony before, and even talked about more advanced things. Of course, they were all given to him in dreams by the seven gods. As a modern man, he is particularly enthusiastic about these thermal weapons. Brenda's pirate ship and his followers were equipped with artillery, muskets, and even spears. He believed that with the level of wizards, it would not be a problem to upgrade these things to the modern level. Modern? Anthony's expression was a little weird. That's right, it's at the shooting range. Go and have a look. The inspiration you gave me is good. These new products can be mass-produced, and the cost is low. George still hasn't realized how crooked the technology tree of this shelter is at the bottom. With a fiery mood, he followed the little girl Angel and several wizard apprentices to the experimental shooting range on the other side of Beishan. This is a special area connected to Beishan, and the building is similar to a special large school field. And in the half near the mountainside, there is mist, shelter scroll function. Many weapons will be demonstrated in the fog to simulate the most realistic situation. Wizards will also experiment with new magic here, or bring their own apprentices to test whether their skills are up to standard. Many magics are in the fog, and their range and power will be much reduced. This is due to penetration and refraction. So an adjustment test must be done here to determine if it is available. However, demons often fly at low altitudes when conducting reconnaissance and attacks in the fog. So in comparison, weapons such as Thor are still available. Recently, when some mercenaries were patrolling the mountains, they discovered the bodies of demon flying species on some cliffs, apparently the unlucky ones, who crashed into the cliffs in the fog. They now dare not enter the valley and wander around. If they fly back and forth among the dangerous mountains on the outskirts of the valley, they will easily hit the cliff in the heavy fog. When George and others entered the gate of the shooting range, they were stunned by the roar of zombies. George and his party all had very good eyesight, and they all saw several gray-robed knights standing on several huge cages in the hazy mist in the distance, preparing to open the gates. 6 cages formed a circle around the small central area, each containing dozens of zombies. Within the small red circle, 6 apprentices were gathering together to discuss the next battle. In this training ground, the wizard has made arrangements so that all the zombies are not dead and the people inside cannot get out. And no one can get out until all the zombies inside are dead. This mentor, together with another specially dressed monk, were standing on the sidelines watching with cold eyes. They held a scoring sheet in their hands, occasionally discussed a few words, and recorded something from time to time. These apprentices who are qualified to be trained here are actually brought here by Biswi City.
Some were apprentices to the court wizard, and some were to the wild wizard. But now here, these apprentices who have been selected and suitable for combat have changed their mentors. Because those who are best at fighting in the sanctuary are dark wizards. George recognized the dark wizard at a glance. He is a guy with the same strength as the resting bird. His nickname is Black Slash. The magic in his hand is extremely terrifying. Once in the royal capital, one person cleaned up a laboratory. When the sergeants entered, there were people everywhere. It was the corpse of the Red Devil that had been cut into several pieces. Several living acolytes were lying on the ground shivering, their bodies covered with the shattered internal organs of their companions. This guy was a good friend of Lord Wolf. He once regarded human life as nothing, and apprentices were just his experiments. Although there have been great changes now, he still has extremely strict requirements for his apprentices, and he is not allowed to produce useless apprentices from his own hands. The other dark wizards are generally the same as him. Therefore, they pursue reality more than training on the school field. They believe that only when people know that they will really die can they truly grow, because training on the school field is controllable. But in real scenes, accidents keep happening. After seeing that special monk, George knew that these apprentices were the chosen seeds. It is possible to join the Forbidden Dawn Society in the future. In addition, he found that among the zombies, in addition to many carefully selected strong zombies, there seemed to be a few scavengers mixed in. Obviously, the mentors of the apprentices did not tell them the real situation. Chapter 392, Grey-Robed Wizard. Arsonist Type 1. After seeing the scene in front of him, Alfonso's pupils shrank slightly. George! The robes those people are wearing are just students. Right. Well, sweat more and bleed less. In fact, George sometimes feels that the wizards are too harsh. The oldest of these selected apprentices is only 16 years old, and many of them have practiced magic for less than 2 years. The growth cycle of wizards is much longer than that of knights. Although magic bacteria can greatly increase their mana, knowledge needs to be reserved, of course. Once an apprentice grows into a wizard in the special training in the shelter, its combat effectiveness is also extremely terrifying. He is by no means the kind of guy from Biswee City who can be easily dealt with by the armed police, old soldiers. So when one of them died, George felt heartbroken. But as Rusgard said, seedlings are best pruned. When you get older, many things will only be suitable for scientific research if you develop a habit, but some people are born to be warriors, not suitable for research. The gate was opened amidst the noise of the zombies, and the sound of the collision of iron tools was masked by the corpses. But the apprentices could still discern the situation from the zombies' voices. The body moved very quickly. The instructor is extremely strict, but he is never stingy in spending. Although these apprentices are just newcomers, they all seem to have a physical constitution of 2 or above. These apprentices came to the battlefield for the first time, but they faced the situation calmly. They sometimes dispersed and sometimes gathered together in the fog, and it seemed that they could easily identify the direction of their teammates among the corpses by relying on the fluctuations of magic power. Overall, the 6 people were divided into 3 groups, with 2 people in each group. There were 2 groups of people standing on each side, moving around in a small area. The last group of people were walking around the venue. The 2 people seemed to be escaping in a hurry, running around, but their movements had a track, and they were extremely agile, no less than the Grey-Robed Knights. Whenever the faster zombies chased after them, they could be cleverly killed by them. The man who was mainly responsible for killing the elite zombies was a man holding a short sword in one hand and a short stick in the other. The other woman kept throwing some powder on the ground, seeming to lure the zombies. When these 2 people passed by their teammates, the gathered teammates sprayed out scorching flames from their hands, shot through more than 10 meters, and directly enveloped the zombies. Large swaths of zombies continued to fall, and only those in the center were still running. A strange scene appeared. The zombies in the flames did not pounce on the caster, but continued to chase the 2 people crazily. It seemed that the things thrown by the apprentice were greatly tempting them. It even makes the zombies completely ignore other people. The instructor couldn't help but nodded when he saw this scene, and he recorded it on the score sheet. In this exercise, all items were prepared by the apprentices themselves, which means that the potion was prepared by the student himself. After the 2 seducers walked for a period of time, they began to walk repeatedly according to the established trajectory, and those zombies seemed to be isolated in a passage due to the influence of the medicine. They only walked along the track and never took a step outside. The apprentices cleared away the zombies in an orderly manner, and the situation in the chaotic field gradually became clearer. However, at this moment, the female apprentice responsible for luring zombies was attacked by a scavenger hiding among the corpses. At this moment,
The apprentice, who was attacked by the ghoul, rolled directly on the ground in the howling wind, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. The ponytail was scattered in midair, looking very embarrassed. But it dodged this insidious blow. The other apprentice, after being stunned for a moment, emitted a bright light from his hand. The group of corpses and scavengers behind them were confused by the strong light. The female apprentice, who rolled on the ground, panicked and turned around one after another with magic spells. It seemed that she started preparing spells the moment she sensed the enemy. Then she saw a black wave shining out from her clasped hands. After the scavenger touched the black wave, it was cut into 2 pieces. This is the famous masterpiece of Black Slash. After modification and simplification, it has become a classic magic in the hands of apprentices. Its effect is that it sings extremely fast, is extremely powerful, and consumes a lot of energy. Although the simplified version has low penetrating power and can generally only deal with a single target, if the apprentices study it carefully enough, its power is enough to cause fatal wounds to the soldier spider. There is not just one scavenger. There are 7 or 8 in total. At the beginning, the apprentices could still cope with it. Some small tricks like restraining hands and legs and hang upside down golden bell were also very effective against scavengers. But as the magic power was exhausted, the 2 scavengers and the remaining 20 or so zombies beat the apprentices into confusion. Seeing that a murder was about to occur, the monk finally intervened. I saw a golden lightning flashing from the sky, dispersing a small area of nearby fog. Immediately after the lightning killed a scavenger, a large golden lightning nova appeared on the ground and exploded. A piece of holy light. The zombies that were affected immediately ignited flames all over their bodies and lay on the ground. Some zombies did not die immediately, but they were unable to move due to this weird forbidden mantra until they were completely swallowed by the flames and turned into fly ash. After the apprentices were exposed to the lightning and holy light, they also lay on the ground. However, the wounds on their bodies were purified and began to heal. It seems that those lightning novae are only particularly effective against evil spirits and do little harm to the human body. But seeing the apprentices frothing in pain, it seemed extremely uncomfortable. Another scavenger was also named by the instructor. He stretched out his finger, and a black ripple flashed past, and the scavenger became several segments. The monsters were wiped out instantly under the intervention of 2 red-robed guys from the shelter. The instructor didn't say much, and there was disappointment on his cold face. Then he went to a room at the shooting range. He believed that this lesson should teach the apprentices that no matter what kind of enemy they face, they should adopt a cautious attitude if they are not eager to clear out the zombies, but detect the enemy's situation first. They can kill the scavengers first. Roll call. No matter how much magic is consumed, they can still use their long swords and some tricks to deal with the remaining zombies. Or maybe they save some magic instead of squandering it so unscrupulously. Then, the last trump card left in their hands can kill all the last monsters. Although magic like Black Wave is extremely lethal, it consumes too much. To deal with scavengers, Black Slash believes that using magic is actually enough to make them die from AoE. This exercise was extremely disappointing for the instructors, but it was extremely shocking in the eyes of Alfonso and others. 6 people took care of hundreds of zombies, and 5 or 6 scavengers. Even the Griffin Knights didn't dare to pat their chests on this kind of thing. The Silver Griffin was about the same. It can be said that they are good enough to enter the Silver Griffin group, or the court. Many so-called bachelors are even in the category of witch doctors. But in the wizard tower in the sanctuary, how many such gray-robed wizards have I seen today? And in this sanctuary, these powerful wizards are just apprentices. In fact, there are not that many apprentices who truly meet the standards, because this requires not only magic bacteria and various potions, but also the accumulation of various knowledge. Currently, in the hands of Anthony and Rusgard, there are only more than 1,000 people who have reached the level of gray robes and above, and most of them are engaged in scientific research. Compared to the Knights of the Sanctuary, although the wizard group is taking a bright road that has been paved by everyone, it will take some time to develop. Currently on the battlefield, the main wizards are all blood descendants. The curse carried by the vampires allows them to directly touch the shadow element. On this basis, with a little study, one can easily reach a level that surpasses that of an apprentice. With the help of various potions, many blood descendants have gradually emerged, and many of the blood descendants from the Black Pearl Manor have a foundation in magic through study and research in the library. Among them, people like Lena, who had followed Tanya, originally knew a lot of black magic, and later entered Anthony's laboratory and became Lorna's junior sister. Although Anthony can't defeat any dark wizard, he is a truly forbidden wizard with a professional background. His level of magical knowledge and accomplishments are extremely high. Compared with him, the old wizards such as Disaster and the rest of the birds, who have gathered from all over the world, are still the kind of wild people who rely on their magical talents and become talented through luck. Road. It can even be said that he and Rusgard are enough to serve as teachers for the resting birds in terms of magic theory. Therefore, many old blood descendants, with various experiences and the guidance of forbidden wizards, have slowly reached the level of the resting birds. As for the various wizards, compared with the perverted Great Templar Knights or Templar Assassins, they are just bandits fighting the armed police with bare hands. Therefore, for so many years, wizards have never dared to explode on the land ruled by the Holy Court.
Alfonso, let Angel take you to the shooting range over there first. I will be here in a moment. After you buy these weapons in my hands, the people in your hands will definitely be better than these apprentices.
After finishing speaking, George patted Alfonso on the shoulder and walked towards the room of Black Slash. That guy often stays at the shooting range, where he usually teaches students. He is very familiar with various new products and can be said to be a tester. He always felt that Anthony's expression before was a bit strange. He had to find out the details with Black Slash and others first. Don't really come up with something that he has never seen before. Otherwise he will be embarrassed on the spot. The magic wand similar to the fire-breathing dragon in the hands of the apprentices was what Alfonso saw here, and the spray distance is farther than the magic in the hands of those apprentices. Looking at the armor more than 20 steps away, which was covered with flames after being sprayed by Angel a few times and gradually burned red, Alfonso nodded and said repeatedly,
"This is it! This is it!"
Dragon breath technique.
The scene of the apprentices cleaning up dozens of zombies in an instant echoed before his eyes. This thing can render a group of zombies incompetent in a moment, and the flames will stick to objects. In Alfonso's view, this thing can be used as a strategic weapon. Just imagine, when the lords are besieged by tens of thousands of zombies, as long as they have this thing in their hands, they can quickly burn the ground below into a sea of fire. And the most important thing is that this thing can be used to attack and clear out groups of zombies. This is a huge difference compared to finding firewood in advance, and then attracting zombies to rush into the flames.
George, why does this wand not spray fire oil, but can stick to it for so long?
Alfonso fiddled with the other tall sea pyromancer in his hand, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Stand up." George opened his mouth, but didn't say a word for a long time, and finally looked at Heijan. He was also very curious. The flamethrower that he and Anthony originally mentioned was not like this. Heijan's face was no longer cold at this time. He stood beside the Lord with an amiable smile. It's just that this dark wizard is really not very good at showing smiles, which makes his smile look uglier than crying.
To adults, the arsonist is actually developed based on a magic that the Firebird is good at. And this magic originally came from the Balrog.
Black Slash picked up the big wand and patiently explained.
Essentially, whether it is magic or a wand, what is released is not fire oil or magic power. It is a change of the magic power field. Therefore, what is sprayed is not ignited by the flame stick, but the body. The structure of the fire element changes, and spontaneous combustion occurs. Therefore, it is more powerful than fire oil and burns faster. However, I want to remind you, many red demons and black demons are not afraid of heat and fire. So if the enemy is a demon, it is only effective against lemurs and certain demon species. But it is the nemesis of the undead.
Black Slash Allen explained all the advantages and disadvantages to the customer clearly.
Also, look at the incantation here.
Having said this, Black Cut Allen took over the wand. Pointing to the incantations on the wand, he said,
"It's called Dark Penetration, which means that this elemental flame is still effective against blasphemers. The monsters you can't defeat with fire oil are in front of this arsonist. Just dry firewood covered in grease, fatal to corruption-level creatures and effective against profane-level creatures. So it is sea level. Also, originally it could be made smaller and lighter."
The Dark Wizard Allen respectfully handed the wand back to the boss's hand.
But people who don't understand magic can easily hurt themselves. And if you know magic, you can change the magic field to make the flames bend, sputter, and spread, or even ignite certain targets in a leaping manner.
Having said this, Heijan pointed at a target 20 meters away with the wand. A certain apprentice caught between Heijan and the target was so frightened that he covered his head when he saw the scene. However, the target 20 meters away was ignited from the air. No flame appears in the middle. Then under the wizard's spell, the flames on the target spread, burning the surrounding area. Obviously, in the hands of some magic experts, this wand can be used in various ways.
Allen, then adjust this wand to a flame-free setting within 3 meters.
George told Alan.
It is meaningless to use flames to deal with zombies at such a distance. But it will easily injure the user.
Alan nodded, and Angel took note of it. In fact, Alan is familiar with various wand tests because he often goes to the shooting range. But it's up to Angel and the others to transform this kind of thing. At this time, the armor that had been sprayed once had begun to melt from red. And at this time, the flames on it gradually became smaller. Its power is equivalent to pouring a small bucket of fire oil. But the arsonist only sprayed it for a few seconds.
How long can this one be used?
Alfonso asked a more concerned question.
In terms of lifespan, the current I-type arsonist can carry 30 magic gems in its lifetime. 30 minutes each. However, I recommend that each continuous spray should not exceed 15 seconds. Otherwise, the lifespan will be greatly affected.
Alan explained.
Based on the number of zombies that the apprentices cleaned up just now. If hundreds of zombies gather together, 5 or 6 seconds of spraying will be enough within 2 minutes. They will be reduced to ashes.
George patted Alfonso on the shoulder, took over the conversation and said,
Alfonso, this is specially designed for you to clean up the source of disaster. You should know its significance to the source of disaster.
Alfonso nodded. With a dozen of these wands, basically a castle would not have to worry about being attacked by zombies. Cleanup is no longer a problem. Facing the tens of thousands of zombies surrounding the castle, this flamethrower could not be used for 30 minutes at all. Within 10 minutes, the zombies were in a sea of flames. As for clearing out some of the zombies and scavengers crowded inside the manor walls or castles, such as the situation in Hongchuan Castle, you no longer have to fight with monsters in that small terrain. After burning a certain passage, go in after a while after the flames go out, and you can clean up the corpses. How many fewer people will die? The impact on morale is also huge. With this thing, those timid lords dare to face monsters. Chapter 393 Arms Dealer.
How much do these wands cost?
Alfonso couldn't help but ask. After he heard about the consumption of the Thunder God just now, he felt a little scared.
A perfect 3-carat magic gem that can only be used like that 5 times. If it's a Black Devil, you have to consume a whole pill. According to the current market price of ordinary gemstones, a 1-carat gemstone costs 60 silver foxes, and a complete 3-carat gemstone costs around 500. The price of magic gems is more than 100 times that of ordinary gems. In other words, Anthony burned a fifth of the castle. It really can't be used.
Much cheaper.
George picked up a magic gem the size of a soybean, about 1 carat.
This is 30 minutes. According to Elda's market price, this is equivalent to 6,000 silver foxes. That's 10 a set of knight armor, or 5 fully armed noble knights, plus 100 militiamen.
Alfonso nodded. The situation was obvious. 10 magic gems are equivalent to 50 noble knights leading 1,000 militiamen. If it were an attack, it would be impossible to capture a castle like Hongchuan. Cleaning up an estate with thousands of zombies is impossible. As for the defense, facing the tens of thousands of zombies besieging the city, there is only one way to die. Not to mention 50 knights. If there are blasphemers among the corpses, 500 knights plus 10,000 militiamen will not be able to defend. But if there are more than 100 sergeants, plus 10 such wands, and each wand consumes half a gem intermittently, it will be enough. If they attack, as long as these people are well trained, they can clear out a manor with thousands of zombies. Alfonso took the wand and said with shining eyes,
This thing can cut off the spread of the source of disaster in Elda's future.
Generally speaking, if a manor castle becomes the source of disaster, then all areas near it will be destroyed, just like the former Rouse territory. But now several barons together can annihilate that place.
Alfonso, this consumption is indeed very expensive, but compared to the battle damage, it is insignificant.
George patted Alfonso on the shoulder and said,
After our magic hub is established, I will be with you.
Also renovate one there. Then, there will be no need to spend money on ammunition.
Alfonso's heart moved slightly, and he opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not speak. Instead, he touched the S-Thor and changed the topic.
You said this thing is ineffective against the Black Flame Destroyer? Obsidian itself can block magic. Alfonso.
George looked towards the end of the shooting range, where a wizard was testing another special weapon. The target is an obsidian statue.
According to our tests, the Obsidian Destroyer's magic resistance has reached more than 180, and it is immune to most magic. Even if a certain magic is extremely powerful and can break the defense, it will be reduced by 80% of magic damage. The God of Thunder has to hit it 5 times.
In fact, in an S-level magic attack, As long as you reach 60 magic resistance, you can avoid death. With the Dawn Knight's physique and a magic resistance of over 75, he can stand up again after being knocked down. However, the General Dehompo has a magic resistance of 120 when fully buffed, so it can basically be used in tough situations without affecting its combat effectiveness. However, there is a wand that is very effective against the Destroyer and is not expensive to make. After saying this, George looked at Angel with a strange expression, and motioned to the girl to get the musket specially prepared for the Eldar people. Angel trotted over and picked up a few strange-looking wands from the weapons rack over at the shooting range. When he came back, one of them gave one to him for inspection. The wand and the gun are indeed about the same length, but it looks like a tweezer specially used for frying fried dough sticks. The upper and lower splints are surrounded by steel circles engraved with mithril, just like the mouth of a big tweezer. Same on several steel rings. And at the back end of the tweezers, there is a squirming creature that looks like some kind of alien bug cultured in the laboratory. In addition, there is a detachable handle with a trigger, which can be used to hold the magic wand after being attached to the body of the alien. This little wand looks ugly, but it's amazingly powerful. Moreover, the consumption is 1,000th of that of Thunder God. It's called Thunderbolt 7. After George picked up one and played with it for a while, he handed the Thunderbolt to Alfonso. 7 is the model of the finished product, and the first 6 are unqualified test products. The odd number it is a handheld version. Even numbers are more suitable for ordinary people to use, and can be used for aiming like a spear. Currently, this kind of thing cannot be distinguished by level. It cannot kill many corruption level creatures, but its power is still fatal to some black demons, especially those in the Air Force. At this time, several apprentices replaced a target more than 300 steps away with an obsidian statue, in order for the customer to intuitively see the effect of the weapon's power without having to run back and forth. The apprentices launched a crystal projection, showing the closed situation before everyone's eyes. The statue is lifelike and very similar in appearance to the Obsidian Destroyer. It seems that the shelter has indeed put some thought into how to deal with this kind of thing. After that, Angel held a wand in one hand and took out a handful of metal balls the size of soybean grains from the sachet on his waist with the other hand. Then he fed these metal balls to the alien bug behind the Thunderbolt and covered its handle. "Flintlock musket?" Alfonso said, his eyes widening. He is well informed. And in Erda's navy, there is this latest weapon modified by scholars. Just because this kind of weapon has no meaning against zombies. And in this fog, range and accuracy are also a big problem. In addition, the air in this heavy fog is very humid, making it difficult to preserve gunpowder and maintain firearms. So muskets, like bows and crossbows, are used less and less. As for the artillery, its main function is in naval battles and as a psychological deterrent to people. If you want to fight zombies, you can only hit more and more. It took a long time to reload a round of ammunition and kill 3 or 5 people, but the sound would attract a large group of people. Moreover, the manufacturing cost and maintenance cost of a cannon are enough to equip a Griffin Knight equipped with divine patterns. So they only considered using artillery to deal with the Black Devils while defending the city. He didn't know what George was selling here. If it was also a firearm, there was really no need, unless this little handgun is as powerful as a small cannon. At this time, Angel's hair was seen standing upright under the influence of the thunder magic field, and streaks of blue light were shot out from the muzzle, like the lightning released by the god of thunder. In the projection, the obsidian statue was continuously shattered by metal balls fired by electricity. A dozen small metal balls, like those dozen small cannons, smashed most of the tough body of the stone statue into pieces. Those broken parts turned into powder. The terrifying impact caused a cloud of dust to rise all around. Recoil is nearly zero. Alfonso's eyes widened as he looked at the stone statues that were constantly being shattered on the stereoscopic projection. "Alfonso, the weapon you see now was actually transformed by a certain magic in the hands of the apprentices." At this point, George looked at Angel, who secretly cracked the pine seeds. The little girl picked up a handful of pine nuts and chanted a magic spell. After a while, lightning flashed and hit another stone statue in the distance on the three-dimensional projection. Small pieces were printed out. The cracks? "My wizards have applied this magic to weapons. There is no need for people to learn spells and magic. Ordinary people can also use it," George said, his face a little red, because this magic was developed by Anthony when he was developing this weapon. Byproduct: the principle of this thing is actually the same as that of Thunder God. But when it releases the magic field, Although it requires a huge amount of magic support, the magic field only exists for a short moment. So one magic gem, enough for it to shoot 1,000 rounds of ammunition. However, the small one can only reload 5 rounds at a time, and the large one can reload 15 rounds at a time, but it is enough.
George fiddled with the alien bug and said,
The main functions of the alien bug are to load ammunition, assist aiming, and switch. Its spirit can sensitively sense distant high-speed moving objects, especially magical things. And according to research, most demons cannot hide their magic power when flying. Having said this, George put his hand into the mouth of the alien insect, and the spikes in its body were pierced into the muscles. This scene was extremely scary, as if that thing was about to lay eggs inside his body.
So if your soldiers are willing to be bitten by it, they can see the enemy in the fog in the distance through its mental perception.
George closed his eyes and released streaks of lightning into the sky, and then several balls of blood mist exploded in the sky above his head, and the corpses of several birds fell down. Chapter 394 The Great Restrainer. Alfonso opened his mouth and looked at the feathers that fell from the sky, if there is such a thing. What kind of
destroyer, flaming bird, gray-winged banshee, brain-eating monster?
All these messy things, they all have to be beaten down.
George, isn't this thing defective? Of course it does. Alfonso, it has no purifying effect. You know, the rune of order also has difficulty affecting what is shot. At most it can only correct it.
George slowly explained.
Because there is no purification effect, it is difficult to kill the invincible system. When dealing with certain evil spirits and chaotic species, you also need to use silver bullets engraved with spells or soaked in holy water. As for the Black Devil, these two types of bullets also have little effect.
Alfonso nodded, thinking of those blood demons and night demons. Of these two things, if one is beaten into a pulp, the body can be turned into blood and resurrected. One was hit as if it had hit a shadow. Only special weapons can touch them.
George added, It stands to reason that conventional physical damage would be difficult to kill those red devils. But the impact of this thing is enough. Often once it is fired, it seems that the wound only leaves a small hole, but the internal organs are shattered.
So as long as the red demons are not wearing heavy adamantine armor or magic armor, lightning is enough to cause fatal wounds to them. As for the Lemure demons, they will do it one at a time.
In fact, among all monsters, the most difficult to kill is the Chaos species, demon species. And some Chaos species are even harder to kill than the Black Devil. However, this weapon is not used to deal with black demons and chaotic species, but to deal with monsters in the sky. Most of them have no armor, and they are mainly red devils. It becomes difficult to fly after a few hits. Therefore, this kind of thunder and lightning that is so powerful that it can be used with eyes closed in heavy fog is simply their nemesis.
The price of Thunderbolt is the same as that of Arsonist. Every mithril worth 3,000 silver foxes can be exchanged for one.
George handed the weapon to Alfonso and said,
2 sets of Hellwalker armor will also do. I know that with your alchemy abilities, with the blueprints I gave you, you can make this kind of finished product much faster than us.
Angel, who was cracking pine seeds, opened his eyes wide when he heard the big boss's offer. Under the latest model of alchemy equipment, waste is greatly avoided when performing magic plating on mithril, and this wand is countless times smaller than the armor. Therefore, the cost of making a thunder wand of this kind for Sanctuary is around that of a D-level weapon, and the consumption of mithril is very low. On average, each handle consumes less than half a unit of mithril, that is, more than 30 silver foxes. The cost of cultivating that kind of alien worm is even lower. In the underground incubation tank of the laboratory, there are 1,000 adult worms per week. The magic power consumed by hatching the eggs can be taken along with you when you refine the armor in the alchemy furnace. 1,000 adults mainly eat processed red devil flesh and blood, plus a few units of magic fungus powder. The main body of the wand is made of obsidian, thunderwood, and some kind of red devil's tail hair. The total manufacturing cost is about 100 silver foxes per handle. The Arsonist is slightly more expensive, but it's only over 120 silver foxes. So the boss's price is simply shady. However, George has his own considerations: high labor costs. Although this type of wand reduces a lot of manpower with the help of alchemical technology. However, the alchemy system of the shelter is not yet fully mature, so there is still a lot of manual work. With the current production capacity of the shelter, production at full capacity, 1,000 per month is already the limit. If you don't scrape a layer of oil on this rich man's body, you will really be sorry for the sweat of the apprentices. There are many mines rich in mithril in Erda, and they are located under several large fortresses.
so their production capacity is guaranteed. The so-called mithril of 3,000 silver foxes is just the workload of a few miners in a week. This does not include the production capacity of the produced silver that is refined into mithril. If I don't exploit them properly, I'd be really sorry for myself.
This price is very fair.
Alfonso nodded. He knew that this was a truly magical object. At auction, which magical object like this wouldn't sell for tens of thousands? Regarding George's support, he felt that there was really no need to say more. Just like the test of the arsonist just now. After the apprentices demonstrated the thunder and lightning, Alfonso and the Griffin Knights couldn't wait to test it. George gave them 2 models of Thunderbolt 7 and Thunderbolt 8 for demonstration. One is more convenient to carry around, and the other is more ergonomic and easier to aim. The hit rate of the Knights is very different from that of the apprentices. Several of Brenda's followers often played with muskets, so after several test shots, they kept hitting the target like sharpshooters. Seeing the excitement and novelty on everyone's faces, George secretly wiped his sweat in his heart, knowing that Anthony, this guy, had successfully figured out what he said. And it's more than a little better. Indeed, making firearms is equivalent to starting from scratch, discarding the existing magic industrial system, and building a thermal energy industrial system from scratch, but under a complete alchemy industry system. Wands can be mass-produced. He knew that the technology tree of the shelter was completely crooked. After Alfonso and the others expressed their extreme satisfaction with the arsonist and Thunderbolt, George picked up another pink wand. This wand is small and exquisite, which is very aesthetically pleasing. The runes engraved on it were exquisite and beautiful, always reminding Alfonso of the magical objects in the auction house worth tens of thousands of silver foxes.
It's called the Restrainer, but I prefer to call it the Restraint Gun.
Having said this, George looked at a large iron cage not far away covered with a black spelled canvas cage. The door of this large cage is within the red circle, and 2 gray-robed knights are standing on top of the cage. After seeing the boss's eyes, they pulled back the cursed black cloth. Then, a 3-meter-tall cruel man, who was tied up with chains, appeared in front of everyone. It seemed that the magic spell of the wizards disappeared as the black cloth was lifted, and it gradually opened its eyes. He slowly woke up and started struggling and roaring. This kind of brutal creature is the latest red devil to appear in the Western Territory. It has a large upper body and a small lower body. Its strong body is like a square, and its body is full of tangled muscles, and its thick horns look like curved steel bars, which makes many people often mistakenly think that it is a terrifying black demon like the son of Milos. But in fact, its body is not flexible, and it doesn't have much intelligence. It only relies on brute force to fight. But its combat power is very terrifying. If it goes crazy, it can smash a soldier spider to pieces. Ordinary heavy armor knights, when encountering it, are more like fragile cans. On the body of this brutal man, his arms were tied with thick chains. The chains were engraved with incantations, making the chains as tough as fine gold. However, during its struggle, it made a creaking sound. Seeing such a scene, Alfonso couldn't help but suffocate it slightly. But he felt that letting it out for demonstration was obviously not a wise decision. However, the gray-robed knights picked up the keys and removed the chains from the cage. It opened together with the cell door. Chapter 395 Strategic Weapons. The moment the cell door opened, the brutal man rushed out on his hands and knees and walked into the red circle. It seemed extremely angry. But in this circle, it seemed to be blind, turning a blind eye to the people a few meters outside the circle, and kept wandering around in the circle, roaring. Then a cage on the opposite side was opened, and hundreds of zombies swarmed out. The cruel man seemed to have found a target for his venting. He rushed over and knocked down a large number of zombies in a few strokes. Even several scavengers among the corpses were smashed. All of a sudden, the zombie flesh was flying everywhere, and the corpses scattered in all directions. However, at this moment, the restrainer in George's hand suddenly shone, and then a magic gem on the wand lost its luster. Then, all the monsters distributed in a radius of dozens of meters suddenly appeared. There are small pink circles. If you look closely, the small circle seems to be composed of many small spells, and they are connected radially with the cruel one in the center. In the blink of an eye, all the monsters were pulled to the brutalist side by an invisible force and trapped together by the pink spell. Even the brutalist in the center was struggling and unable to move. Seeing such a scene, Alfonso's eyes widened. He couldn't believe that the thing released by such a small wand was actually stronger than the fine gold. But the demonstration is not over yet. As if to facilitate the movement of another kind of monster, George waved his hand.
causing the surrounding fog to shroud the venue. This scene was like the archangel summoning sunlight. Looking at Alfonso, there were stars in his eyes. The venue was instantly shrouded in fog. But those present either had talismans, divine equipment, or were wizards, so their vision was not hindered by the fog. At this time, another cage covered by a black spell curtain outside the venue also opened. I saw hundreds of flying, strange, child-sized monsters flying into the venue from the cage. After they smelled the blood, they glided silently to the center of the field like a swarm of bees, just like a group of black gods of death. When the brutal man saw these things flying over, he started to tremble all over and let out bursts of wailing sounds. Seeing those monsters that looked like they had 2 pairs of bat wings, their heads looked like aliens, and their tails looked like scorpions, Alfonso couldn't help but scream out, "Brain-eating demon?" He had not seen this terrifying thing in the Western realm. This was undoubtedly the 7 gods protecting him. Otherwise, according to the description in Brenda's biography, Dirk's group may be fine, but his group may be in trouble. Even though they are evil demons, they are extremely ferocious, and sometimes even more difficult to deal with than the black demons. They are so elusive in the mist that they can fly quietly to the back of your head and eat your brain without you noticing. Over the next 2 minutes, Alfonso watched them eat. The brains of those restrained monsters were quickly eaten by the brain-eating monsters. Even the brutal ones, whose brains were like steel bars, could not escape this fate. In the end, only a twitching body was left on the ground. After the monsters died, all the restrained circles on the monsters disappeared. The brain-eating monsters wandered aimlessly in the air for a while, and found that they could not get out of the strange circle around them. So they flew up into the sky like a whirlwind. In the blink of an eye, they had already flown hundreds of meters away, flying out of the control range of the restraining magic array. Started to spread out. Black Slash looked at the boss still there changing the gems on the wand, and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He stretched out his hand and released a harmless bright light, shining towards the group of monsters in the sky. These little monsters, which even the cruel ones can't deal with, seemed to be extremely sensitive to strong light. After being stabbed in the blind eyes on their heads by the strong light, the silent group of brain-eating monsters let out bursts of chaotic screams. Then, they rushed over in groups.
"Ouch! Yo-yo! It seems like I'm out of luck,"
George muttered as he lowered his head and changed the gemstone for the restraint wand. Alfonso, who was stunned there, thought he heard wrongly. He looked at the group of monsters in the sky that had flown out of the restraining magic formation and rushed towards them, and quickly put the cloak on his head. But at this moment, another pink light suddenly flickered again. The group of brain-eating demons in the sky were tied into a huge meat ball and fell to the ground just like the tied monsters on the ground. Some of the brain-eating monsters on the edge were extremely flexible. They turned several turns in midair and were not tied up immediately. However, after flying high into the sky, they were eventually chased by the pink light behind them. He went up and was immediately connected to the meat ball and pulled to the ground. In the end, only a few brain-eating monsters escaped into the sky. George looked into the sky, let them fly for a while, and then stretched out his finger, and the trapped fish finally fell from the sky. At this time, the gems on the wand were also exhausted. Those brain-eating demons that fell on the ground were eventually burned to ashes by the apprentices using the dragon breath technique.
"It's also 3,000 silver foxes. High quality and low price."
The salesman's voice brought Alfonso out of his dream. He looked at the beautiful little wand, his eyes reflecting the light. This thing is definitely the nemesis of flying monsters. With its powerful restraint ability, probably nothing can escape its aura except the Obsidian Destroyer, which is immune to magic. If it were placed at an auction in the royal capital, it would definitely attract crazy looting. Just imagine, if a lord's mercenary knights were equipped with such a magic wand, wouldn't they be invincible? In the demonstration just now, the farthest monster had flown beyond the limit of his field of vision, but it's still within the range of the wand. If there is a battle and there are no wizards or priests present, wouldn't it mean that the enemy has to be captured without even seeing it?
Compared to the Thunder God, this is our current real strategic weapon. Although it is not as strong as the Thunder God, it is more useful in the battlefield. This magic is a top-level sealing spell. Originally there are no less than 5 wizards who have used this trick. But now, as Anthony said, it is no longer limited to the level of wizards.
In fact, this magic comes from the magic spider. It's a trick that only spider queens can use, and the power is much more powerful than this great restraint. And it is also extremely evil in the restraint. The body of the creature will rot, and its life force will be drained. After the restraint, The spider eggs in the black web will parasitize the living body. Ordinary purification has little effect on this terrible curse. And something like holy fire is required to be effective. These Spider Queen demons use this trick to kidnap many black demons in Winsong City. And if the red devils stick together, they will basically die. After Anthony's adaptation, this evil magic has become more and more like a serious forbidden curse. Although the power is much smaller, after being made into a wand, its consumption will also be much less. George looked at Alfonso and said,
"This product actually has some history. The first one designed by Anthony was to deal with insects. I heard that Anthony used this one to deal with locust plagues last year, and the effect was very good. Wherever the wand was swept, the locusts fell like a torrential rain. It was equivalent to 5 wizards using the Great Restraint."
Hey Jean on the side couldn't help but look a little weird after hearing the boss's words. Indeed, the restraining staff has a miraculous effect on dealing with air targets. Except for the Black Flame Destroyer. It can restrain all flying creatures. It was specially developed for those demons in the sky. But facing the terrifying locust plague that covered the sky and the sun, this thing really couldn't be used. It was only after the demon spider troops were dispatched that they finally solved it. Those overwhelming spider silks are indeed the nemesis of these locusts. Under the magic of the Spider Queens, spider silk can fly thousands of meters into the sky. After falling, each spider silk can bring down hundreds of locusts. However, the magic spell alone was not enough. In the end, almost everyone who had not participated in the construction of the big city wall participated in the battle. In the end, the little magic spiders, shoe saws, shovels, and brooms were used together with the magic spider army and the wizard army to finally have a good harvest this year. The poultry in the valley also experienced an increase in these foods.
However, this thing still has some disadvantages. One is that it consumes a lot of money. The other is the problem of vision.
George told all its advantages and disadvantages.
The heavy fog affects the vision too much. At present, we only have wizards and blood-coughing coughs. Only wizards and special operations teams who have taken special potions can perform it perfectly,
George said.
It is best for wizards to use them, because they are not affected by the fog, and their magic perception is better than that of alien bugs. They can easily find and lock onto creatures that emit magic in the distance. After they are discovered by wizards, they can escape.
They can't escape. And the Devil's Sky troops can't hide the energy emanating from their bodies while flying.
It's okay,
George.
Alfonso nodded and said,
I can buy more Night Devil talismans. Can I buy these things with Silver Fox?
Alfonso came with a mission this time, bringing only dozens of carts of supplies and a few barrels of golden lions, but no mithril. For magic wands and the like, he had to arrange for someone else to come over and purchase the things he had agreed upon after he returned.
This is exactly what I want to talk to you about, Alfonso. If I really wanted to make money, I would never open the trade of this kind of goods for you.
George hugged Alfonso, raised his chin and signaled to the nearby apprentices to take out the amulets on their bodies. After seeing the big boss's instructions, a dozen apprentices placed all their scattered talismans on the table. Chapter 396 Perfect Deal. Alfonso and the Griffin Knights curiously picked up the talismans, and were surprised to find that they were somewhat different from those sold by the Sanctuary Auction House. Compared with the large talismans, these talismans are simpler to carve, and the materials are not complete horns. Some are bone fragments, and some are carved from fragments of horns. In fact, they have seen these talismans in the market, but the regulations prohibit outsiders from contacting the places where these talismans are sold. They do not have purchase restriction tickets, and they cannot enter those market areas. They usually only have the opportunity to look at them from a distance. If Alfonso and the others want to buy something, they can only go through the shelter. It can be said that if you have money, you can't spend it, after all. The shelter is already a bit inflationary. As for the mercenaries, they do have a lot of talismans in their hands, but they are all big talismans. And the worst one is the Red Devil's big talisman. It was indeed the first time for them to take a good look at such a small talisman. When they put on these small talismans and borrowed their power, they found that their effects were far from the level of their own talismans. The big Night Demon amulet around Soraya's neck can increase the wisdom and life recovery speed by about 2 points, and can overlook the entire Bienha city, and can release terrifying lightning, as well as a kind of black magic called death and disability. The one around Alfonso's neck belongs to the Blood Demon. The effect of the Blood Demon's horns is similar to that of the Night Demon. The Dark Demon level 1 can see about a kilometer, can increase 1 point of physical fitness, has a small amount of life recovery speed, and has a bad blood magic. It can directly disable a red devil. After the power is consumed, it will be slowly restored by automatically absorbing elemental power. The apprentices can only see these talismans for more than 100 steps. There is no magic effect. But according to some apprentices nearby, some talismans can increase life or magic power by 1 to 2 points, or increase a small amount of life or magic recovery speed. Although the recovery speed is simply a crawl compared to the big talisman, the Red Devil's big talisman has 1 point of vitality or magic power every 6 seconds. However, the speed of this small talisman is more than 10 times slower, which means it takes a few minutes to recover. But for the apprentices, it is enough to say that they have become a perpetual motion machine. They are different from the elite special operations team. Every member of the special operations team is an immortal monster. Even humans with luxurious equipment are stronger than some abilities of werewolves and even chaotic species, so that they can cope with the terrifying magic and curses of the Black Devil or even the Big Devil, as well as the extremely fierce battlefield fighting. But the intensity of ordinary people's battles is not that great. Therefore, what is pursued is not battlefield recovery, but meditation recovery and post-war recovery. If you are seriously injured in a battle, having a talisman like this can prevent you from dying. If the injury is not serious, it will be completely recovered after a sleep. There are also some talismans that do not increase any recovery, but their vision can allow people to reach about 300 steps. Many people don't need such powerful talismans. These bone fragments and broken horns are actually enough. In addition, I suggest you take some Red Devil talismans back later. They increase the vitality a lot, and the nobles will like. In fact, the most abundant thing in the shelter is all kinds of talismans. Basically, everyone in the regular army has one. Small talismans and fragments of the Red Devil like those of apprentices can only be bought by silver foxes of 30 or 50. And some apprentices can make them themselves. Therefore, the supply of small talismans in the shelter has begun to exceed demand. Alfonso, I will issue you a concession purchase order later. Allow your caravan to purchase goods in our market. Our large amulets are not enough, so the purchase of large amulets is still limited according to the agreement. But the small amulet, you decide the quantity and price with the market. After George said this, Alfonso couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was completely opening the small talisman market to himself. I have been bleeding a lot these days, especially today. This concession purchase order can be regarded as the boss feeling sorry for himself. This thing can be sold for 10 times or 100 times the price when you bring it back. The Great Red Devil's talisman and sanctuary cost 300 to 500. But it can be sold for 30,000 to 50,000 at the Elda auction house. The small one is definitely 3 to 5,000. As soon as these goods were sold, all the blood he lost this time was basically replenished. Going back and forth so many times is enough for both the political expenses and the formation of the knights. Alfonso inserted his waist and couldn't help but want to laugh 3 times, and then kiss George's face hard. This thigh is simply my most perfect partner. I did make a mistake this time. I threw all my only possessions into the valley, and finally won unexpected rewards. With this strong backup to support him, he is no longer a loser. My good brother, I can't wait to invite you back to my hometown there. I will prepare a big gift for you. I believe you will be satisfied with it. It can be said that Alfonso can't wait to go home. So does George. We will take the mercenaries to the south soon. How can they let their pockets be cleaner than their faces? Those silver foxes that Alfonso smashed into the market will soon be taken away by the mercenaries using items and materials from the market or directly from Alfonso's hands, acquired in hand. In the process, the mercenaries wanted the silver fox and also wanted to take some small talismans to sell in the south. Alfonso will definitely bid with the mercenaries for these goods. He may not be able to get the price of 30 or 50 silver foxes, but even if it is more than 100, or even a few hundred, Alfonso will definitely, it's a big profit. If he doesn't make more money, how can he continue to draw blood in the future? This time, the carts of supplies and the barrels of golden lions he brought over were finally completely emptied by himself. After that, as soon as he took this group of the richest mercenaries south, the inflation in the shelter was basically solved for the time being. After that, commerce gradually opened up, and Alfonso would continue to bring a large amount of supplies needed by the shelter to exchange for things the market needed silver foxes. So he would use silver foxes to collect them, and the market needed supplies, so he could only exchange them with supplies. As for the remaining unexchanged items in hand, if the supply exceeds the demand, naturally they cannot be pulled back. It is sold to shelters at low prices. Therefore, the market for shelters has gradually stabilized. Of course,
He alone is not enough. A large number of businessmen in the shelter will continue to go south after seeing the sweetness of Alfonso. In this trade, Sanctuary exchanged those useless and redundant things for more and more valuable things. Naturally, they are getting richer and richer. After that, as the number of merchants in the Sanctuary increased, Alfonso's advantage in buying at low prices would become smaller and smaller. But by then, he had already made enough. And the Sanctuary's blood had been replenished. The two families are about to start making money together and share other people's cakes. In addition to the Valley and Elda, there are many wealthy, non-war places in the south, waiting for them to draw blood together. This blood will continuously replenish the consumption of military supplies, so that Valley and Elda do not have to race hard on the old roads of the old Soviet Union. South. George has been looking forward to the South for a long time. Chapter 397-0398 Holy Envoy. As Bishop Wallace said, this visit of the Holy Court mission is actually just a formality. As a bishop who has been stationed abroad for many years, he is too familiar with how to deal with the above and how to arrange envoys. At his suggestion, the sanctuary was decorated to look what the Holy Court most wanted to see. Everything that was not suitable for them to see was hidden, including many Dawn Knights. They are also staying in the military camp and underground. Even in the map of the Book of Dawn, the various Dawn churches shining in the Rat territory, as well as many buildings in the sanctuary, were all colored gray by George. As a result, most of the valley was shrouded in fog again. However, even if the power is withdrawn, because the entire valley has long been purified, the sources of disaster have been eliminated. Too many fires have been lit, and the sun is shrouded every day, which makes the fog in the entire valley very thin, hundreds of meters high. You can vaguely see things in the distance. It's also very consistent with the wizard's environmental theory. But what George found strange was that the shelter had obviously withdrawn all its power. But there was still about a kilometer nearby covered in sunlight. It wasn't until he changed the weekly salary of the Celestial Armed Forces that did not cut off the weekly supply of the power of order to 1 that the entire area of sunlight became about 300 meters.
George! This Cathedral of the Dawn is stationed by an angel like you.
Soraya curled her lips and said,
Didn't I study some scripts the past 2 days? Ahem. Soraya, I'm a little unsure about this matter.
George's face became strange.
Actually, the ones who are most sure that I am the chief angel are the demons.
Indeed. Even if Volp and the others arrive at the Holy Court and pass back the details of the royal capital, Aloysius and the others will try their best to prevent this angel's identity from being confirmed. What's more, only Avery has returned to the Holy Court with the news. But this is not the main reason why George wants to keep a low profile, because it does not affect his ability to create a little bit of momentum according to the script, so that Volp and the others can shine a little brighter. The main reason for being uncertain is that he wants to cry for poverty. He had enough explanations from Sunshine, which could be used as the main background of the script and used to unfold the scene. As for Johannes's complex of buildings, he wasn't worried either, because according to his clean resume, he has been operating here for more than 10 years. So it makes sense to have such a scale. But the crux of the problem is that if you go too far and the angels ask for help from the kingdom of heaven, you may not be able to give it to them. Besides, this valley still needs blood transfusion from the Holy Court. If the Holy Envoy finds that there is no shortage of anything here, let's not say whether the next batch of supplies will be withheld. Maybe there is another excuse for the holy object I brought today. According to the Light of Dawn, every true holy object is something forged by the 7 gods, which is very similar to the Book of Dawn created by the Light of Dawn. They were once brought into the mortal world by the archangels in history, and have been passed down to the world ever since. And the functions are also different. But one thing is the same: they can all gather the power of faith to make fire. So if there really is a chief archangel sitting here, then this holy object is nothing. Nowadays, this kind of thing is in short supply everywhere, which is just an excuse for deductions. The only holy object George has seen so far is the Book of Dawn transformed by the Light of Dawn. The original version symbolizes the seal of the 7 gods, which symbolizes the rights of an angel to seal demons and canonize people, canonize Templar Knights through prayer. After the transformation, the word of divine runes can be produced. Therefore, among the various holy objects, it is already close to the artifacts held by the 7 gods. Even the Book of Dawn, which is currently incomplete, is among the top. At present, the only thing that can compare with the Book of Dawn is the Styx fragment. The two are similar. The Styx fragment can collect ghosts, release the power of Styx, and can even create ghost knights after completion. Although the holy object brought by the mission was not as good as the Book of Dawn or Morphos's Styx fragment, It was a top-quality item. And unlike the Book of Dawn, which is a sacred object that is more auxiliary, the sacred object sent by the Holy Court is a flail, which is more focused on combat and can release monstrous holy fire. Therefore, George really wanted the sacred object sent by the Holy Court. Although in terms of combat effectiveness, it may not be comparable to the hanging hammer in George's hand. It is extremely gorgeous when used. On the contrary, the sledgehammer in George's hand currently does not have so many deceptive special effects. At least we should do something about Elda there.
My lord, allow me to say one more thing,
Wallace interjected.
Your previous explanation to the Elda mission may have been discovered by the holy envoys on the road. If they come and find out about this place, the contrast is too great, which makes it a bit unsightly.
At this point, Wallace looked a little strange and added,
And didn't the wizard say that the climate in our valley is very special, and there is usually no fog? Ahem. Wallace,
George explained awkwardly.
The wizard said there has been heavy fog these days. You should listen to more lectures.
Finally, under the advice of Wallace and Soraya, this sunshine later spread back to the entire Johannes. George felt that the script he and Brenda had written should work wonders. On that day, after receiving the notification from the Knights of Bienha, George and others learned that the envoy had arrived at Bienha, stepped into the glacier, and headed towards Johannes. In addition, what happened at the Bienha banquet last night was also reported to George's ears by the knight. He was both angry and funny about this matter. But what my younger brother does is what I do. There are no wrong words. Calculating the time, George thought about it, finally ordered 500 people, and explained to them, following Wallace and other priests and bishops. They took Alfonso and others to greet him. Hundreds of people walked on the glacier south of the dock for more than 10 kilometers, planning to meet them from a distance. In fact, George knew that this respectful attitude was completely unnecessary. But he had to take some precautions before the Holy Court mission entered the sanctuary. At noon, the wolves discovered the team on the glacier. George and others adjusted their direction and greeted them. The Holy Court's mission actually totaled more than 100 people. In addition to Cardinal Boris and his group of priests, there were also 2 temple knights and several groups of holy temples, in addition to the more than 200 Templar knights who came to escort from St. Wilmic's Cathedral, and the 500 Riverside Knights who came to escort. There were more than 800 people walking on the glacier. From the mist on this side, it spreads to the end of the mist in the distance, looking very impressive. The shining armor and bright flags, under the sunlight mist, were like a dazzling river made of gold, silver and steel. The cold north wind slapped the hundreds of people held high above their heads. A gold and red flag, embroidered with the emblems of the Holy Court, St. Wilmic, the Elda Griffin, the Riverside, Johannes, and the Black Pearl. As soon as Wallace met the big cardinal, he dismounted and embraced him warmly. Although the two of them were not familiar with each other, they were like friends they had not seen for many years, making the atmosphere around them warm. After a few pleasantries, Wallace gave a brief introduction to the main characters on his side. Because outside, etiquette was extremely simple. His Excellency Boris only gave warm greetings to the rumored angel Duke George, but was a little reserved to others. However, he did say a few more words to praise the heroic heroes among those who greeted them. But he did so with a smile on his face. As for the Duke Alfonso introduced by George, he nodded, glanced at it, nodded, and gave the prince a few words of encouragement. This look and a few words of encouragement made Alfonso excited, and he kissed the big ring on Sir Boris's hand hard. In fact, there are only 2 people with the same status as him here. One is the Archbishop of the Valley Wallace, who has a backstage in the Holy Court, and the other is the Knight of Divine Grace with the title of Duke. According to the order of the Holy Court, civil servants are higher than military officers, which means that priests have a higher status than knights. As cardinals and high-ranking temple knights, they are actually the guardians of the cardinal. It can even be said that the bishops are the extraditors of the Holy Son in a sense. They teach the newborn Holy Son on behalf of the 7 gods. It can be seen as the adoptive father of the Son on earth. Therefore, the status of the cardinal is naturally extraordinary. So strictly speaking, George gave his extraditor Vic White as his son, and Avery recognized him as his grandson. Of course, Vic White never thought that he would be an angel, a middle-level angel descending to earth and holding up to the sky. This is not a change of the Pope. The situation of the cardinal in the secular world is again different, arguably more special. Not to mention that they themselves are the shepherds of the 7 gods. But based on the Holy Court's dominance over the secular world, even the kings of the 7 kingdoms would see them as if they were inspecting from the emperor's cabinet Gulao. Therefore, the king is nominally very noble. But these believers have to bow their waists to greet these superiors in front of the cardinal. Therefore, outside the holy court, only people like the Knights of Divine Grace and the Archbishop, who are on the same side and hold great power, are qualified to be treated equally by them. Because whether it is the Knight of Divine Grace or Archbishop Wallace, there is no telling when they have stood with them. As for the so-called angel who descended to earth, it is naturally the most special if an angel of this level really descends to earth. Then his status as the extraditer will be as high as heaven, because the position of the angel is to represent the 7 gods. The priests treated him as if he were seeing the 7 gods and had to pat his robes and kneel down. However, the status of this Knight of Divine Grace as an angel is actually very subtle. Among the senior staff of the Holy Court, the attitude toward him is also polarized. One side highly approves of it, while the other side scorns it. After all, many of the things Avery said seemed exaggerated and were based on one side of his words. Therefore, even the many reformists who recognized this matter also recognized this angel for their own benefit. As for the conservatives, what the reformers did was simply audacious. However, what happened in the royal capital was recognized, and those truly discerning people in the Holy Court could guess the intensity of the battle in Dakins. So Boris's attitude towards this angel is very subtle. After the team briefly stayed in place for a moment, they continued towards the shelter. The mist was thick, and the sun was dimly scattered among the team. Mr. Boris looked at the faint sun in the sky and sighed.
Sir George, I heard in Elda that the valley is shrouded in sunshine. After entering the valley this time, I realized that those rumors were not exaggerated.
Mr. Boris put his hand on his chest and made a gesture to Justice God's prayer gesture.
Thanks to the grace of the 7 gods, I can feel here that this place is filled with the grace of the God of justice.
The priests nodded deeply after hearing this, and so did the saints. After Boris's words fell, these people couldn't help but sigh with the surrounding Dawn Knights. It is true that the sunshine here is not as good as the area where the Holy Court and the Holy Church are located. But compared to the various areas seen along the way, the valley can indeed be said to be completely enveloped by the sunshine. Hearing these words, George raised his eyebrows. He did not expect that the bishop was so well informed. Logically speaking, Campbell's mission had just returned home at this time, and the news should not have spread. It seems that Wallace's thoughts are indeed more careful, and Wallace also knew the situation of the mission better. Then George chewed on the words of the God of Justice spoken by Boris, and glanced at the Grand Knight Captain Soraya, who was following Boris, with a strange expression on his face, and found that this guy's face was a little embarrassed. He nodded slightly to himself. The meaning of this nod is that this old-school Lord Boris is an extremely firm and devout believer in the God of Justice. She knows him. This is somewhat different from George's previous understanding of the old guard. In his eyes, most conservatives have lost their faith. Mary is one of them. The scene in the capital of Darkins has always left a deep impression on him. But Soraya felt the pure divine power with a just bias in this bishop, and she could still feel his unchanging belief in her. Not only Boris, but also many people in the entire priesthood. She once knew. Even now, although their faith lacks the discipline of parents, it is full of confusion, but relying on their own divinity that was stripped away and burning in the Holy Court. Their power is extremely pure, without a trace of corruption. If someone among them is a lurker, at least there will be no trace of it for a long time. By waking up, there is only a slight chance that this special archangel won't sniff it out.
Your Excellency Boris, your perception is really very keen. Some time ago, the grace of the God of Justice did come to the valley. To this day, his grace still remains on the Cathedral of the Dawn.
George threw out the precaution he had prepared.
When the Erda delegation came, we happened to encounter this divine grace. At that time, we had just fought a victory against the fallen angels in the western region at the mouth of the valley. The devil they were defeated by the power of divine grace, which purified away the blasphemous atmosphere they brought. Its power remains to this day.
This statement was somewhat different from the statement made to the Campbell mission, but it was extremely reasonable to anyone who heard it. After all, news will be distorted during dissemination. A slight error makes it appear more true. After hearing this, Mr. Boris was slightly speechless. Then he looked at the sunshine in the sky with a serious face and said,
Indeed, I feel that the God of Justice is beside me. He is watching us.
Soraya quickly retracted her eyes that quietly looked at Boris. Her palms broke into cold sweat. Chapter 398 is more than audacious. Sophia's palms broke into cold sweat. She couldn't help but look at George secretly, feeling that in her situation, even if the aura was exposed, such accurate perception would be unreasonable.
Could it be that he and the believers have a tacit understanding? However, as a qualified great stickman, George clearly understood what Boris meant. When he saw Boris looking at him meaningfully, he smiled and nodded. Those eyes express only one meaning. I know that the spokesperson you are talking about is me. The two priests, one old and one young, communicated with their eyes at this moment, and their hearts gradually became brighter. In fact, Boris did feel a breath of the God of Justice. But it was by no means an exaggeration, as this person said. But he is very deep in the city. So after chewing on what the Knight of Divine Grace said before, he raised his head and began to perceive it seriously. But the result was uncertain. However, he still used his excellent political literacy to say the most appropriate and ambiguous words. If the future proves who this person really is, he will not have to be slapped in the face. And even if it turns out in the future that this person is not that angel, nothing will happen if his words spread. As the most devout believer of the God of Justice, he felt that the God of Justice's gaze was too reasonable. Although after meeting him, he did feel something he hadn't felt in a long time. But as Wallace said, Boris, a good old man and a wallflower, is very easy to get in touch with, and cannot offend anyone. He is the best dispatcher from the Holy Court this time. What he said was an extremely subtle hint. We are not here to inspect who you are, and we do not question what you have been boasting about. So everyone is happy. And I am a devout believer in the God of Justice. If you are really that angel, then everyone is one of us. If not, I'm not flattering you. The other members of the mission are also like Boris. Don't ask too much. Don't tell too much. Don't question. It not only showed the reserve that an envoy should have, but also showed the kindness that he should have. So judging from the performance of the entire mission, it seems that a pleasant tone has been set for this visit. But in fact, except for Boris, the members of these missions have different ideas. Although their beliefs are biased towards justice, and they are all subordinates of Boris. In fact, many of them are getting closer to the Conservative Party because of their conservative political views, compared to Mr. Boris, who just wants to complete the task well and not cause too much trouble. Their minds are more active. Indeed, Sir Boris set a pleasant tone for the entire visit. But if it weren't for these 2 days, in the Shushu territory and Vienna, these adults who always have their eyes high above the top encountered some unpleasantness, then it would indeed be the case. Of course, if they hadn't seen so many things, they wouldn't be so honest. The current situation in the valley is indeed somewhat special. Let's not mention the negative things. The most important thing now is that the valley has become the last piece of pure land in the north. A nail in the devil's belly. Its strategic significance is great, and it is far away from the sky and the Emperor. They have to find out about the situation here. This is another mission they came to reward. Therefore, the mission did a lot of homework before traveling, and collected a lot of information on the way here. Among all the nations, the Eldar have the most information about the valley, and they also have the latest information. The holy envoys discovered that among the dignitaries of Eldar, the evaluation of the valley was at two extremes. But the mission was not concerned with those who sang praises. They were more interested in the negative evaluations. To sum up, the leader here is arrogant, powerful, ambitious, greedy and arrogant. Many caravans and vassals in their hands were detained in the valley, and have not been able to come back yet, including many accompanying clergy. It can be seen from this incident that the lords here do things without any scruples. A few dignitaries even gave some advice, as if the lord really had a lot of background, asking the envoys to pay attention to their words. The holy envoys just found these words funny. After all, they knew very well what the Divine Grace Knight was about. Everyone knew exactly what the temple in the valley was. It can be said that none of them have any resume. Without the care of Avery and others, this group of people would be a bunch of country bandits and private soldiers of lords temporarily recruited by the little priest. The so-called top-secret force is just a group of militiamen who were privately trained by a certain temple priest. Sure, they had won a few battles, but before that blood moon, the Black Tide was just a bunch of ridiculous zombies. If it weren't for the third-rate troops, like the Thorn Birds and the God of Glory who poured into the capital of Darkins, and the Black Tide had been wiped out long ago, how could it have spread to such a bad situation? And how could they have had the opportunity to take credit and be arrogant? A low-level angel dares to pretend to be a top angel and calls himself the chief. It simply made the holy sons of the Holy Court laugh out loud. When these people see the holy envoys coming to appoint officials, they still don't know what to do. They are the ones who should watch their words. As for the so-called advice of the Eldar dignitaries, they were naturally filled with jealousy after learning about the Holy Court's preference for the valley. Indeed, those Eldar people were not even qualified to be cannon fodder. If they don't have any, why invest so much in them? And the holy envoys also knew that the bold little priest, with the support of Avery, suppressed the nobles of Elda extremely hard. They participated in many investments initiated by Black Pearl. But in the end, they all disappeared with the fall of Biswi City. Don't forget that this group of valley people left Biswi City intact. How can we not pay those debts? The most exasperating thing is that after leaving Blue Water City, the troops from the valley went to Winsong City and fought a great victory. In the end, they were rewarded and favored by the Holy Court and qualified for a holy church. Obviously, the battle in Fengfeng City was far less intense. No one even knew whether it was a fight or not. This is not the first time the Rotom people have pulled a trick. But this time, they used this excuse to preserve their vitality. However, those Eldar people who stayed in Blue Water City became Rodent's cannon fodder. They died and were disabled. In the end, they returned to the kingdom bearing the shame of failure. However, the Holy Court did not give them any treatment. A ray of comfort. The end result is that the deserter gets the glory. There is nothing for those who died in battle. There are even rumors that the masterminds behind the riot, when Biswi City was about to evacuate, were King Charles I and Duke George. They secretly instructed the bad guys to carry out a big robbery on the nobles and merchants of Elda and Landry, and deceive the Eldar people into Blue Water City and died for them. Regarding this matter, the priests did not comment, but they gave the powerful men a reprimand, although what they said was indeed true. That George was a member of the Holy Court no matter his origin. How can those untouchables in the world have the right to be called a priest? And for these Eldar people, or for everyone who participated in the battle in the north, the Holy Court was extremely disappointed. Not only did they fail, but they were still dog-eat-dog at this time. Every year, the Holy Court issued so many special resources, especially this Black Tide. The Holy Court issued more than 50,000 talismans to the Noble Coalition. But they were all defeated by this group of people. The nobles kept it secretly, and used it to fight for power at home and abroad, so that no one in the coalition of nobles could do anything. If there were not these troops of the Holy See in the Blue Water City, all the refugees in the north would have been turned into nutrients by the Black Tide, and Elda's eastern border would have fallen. Gu Di is considered the best among the dwarves, and is much stronger than them. Although this group of deserters also leads many priests and the Holy Church to despise them. These deserters are the most useful cannon fodder. As for that robbery, it was indeed a stain on the Holy Court. But precisely for this reason, such rumors should not be spread randomly. After all, those gadgets from Biswi City were now used on the frontline battlefield in the valley. Although the process was extremely shameless and audacious, making the mission extremely angry. Now was not the time to settle scores. Moreover, those greedy nobles should have been stripped of their skins long ago. During these 10 years of mist, they used various excuses to join forces with the chief priest of the local diocese to send as much money as needed to the Holy Court for fundraising, but treat it as tax and cut it off. However, although the priests reprimanded the Eldar people, they took the words of the nobles to heart, especially the donation given by the Eldar people. Of course, they must take these donations back. Now the Holy Court is also short of things and needs blood transfusions from the 7 countries. And as devout believers in the God of justice, they can handle this kind of thing clearly. To be honest, the priests are well aware of the little thoughts of the Eldar people. But now that the situation is so bad, they can't possibly fall on the useful bandits and give the benefits to that group of useless fools. However, if the valley really made a huge profit as they said, then there will naturally be a large surplus in the supplies provided by the Holy Court in the future. As a mission, of course they have to go back and make suggestions to make the supply more balanced. The Eldar people were indeed miserable in the battle over the Blue Water, and they were considered cannon fodder after all. You have to give some amount. Although the rich and powerful will put most of the supplies into their pockets. At this time, the devil will come to beat them. This thing can be used in practice, at least they know how to be filial to themselves. Therefore, the holy envoys understand that what these Eldar people are doing is a cruel trick and pouring dirty water. Find the boss. Therefore, besides reprimanding him, the holy envoys also wanted to see how unscrupulous the little priest would be in front of the holy envoys. Indeed, he has no scruples. And he is not the only one who has no scruples. The mission discovered that the so-called careful words of the powerful people actually have some truth. These people are more than audacious. To this day, the members of these missions are frightened when they think of yesterday's banquet in the river city over there. It was okay at first. The atmosphere was very cheerful. The little country lord named Garvey was very wise. The nobles around him are also very sensible. But this remote place is indeed far different from the hospitality in other kingdoms and cities. The only thing worth mentioning are the female knights and priests wearing red robes. However, these knights seem to lack some due respect for the holy messengers. Each of them had eyes on the top of their heads, as if they were really the son and saint beside the angel. It really looks good. This aroused great interest in the hearts of the priests, and they recalled the hospitality they received when they went to Wine Wing City many years ago. The envoys had a hard time traveling all the way, so they put forward several reasonable demands. But I never expected that these people would turn against each other on the spot. The knights drew their swords and glared, and the poor Lord Ward almost died on the spot. Faced with the angry rebuke of His Excellency Boris, the group of nobles responded with arrogance and sneer. To this day, your lordships can still remember the naked threat. Garvey said. My lords, as you said, we used to be a group of unscrupulous bandits who killed without blinking an eye. However, we don't bully others. Let's have a competition today. Naturally, the holy envoys cannot bear this kind of humiliation. The Temple Knights are limited to their own identities, but the Templars are very free. But what is unbelievable is that in that duel, the boy named Hunt actually defeated 3 people in succession. The 2 Temple Knights who were watching were dumbfounded when they saw the heavenly combat skills displayed by the Hant. The holy envoys looked at the hundreds of red-robed knights slowly pouring into the hall, their hands already covered in cold sweat, looking at the crowd around them. The eyes of the 2 Temple Knights were filled with fighting spirit. They already wanted to go out and stretch their muscles and teach the boy what a real knight was. Garvey, Jack and others were already eager to try, and their eyes were fixed on these 2 Temple Knights from beginning to end. His eyes were full of interest. Jack ended up with a Templar Knight. After a few rounds, Jack discovered that the knight was extraordinary in martial arts. Just like the mid-level angel instructor in the school, he couldn't take it down casually. The Temple Knight's hands were sweating coldly, and he discovered that this man's moves were fierce and cunning, full of murderous intent on the battlefield. The Temple Knight has rich experience in dueling alone, and has an endless variety of tricks. But in the murderous intention, his momentum is weakened every time. Jack is good at killing enemies with one blow, but he is limited by duels, and the tricks in his hands can always be deftly resolved. A few discerning people could see that the two were evenly matched. Most of the people watching the excitement support one side. After several fierce battles, no one had any reservations. Lord Boris could see at a glance that if the winner is decided today, one of them must die. He knew what would happen if he continued today, no matter who lost or won. It would cast a shadow over this mission's visit, and if he stepped forward to stop him, he would bear all the humiliation on himself. In the end, Boris suppressed the fight and failed to determine the winner. Although what happened today, even the good-tempered Boris's face turned pale. He reviewed the scenes that happened today from an impartial perspective. Although Bienhe's domineering attitude made him extremely angry, the troublemaking members of the mission were also the main cause of the trouble. In Boris's clever and humorous laughter, everyone had to step up. Those holy envoys, who were already sweating under thousands of glares, also walked down the slope. Finally, in the harmony atmosphere, the priests and knights looked at the hall with a cold, sweaty hand touching the long sword at their waist, and sat back to their seats. And the holy envoys became completely honest. Just like Mr. Nagavi said, we are all children of the 7 gods, and it is normal to compete with each other. How can such a trivial matter hurt the harmony? Regarding this matter, Boris gave an evaluation to the Lord of Dawn in his heart: support your troops with self-respect. What kind of people, what kind of soldiers are brought out? How that person usually teaches his subordinates can be seen from today. In the eyes of that lord, I'm afraid there is no such word as holy court. He has already boasted of himself as that angel. The same goes for this group of people under this lord. The teachings he received were specious, and he was deeply poisoned by those disgusting reformists. And they all pride themselves on being the guardian of God, as if their lord is really an angel. What did that boy named Hunter say? I am the guardian of God. Although you are from the holy court, you have not been inspired by the great lord. It is inevitable that you will lose to me. These words almost made Boris angry. Chapter 399. This is how it should be. You can imagine what the great lord usually told the soldiers. In his eyes, is there still the holy court, the pope, and the order of cardinals? Does he really regard himself as a representative of the kingdom of heaven? He will make a big statement when he goes back. The Lord of the Valley thinks that he is the one closest to the 7 gods. His heart can be killed. The most ridiculous thing is that most of the so-called guardians of God that the Lord pulled out in the valley were originally a group of ignorant pariahs. What do they know about faith? Are they worthy of entering the house? And each one of them actually pretends to be a knight
who truly understands the 8 virtues, 6 arts, and 7 thoughts of the temple. Each one of them pretends that they are really the son of God and a saint. Whenever these despicable clowns speak of their responsibilities, and strictly demand themselves in every word and deed, the holy messengers feel like they are watching a group of monkeys acting. These farmers who cannot read Chinese characters know nothing. It's so laughable. What was even more intolerable to the holy envoys was that this group of people were so arrogant. Especially the guys in red robes, with no hidden disdain and contempt in their eyes. This feeling of being despised by the untouchables made all the holy messengers furious. But he could only keep it all in his heart. Indeed, the sky is high here. The emperor is far away. And the lords support themselves with troops. And there is no holy court in sight. If people like me really want to cause something here, it won't be as simple as making it difficult to do business when we go back. They have no doubt that if they don't deal with these big men carefully, these men will definitely make themselves bloodied. This night, the holy envoys lived in great trembling. And many of them were still shaking their fingers when they returned to their rooms. It was like having a dream. They suddenly discovered that what the dignitaries said was that the soldiers and civilians in the valley were acting arrogantly, and that the holy envoys should be cautious in their words and deeds. It was indeed not an exaggeration. Of course, even the powerful people who deliberately spilled the dirty water never thought that the people in this valley really had no scruples. The holy envoys were unhappy, but they kept smiling on their faces, because everything they saw on the road proved that they were led by a group of bold bandits who had never seen the world. They are a group of reckless people who are unreasonable and cannot be offended. And since the Holy Court has already given them recruitment, and uses the cannon fodder to define it as, okay, then there is really no need for everyone to live like this group of mortals. After all, their own lives were at stake, and they would not say a word about what should be reported when they return. George had already anticipated the situation of these holy envoys. Although he could not remember clearly the events of the past few years, the person Song Jiang had always been in his mind recently. What kind of soldiers did he train? He clearly understood that it was okay to let them rob dignitaries, palaces and churches. It was impossible for them to lick their stinky feet, otherwise all my years of education would have been in vain. And he, the guardian of God summoned by the search angel in the mortal world, should have been so domineering and arrogant. If you and your subordinates are careful, then even those demons may doubt who you are. But the canonization is going to happen today, which is a happy event anyway. Although this group of holy envoys has a lot to deal with, they are all here to send money. Therefore, the group of people I brought here to greet them today had to take care of the face of the holy court and give them a proper attitude so that things could go through happily. Therefore, most of the people he selected were from the Temple of Glory. The old soldiers, or Wallace's old troops. Compared with the Biena sergeants, these people are either from professional backgrounds or are good actors. All the superficial skills are top-notch, which can be said to have given the mission a lot of face. This also made the worries and uneasiness in the hearts of the holy envoys somewhat let go. As for the preference and grace of the God of Justice mentioned by the Knight of Divine Grace, the holy envoys naturally thought it was a joke. However, they kept this matter in mind. The Knight of Divine Grace believed that he was particularly favored by the 7 gods. Looking at the soldiers and civilians in the valley, they all regarded him as the angel. The soldiers also regarded themselves as the guards of God and regarded themselves as the Holy Son who descended to earth with the angel. Moreover, many of the soldiers in the valley have unknown origins and possess heavenly combat skills. In that holy court, there must be someone secretly supporting him. The holy envoys had smiles on their faces, but their eyes were moving around, and they secretly recorded every word and deed of the great Lord in their hearts. Along the way, they chatted happily with the greeters around them. They mentioned many times the grace of the 7 gods as angels, and elicited more words and more details from their mouths. From these people, the holy envoys could feel that they had completely fallen into the dream that the angel had compiled for them in this valley. Especially those women who imitated the Holy Son the most. The acting skills are almost perfect. They seem to deliberately want to keep a low profile, but they always deliberately inadvertently reveal what they want to see: the unique praying habits and gestures of the heavenly armed forces, as well as it's like looking at a child with soft and pure eyes. Seeing their clumsy performance, the holy envoys almost went crazy laughing. Heavenly arms? Absolutely not. They must be the instructors secretly sent to the valley by some careerists in the holy court to teach these private armies. The great Lord wanted to use the name of heavenly armed forces to cover up the identities of these people. But how could he escape his discernment? Indeed, Avery had been vaccinated against the top secret force in the holy court. But this matter was black and white.
If Avery can describe them as a force to deal with demons, they can naturally be said to be left to the Holy Court. Judging from the time, Avery and others are obviously not that prophetic. And he is not a prophet. His little grandson is not an angel who comes to the world with an oracle. The holy envoys traveled all the way and carefully collected the evidence during the conversation. The old soldiers also opened their mouths and kept saying the words that the Lord had arranged before, taking precautions against the sunshine of the shelter and the grace of the God of justice. Among the various explanations, the details of the Taniguchi battle can also be matched, which sounds impeccable. It's like it's real. Like Johannes is like a holy land. As these topics deepened, the smiles on the faces of the holy envoys became brighter and brighter. But this time, they could not hide the mocking meaning when he said that the valley was sunny. It was just a casual compliment. But now, they really took it seriously, and in turn blew these words to the sky. They are really a bunch of ignorant bumpkins. The fog on the road gradually became lighter and lighter. When the team entered Johannes' territory more than an hour later, the mist in front of them was lifted like a veil. The tall and majestic Wizard Tower complex and the surrounding tall houses revealed in front of people's eyes. The fog was like a huge wall surrounding the city limits, rising straight into the sky. The sunlight penetrated the fog and refracted to the earth, reflecting a colorful halo above the shelter. The grace left by the 7 gods for their chief angel is here. The holy envoys looked at the sky and were as stagnant as puppets at this moment. This is the area where there is truly no fog. It is very similar to the holy court burning the divine fire, and is very different from the divine fire. The light here is not strong but extremely soft and can last for a long time. The snow here has been turned into ice by the sunshine. In this holy land-like place, there is still some kind of just power emanating from the upper-level angels. This power should have been released just a few days ago, and it has not completely dissipated yet. It awes the demons, and makes the most devout believers of the God of justice feel the aura of justice that they have not felt for many years. This aura is so pure that the status of that angel must be extraordinary, noble, second only to the 7 gods. In his stunned state, Boris dismounted and stood on the edge of the sun, his wrinkled face already crying bitterly. At this moment, the holy envoys seemed to have found something they had lost after years of being lost. They knelt on the ground and began to worship amidst the most devout prayers. The only ones who stayed still were the chief angel and the many holy sons under him. Knights spread their wings. The chief angel did not move. After all, he had not yet entered the high council of heaven. The light wings did not seem to fit the identity of the chief angel. But the 2 knights beside him, a man and a woman, unfolded the 6 wings of light that symbolized the archangels, with 2 high-level archangels as followers. Their identities are naturally self-evident. Chapter 400 His Excellency Boris in red. The sacred ceremony began solemnly, and everyone was smiling. Boris set a pleasant tone for the entire mission's visit. And this time, the smiles on the faces of the envoys were finally as smiling as they appeared. Just as the angel said, the blessings bestowed by the 7 gods on the valley are also bestowed on the holy court. This divine grace made the valley the last piece of pure land in the north, giving humans the opportunity to counterattack the devil's hinterland in the future. Of course, according to Lord Angel's explanation, it seems that there are only more than 3,000 Templar Knights in the entire valley, Red Robes. In fact, Red Robes have the strength of the Grand Templar Knights. George deliberately cut half a level, so counterattack on this matter it seems a bit far away at the moment. But with the support of the Holy Court, there should be no problem if we stick to this place. After all, this Lord Angel who came here brought more than 500 holy sons, gold-encrusted Red Robes. These people already have the prerequisites to form the core strength of the Temple Knights. After the holy objects brought by the holy envoys were placed in the Cathedral of the Dawn, everyone looked at the exquisite flail that once belonged to a certain saint, and knew that this place had become a real holy church. This flail is somewhat special. The holder is called Brebas, a saint, a true angel who descended to earth. The first dynasty of the Eldar, the dynasty of Thorns, was named after this man. The throne of Thorns has seen many people come and go over the past thousands of years. Who is the Orthodox has become a mystery. And the relics of the saints have also been lost to the earth and returned in the course of going back and forth. Holy Court. This generation of the royal family of the Kingdom of Elda takes the name Brebas as their surname. They claim that they are the true descendants of Brebas. But the Thorn Bird was born in Campbell. Indeed, one of Alfonso's ancestors married into the Campbell family, which made Dome Eagle's bloodline appear reasonable. But similarly, women from the Campbell family often marry into the royal family. So it is really unclear which family this bloodline comes from. No matter what, For the elder royal family, they always feel that this throne lacks a sense of legitimacy. But the Dome Eagle family, which holds the thorn bird, seems to have that sense of legitimacy. The Brebes family has never dared to covet such things as sacred objects. What they have always hoped for is to gain the reputation of the thorn birds. Obviously, their bloodline is orthodox. If they also master the same training method, the thorn bird will definitely be born in the royal family. But how could Dome Eagle call out its biggest trump card? This holy relic has not appeared in the world for hundreds of years. It has been sealed by the Holy Court and worshipped by countless devout believers. It would not be suitable either in St. Wilmichal's Cathedral or in any other church. But today, he was sent into the valley. It can be said that Aloysius and his group created a gap in the Naja Valley, and between the valley and Elda. And if this holy object is handed over to Elda, it will definitely arouse the dissatisfaction of the Holy Court, not to mention. Who dares? George looked at this sacred object and knew that as long as the person holding this object was ambitious, he would have the name to sit on the throne of thorns, including himself. An outsider. Because he is an angel and a true saint. After this thing was placed on it by his own hands, the first ceremony was considered over. Next is baptism. In the end, more than 3,000 people participated in the baptism, under the witness of Sir Boris and Bishop Wallace. Lord Don also performed the baptism for Duke Alfonso. In fact, according to Sir Boris's opinion, the entire baptism should be performed by the Archangel. But this spokesman of God handed over the baptisms of many saints and saints to Boris. Your Excellency Boris, you represent the Holy Court. Naturally, you should preside over this baptism. After Boris heard this, he actually felt a sense of shame in his heart. Everything this angel has always done is what he should have done. And baptizing himself is a kind of disrespect to the Holy Court. An expression that is highly recognized by orthodoxy. The so-called his heart can be killed is simply laughable. It is the duty and mission of an angel to rectify the name of the guardian of God and guide the devout knight into the temple. In the midst of the offer, George said something else. I feel ashamed to say it, because the Holy Court has never been able to grant formal appointments. I can give the soldiers a heart, but I cannot give them a mortal heart. The true identity within the central and holy courts. So although I have given the holy sons to be freed from the mortal world, I have not yet given many holy sons of baptism that truly symbolizes this identity. This time you are here at the right time. Help me put this half of the baptism is made up. From now on, you can be considered as half of the extraditors of these many saints. Boris was suddenly stunned. He silently discovered that he had overlooked one thing. He was right. This was the canonization of the Templar Knights. It should be presided over by the party representing the Holy Court, because this is heaven's recognition of the orthodoxy of the Holy Court. It is also an angel who avoids suspicion for this. What domineering! Is there anyone more sensible than this in this world? Those high-level angels who descended to earth all had their heads on top of their heads, without any proper etiquette or emotional intelligence. This person is worthy of being the person closest to the seven gods. There is a reason why he was sent down by the seven gods. This is how the angel who serves as the connection between the Holy Court and the kingdom of heaven should be. This knight of divine grace is so consistent with many of his views. And his last sentence, half extradited, simply scratched his heart. He looked at the basin of holy water that George brought over, and felt that his brain was congested. His hands and feet were numb with excitement, and he almost couldn't breathe. It is simply a gift from God. This was a great honor that he had never imagined in his life. And it was also the most nervous baptism he had ever conducted. It was even more exciting for him than when he was summoned to the Holy Court or even to execute a bishop. Most people say that it was only luck that Boris put on this red robe. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that it is blindness and jealousy. This person may seem ordinary and very low-key, but in fact he is outstanding in terms of connections, methods, and qualities. The so-called wallflower is just because he is loyal to the Holy Court, not a certain faction. It is precisely because of this that he became the biggest winner in this wrestling the Holy Court, and is still under the control of the Holy Court. But it is undeniable that his foundation is unstable. He relies entirely on the favor of the Pope, but lacks the support of the party, just like the crumbling situation of the Church. Indeed, normally speaking, even if there are no party members, the support of the Pope is enough. But the key is that the Pope is already in his twilight years, and I don't know how much longer he can last. Therefore, the good old man who was pushed up seemed to be hanging in midair. A dispensable person who had always lacked real support. But now, after experiencing such a baptism, his future supporters are those many heavenly armed forces. What could be more beneficial than this kind of support? Among the 12 red-robed bishops, there are not many bishops who have the seven gods as their right body
and are qualified to lead a series of heavenly armed forces. Lord Vic White, who represents generosity, is one of them. And this also makes him the most favorable competitor for the next pope. Boris has always believed that his belief in the God of justice is unwavering. But for so many years, he has never felt those eyes from the sky. But today, those eyes seem to be watching me from behind. The threshold that Boris set for himself has finally passed today, which makes him more determined in the long road ahead. He is willing to work hard for his beliefs, and fight for his own right to speak in the Holy Court. Today is the day when he baptizes these holy sons. And it is also the time for him to be reborn. There are hundreds of saint sons in the Holy Court in the valley, and they will stand by their side in the future. This baptism finally ushered in a win-win situation. George and Boris both saw what they hoped to see. However, during the canonization and baptism ceremony, there was a slight episode. Alexander was dissatisfied with his official position and refused to be canonized. He wants the biggest official. This little episode made the holy group extremely embarrassed. So does George. I really shouldn't have taught this fool so many things. Chapter 401, Conservative Party. High Council of Heaven. The scene was extremely embarrassing. But no one dared to stand up and express dissatisfaction. Nor did they dare to record it in their notes. The official position given by this canonization is a major omission on the part of the Holy Court. The mission has an unshirkable responsibility. Today's canonization is simply an insult to this group of divine messengers from heaven. Seeing that Alexander started to throw things and make a fuss after refusing the canonization, George slapped his face hard and regretted giving him so many tricks. He persuaded her with kind words for a long time, before finally giving up on the matter. Saraya watched all this in silence, sighing secretly in her heart. The eldest brother had been following the bandit for so many years, and his temper was indeed completely ruined by that kid. Just a few days ago, Alexander just asked himself for a high official. And the greatest official in the kingdom of heaven is naturally the position he should have had originally. The most important thing is that this guy can go in and out of the kingdom of heaven at will. Originally, everyone thought about whether to just mess it up and get over it. But one day, he saw everyone voting. That guy had a stubborn temper originally, and he hasn't changed at all since he was reincarnated. And it's even more difficult. He cried and made a fuss in heaven and made a big fuss. Messy things, including people and objects, were smashed all over the sky by him. In the kingdom of heaven, his power has no physical limit. The three of them failed to hold him down, and finally had to make a compromise. If George had been there at the time, my beloved Scales should have survived. Saraya looked at Alexander, who was finally comforted, and covered her forehead. But obviously, no matter how much trouble this guy makes in the kingdom of heaven in the future, they will never let that George enter the kingdom of heaven. If that bastard George ever sees a big guy voting again. The corners of Saraya's eyes couldn't help but twitch. After a brief interlude, the whole ceremony finally ended in joy. After the dinner, George and Boris had a deep talk. This private conversation gave him a real understanding of the old school. He suddenly discovered that many things were far from what he had always thought. The old school ideas are indeed extremely old. But many people do not cling to those ancient teachings. They are just the staunchest supporters of the seven gods, and cannot tolerate those who want to touch the divine power. In their eyes, the ideas of the reformists touched upon this authority. This kind of belief based on the seven gods is indeed susceptible to corruption by the shadow of the ancient god. But these conservatives, because of their old-fashioned beliefs, are more detached in mundane matters. They will not do it unless they have to. Willing to interfere in the politics of any country. Those involved in politics were mostly reformists. They even directly intervened in the government affairs of Yongfeng City and Bishui City, participated in the political whirlpool stirred up by Phillips. Of course, the original intention of the reformists was to resist the underworld. And they did do a lot. But there are also people who are interfering in politics, or in order to achieve their own political goals, causing the countries to become more and more chaotic. The political situation in the three countries was because they saw the reason that was most conducive to their political goals, and secretly supported Phillips. The reason why the conservatives never sent troops to the north at that time was that they essentially ignored the dark tide, but they also believed that the dark tide would definitely pass. So they were unwilling to intervene, because interfering would mean that the three kingdoms were in trouble. After the tide ends, a war will break out that is likely to be even more chaotic than this black tide. And this war may trigger a world war involving all countries of mankind. This is the main reason why the conservative political views have led to the spread of the black tide to this day. George felt that he could not say, "You are wrong," to Boris. But who is at fault? The reformists have always been the main force in attacking the black tide. And they made a huge contribution to the demons' defeat. Even the Glory Temple and Jagger, who entered the royal capital, were from the reformists. Even Adeline, a believer, prefers innovation. But the conservatives have always guarded the peace of all countries in their own way. As he moved forward step by step, he gradually cleared away more and more fog. But the fog ahead was getting bigger and bigger, making it harder for him to see clearly. Indeed, if you are Aloysius, then no matter which faction you belong to, there is something you can take advantage of. Therefore, lurkers may not all be old-school people. The reformists believe in the 7 gods, but also believe that ideas belong to humans themselves. And the 7 gods are only human mentors. The conservatives believe in the 7 gods and believe that human thoughts are given by the gods. A few days later, George led a team to see off the envoy. As they left the city, hundreds of knights stopped on the glacier. George, Alexander, Sarai, and a few others went out to see off the envoy for a short distance. After once again confirming with Boris the issue of dealing with Elda's blood problem, Boris led the team and rode away. George looked at the leaving mission with a complicated expression. Now, in the eyes of these conservatives, it is time to intervene in the politics of various countries, and they will make a difference. I may be able to see more positive figures from the conservative faction in the future. Those who believe that the human mind is given by the 7 gods are indeed greatly opposed to the concept of sanctuary. But if you stand under the light of the 7 gods, some of them will be your strongest supporters. The situation in the Holy Court was more complicated than he thought. Boris's foundation in the Holy Court is too shallow, and he is on the opposite side of Avery. However, precisely because of his shallow foundation, he is extremely eager for the support of Navalp and others. And it is precisely because he stands opposite Avery that Sanctuary can have such support among the conservatives. He believed that with the combined brains of Charlie and Valp, they should be able to survive in this crack and find the help to move up the ladder.
When we first meet, it is not suitable for casual conversation. Boris, when we meet in the future, I will introduce you to the 7 gods themselves.
George withdrew his gaze from Boris's back and looked at the strange-looking man next to him. Soraya patted her shoulder and walked back.
I heard that there is some sort of high council of heaven over there in your home.
Soraya's face suddenly turned pale, and she froze in place. She looked at the little spider crawling in George's hood, and the hundreds of Dawn Knights riding horses not far away, and many thoughts that frightened her came to her mind. The one that appears the most is the scene where George stabs Elizabeth to death. This person cannot tolerate any hidden dangers, and in order to be able to deal with the gods, the CO they and Dawn selected is also a person who has the courage to draw a sword and kill the gods. She was obviously no longer a god. But how could she explain it? If he regards himself as the cub of the 7 gods, the result will be obvious. I am simply in a cocoon. Now that she has been infused with power, she has completely stepped into this world. When she dies, she truly dies. And many of the heavenly armed forces were so hungry during this unpaid week. Those who have not fully understood how to tap into their own power, and those who fully understand the light of dawn, are basically powerless at this time. I was deceived by him. He used the lurker as an excuse to discuss with himself. I must have been discovered by him when I was cooperating with him to sense Boris. But this reason alone does not make complete sense. Because just like her previous explanation of this person, those archangels closest to the 7 gods can do this.
Xiao George, has the light of dawn communicated this matter to you?
Soraya's face turned pale in silence. She couldn't believe that the light of dawn was so innocent. Soraya, who has recently been addicted to big player, certainly knows that the easiest way to kill the illusion of the 7 gods is to summon their true bodies and fight in a group.
Of course. Soraya, we can talk about everything.
George raised his eyebrows and said with excitement on his face.
This reminds me of a certain game. Its background is similar to the ancient times of this world, where gods created the angels who came out lived together with humans. In order to help the gods manage the world, the angels and human kings formed a council just like a holy court.
Having said this, George looked at the several angels around him who were sweating on their backs.
You are all members of the parliament, right?
Everyone didn't know what the game George was talking about was, but they all nodded fiercely. They guessed that it should be a certain journal, or a popular science book about certain foreign lands in the hands of forbidden wizards. Several new editions have been published recently, which talk about how high-level angels get along with and live with humans in foreign lands. Soraya has been very fascinated by those journals recently, although she sneered. She was greatly relieved at this time. After seeing everyone nodding, George knew that his promotion was basically secure. Soraya felt that George's understanding of that parliament was indeed slightly different. It might be part of the reason for Dawn's deception. But overall, I still have some misunderstandings about him. No wonder. This guy is full of misdeeds.
Yes, George. You can understand it this way,
Soraya said with a smile.
just like the Dawn Council you recently planned to form. There are thousands of angels in heaven. How can it be done without a management center? Things like Parliament may seem a bit advanced to you. But in heaven, from ancient times, it has been jointly managed by many people. It is not a feudal system. And the 7 gods of protection are also. It is not that some god is dictatorial. Although God the Father is no longer there, this system is still preserved.
George nodded deeply.
Soraya, you know, there are more and more people in the shelter now. We are still exploring many things, but there are always various mistakes.
George sighed and said,
The human world has always been a system of enfeeblement and dictatorship. When I manage, I will inevitably have old thinking and lack real management experience.
Having said this, George looked at Soraya with burning eyes.
But the experience in heaven is extremely rich.
Soraya's eyes widened. He wanted angels to govern humans? Let council run the shelters. But does this official fan have such good intentions? When it comes to rights, he can't get a grain of sand in his eyes. George suddenly became more serious.
Soraya, I do have the idea of referring to the opinions of the Kingdom of Heaven on many things. I also hope to learn from the management experience of the Kingdom of Heaven's Parliament. While the High Council of the Kingdom of Heaven manages the shelter, it should also listen to the opinions of humans. We know that more and more heavenly arms will appear in the sanctuary in the future. They do not appear in the form of arrival. They lack the process of growing up and getting along with humans. And there is no so-called extradition of people.
Descending to earth is inevitable. In the future eternal night, the kingdom of heaven will be completely corrupted. Only this shelter has the slightest chance to survive. According to normal circumstances, everyone must listen to the spokespersons of the 7 gods on the earth. According to this situation, George's identity is equivalent to the Pope or the Red Coat, the Nani of the descending sons of God. If we appear in this world as descendants, we will be seen by the pastors from childhood to adulthood. Therefore, the holy sons will greatly recognize this holy court that welcomes them. And because he has a mortal body, there is no dispute about kneeling before the extraditor. His body bows to the Pope, and his soul bows to the 7 gods. But the situation now is somewhat different. George's status as an angel was indeed recognized by both the Light of Dawn and the Parliament. His soul after death will inevitably enter the right body of heaven. Therefore, even if many people have not experienced rendition and have no physical body, there is no problem in saluting him or obeying his arrangements and management. But the key is that in this heaven, there are armed heavenly beings with higher positions than him, 3 archangels. Thinking of this, Soraya silently realized that what George wanted to talk to her was not about managing the shelter. I couldn't help but feel very disappointed. But the matter he was talking about was indeed very crucial.
Soraya, I can't be the spokesperson for humanity and heaven forever. I will always die one day.
George took out his bitter card.
Without me, there is no link between heaven and shelter. And the dawn of light knows nothing about mortal things. You and we are interdependent, crowded in this sanctuary, hiding from the shadow of the ancient gods. We are all working for the future of that sanctuary.
As George said, it is the general trend for humans and heavenly forces to stand together in the face of the shadow of the ancient god. It is a necessity. The world that Dawn Light has been preparing for everyone. And this shelter is also a shelter for all living things, including humans, including vampires, werewolves, ogres and other alien races, and even various animals and plants, including the demons in Lost Paradise, and the angels who will descend to earth in the future. When standing in front of the ancient god, everything in this world is facing an end. Soraya couldn't help but nodded silently. She looked at the person in front of her, with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Her feelings for this boy were extremely complicated. He was like the powerful minister who was left alone by the old emperor when he was in danger. And the mission of this minister is to carry out a revolution in that turbulent and almost collapsed dynasty. Let the young Soraya and others rely on, be grateful, and be close to, but also fear, and hate. She knew that this was the guardian chosen by Dawn for everyone. But his vigorous and resolute methods of breaking down the obstacles in front of him often made her feel a little scared. It can be said that he has a thick face and a dark heart, and has no eyes for gods, demons, and power. And therefore only such people can lead everyone to face the ancient gods. If we really lose him one day, everyone really doesn't know what to do. I would like to ask, is there any mortal in this world who dares to challenge the gods? Even the 7 gods did not dare to challenge the ancient god. But this person can. His decision will never be shaken by what he will face or the bad situation. He is the person that the seven gods, before dying, traveled through time and space with their eyes, searching for thousands of times before finding him. He is the captain of this ark. Without him, they, the young ones, will be alone and will no longer have anyone to protect them from the wind and rain. But it is precisely because his eyes never lower his head depending on what he is facing that he is always so afraid of him. I always think too badly of him. They should have trusted each other without reservation, relied on each other for warmth, and walked on together in this world that was about to collapse.
George, what do you suggest?
Soraya slowly raised her head. The powerful minister looked at the young master in front of him and smiled secretly. This newly born archangel only inherited the knowledge and part of the memories of the seven gods. She had never been to Earth to experience anything, so she was still a little too naive. Chapter 402 Ascension.
The seven gods have entrusted the future to us. You will manage the kingdom of heaven, and we will manage mankind.
George looked at the sky, with a trace of sadness in his eyes, and suddenly felt a sense of mission to be appointed in times of crisis.
The council you formed is very good, and I think humans and the celestial armed forces should also listen to each other's voices. And it shouldn't be all up to me.
Soraya nodded. Indeed, with this future trend, it is very necessary for everyone to listen to each other's voices.
Soraya.
George's eyes suddenly showed a very hurt emotion.
Have you been avoiding me? Afraid that I will seek power? Am I really like the kind of politician who only sees power?
Soraya opened her mouth, suddenly not knowing what to say. To be honest, although this guy has a lot of power, he does not allow anyone to interfere. But in fact, outsiders are not allowed to create obstacles to the direction of the shelter. In the politics of the shelter, power has always been delegated to various managers, and he only leads the direction, which is the future pointed out by the light of dawn. He sacrificed too much of his own interests for this future. He could have become a dictatorial emperor and let his descendants inherit it. But he is creating a world of great harmony. Therefore, I have never worried that he will steer the ship astray because of his own rights and interests. I have never worried that this guy wants to be the one who rules the upper and lower places. But what should she say to George? Go and say that we are actually the children of the seven gods. Are you worried that you will come up to bully others? Lift off the last fig leaf of the seven gods?
George Heavenly Kingdom has no problem listening to the voices of human beings. This is why I secretly came down early,
Soraya said carefully.
You have always done a good job.
But it's just that they don't quite listen to us.
Soraya, this is the crux of the problem.
George saw at a glance what Soraya didn't say.
You can hear our voices, but you hide everything from me. No, let me listen to your words. How can you hear my true voice? Throughout history, many misunderstandings are often due to lack of communication and listening. How can the king and the prime minister lose their sense of security?
Soraya opened her mouth. Indeed, they have always been worried about this Minister Tugu. But if there is a suitable way, both parties can listen to each other within an appropriate range. Why doesn't everyone feel safe?
Soraya, do you think I am the one you can recognize and trust?
George looked seriously into Soraya's eyes. The word no hung on Soraya's lips, but she couldn't say it out.
When I go back to George, I will launch a voting proposal. Maybe through your mouth. Heaven can hear more voices in human hearts.
Soraya's eyes drifted away, avoiding George's eyes.
You know, Heaven the Council is not just a house of 3 or 2 people. There are hundreds of angels, and I alone have no say.
Speaking of this, George knew that the matter was settled. He nodded and said in an extremely casual tone.
Okay, Soraya, please hurry up. I'm leaving. I won't be able to participate in any voting after that. In the days before I leave, I'll pave the way for you.
Road, so that you can use my name to protect the interests of those heavenly armed forces who have descended to Earth. So that you can deal with embarrassing things like Martin in the future.
A conflict occurred in the shelter a few days ago. Martin saw a very familiar person in the alley there, and he was obsessed with it. After striking up a conversation, he was beaten violently. This guy never bothers to take it seriously when a woman beats him, and he seems to be a little bit incapable of beating him. But the group of bandits who usually hung out with him found a way to make trouble. Angel Alley suddenly became the school ground. The whole fight lasted for several hours, and by the end, the entire Angel Alley was filled with the brawlers. If it were a normal night conflict, it would be easy to resolve at this time. But the key is that both sides are a bit special. It seems that George has recently made arrangements for the Holy Court mission and has no intention of worrying about such a trivial matter. So this gave the shelter leaders a huge headache. And without George's intervention, Soraya and others had a headache for a long time. Martin accused Wallace of being wrong. He was just saying two normal words. But he became furious. But no one knew each other at first. So there was no hatred or complaint. It looks familiar. The woman complained to Soraya that Boy came to her on purpose. He knew her, and he had teased her at the old school. It was the Valkyrie. Both sides insisted on their own opinions, and the matter ended up being settled. But the Heavenly Armed Forces and the Knights all kept things in mind. The Heavenly Armed Forces always had their eyes on the top of their heads. And everyone except George asked them to put down their arrogance. The words spoken are often extremely harsh. These words may be fine in other places, and people will kneel down to listen to them. But the key lies in this sanctuary. What the knights and citizens disdain the most is the so-called nobility. On the one hand, he is pretentious, and on the other hand, he is extremely disdainful. The friction has been there for a long time. Not just in a day or two. Coupled with the fact that someone had specifically instigated it a few days ago. Hundreds of people performed martial arts in Angel Lane. Therefore, George's reminder was immediately remembered by Soraya. If the sanctuary does not have representatives in the parliament, there is no way for me to directly intervene in the affairs of the sanctuary. If she had the name of George, she would directly teach that brat who talks nonsense, and the knights would lose their temper. But if it weren't for George's name, everyone would have to fight back. Not to mention hundreds of people. 100 people. She would be like that Hilyak, being knocked down repeatedly. Soraya kept this in mind. There were not many people like him in the parliament, even though Alexander was following George's lead. Everyone knew his temper very well, and would not cause trouble in matters of right and wrong. After all, he is his own brother. Justice is based on fists. If something big happens, he will protect his younger brothers and sisters. Besides, George was leaving soon. Even if he poured ecstasy soup into Alexander and the light of dawn, the vote would still be 3-2. Moreover, there is no need for anyone to tell him about many matters related to people's livelihood. If something big like Wind City happens, whether there is a parliament, the heavenly arms, and the entire sanctuary will also have to be arranged by the CO. And when he came back, everyone had discussed new countermeasures. So they were not afraid that he would act rogue in the face of certain council decisions. At worst, everyone will use a big move to expand the parliament to hundreds of people. Not all of us. Therefore, this is actually a good thing for the kingdom of heaven. George did go to the south, and after that he had no time to take care of many things in the shelter. But what Soraya didn't expect was that she would also be tricked into joining the team by him on the last day. After all, leaving the valley and spreading the glory to the southern country was too much for her to refuse. The vote eventually became 2-2, and every time Alexander voted, he would consult with Nagawi and others according to George's previous instructions, or just ask George through Dawnlight. In true fairness, whatever is beneficial to the overall direction will be unanimously adopted by everyone. None of the prejudices caused by the kingdom of heaven will pass. As for the expansion of the parliament, it naturally failed to pass the vote. I am afraid that it will have to wait for George to bring his younger brother back from the south before it can be passed with a unanimous vote. Each of the members recommended one, which is very reasonable. Before the right of recommendation appears, these fixed seats will have the exclusive right to veto. He will use this one-vote veto power to make this parliament useless. And the true meaning of this parliament's existence is its identity. An identity that rotates. For this identity, the various overlords in the southern kingdom will fight against each other to provide blood transfusions for the sanctuary. Chapter 403 Travel. In the woodland at the southeast corner of the Shuret territory, George and others who were heading south were stationed. The bonfires were already lit. After dinner, Lorna and other wizards gathered together to discuss academics. George took Wallace, Soraya and several other celestial armed forces, as well as Alfonso for a stroll in the camp. Got up. There were only more than 500 people in the entire camp. But in fact, there were more than just those going to the kingdom of Elda this time, because the situation this time was different from the last trip eastward. I had to avoid some taboos the last time they sent troops for reinforcements. This wee city would welcome them no matter how many troops they brought. But this time it was a visit to the king and to the temple. If a large force invades the border, Erda will consider it an invasion. Therefore, George made a clever evasion and broke up the troops heading south into several groups. The big player mercenary knights he led only had these 500 people. There are a total of 8,000 other troops, most of whom are Bienha mercenaries, divided into dozens of small groups. The leaders of these people have all experienced hardships in the Western Territory. They are the ones who can only stay there for several months in the Devil's Hinterland with little food and clothing. and turn each stronghold into a mess. Most of them went in the name of caravans, with dozens of people in each group, including wolf descendants, blood descendants, and sergeants, among the dozens of small mercenary groups, in addition to special operations sergeants with extremely rich military experience. The backbone members also include veteran soldiers who are very familiar with the prosperous world. These people can take whatever route they want to take. They have only one mission to become famous. These people are very adventurous, and some even choose to take a detour to the west. But no matter which way they take, the final destination is the Swan's Marsh battlefield in the east of Elda. They will snowball in Elda, gather many mercenaries around them, teach the mercenaries their guerrilla warfare experience in the demonic battlefield of the west, and dominate what happened in Elda a year later. War in the east. These people can still be active there even after the complete fall of the eastern territory of Elda. They will let the demon army fall into the quagmire of the Swan Lake wetland, where the population is dispersed, and it is difficult to transport supplies. In the constant cutting off of supply lines and destruction, they will greatly delay the demons' advance momentum, disrupting their rhythm. In addition to these mercenaries, there are two special troops. One is the Black Pearl Troop. To support Tanya 500 is a reasonable limit. But these 500 people are mainly composed of Black Lake sergeants, all of whom are white-robed knights with red edges. The combat power is about 300, which is the same as Dirk's strength before taking Gron's wrath without transforming. They are well-equipped and luxuriously equipped, all of which are little holy thunder suits. The Black Lake sergeant wearing this equipment can kill a soldier spider alone without relying on blue wither and fire. These sergeants are familiar with the Eldar people. They followed Tanya when they traveled east. They can be regarded as Tanya's direct descendants. In the eyes of the Eldar people, they are also the real Black Pearl troops. The veteran soldiers are quick-thinking and are very good at supporting the scene, communicating, and leading public opinion. These people will be responsible for leading the public opinion work in the Sky Eagle territory. They arrived there half a month ago, and work has already begun. The other group is led by Martin, with a total of more than 300 people. They are also veteran soldiers, and they are the smartest people. They are the best people in the entire shelter, who are best at dealing with emergencies. Although this group of veteran soldiers has entered the battlefield slightly less than other veterans, and their strength is at the bottom of the regular troops in the sanctuary, they are the most suitable troops to be displayed in the eyes of the Eldar people. Moreover, these people have done a lot of beautiful espionage work in Biswi City and Luia City, and they all know the Dark World very well. And they are all vulture leaders. These people had already followed the Golden Griffin Knight, and went to the royal capital of Elda a few weeks ago, in the name of escorting supplies, to carry out various tasks with Alfonso's people. During those days in Fallen Leaf City, Martin has completely grown up, and become a qualified noble with political acumen and great means. In addition, he is now made an earl by George, and is also a knight of the temple. So I already have all the foundations to blend into Elda's upper-class society. Judging from the news that Martin said back last week, it seems that these guys are very popular among the nobles. And there are various banquets going on. I believe that a lot of news will be delivered to Dome Eagle soon. George believed that it would be very interesting for the Eldar people to see these troops, who usually only know how to drink, fool around and talk. As for the 500-man army in his hands, it is a bit special. They were all instructors carefully selected by George from that shelter. They are all qualified big players. They would teach the Eldar lords how to deal with demons, pass on that rich experience to them, and tell the militiamen how to easily deal with those terrible monsters. They will help the Eldar people to eliminate the sources of disaster one by one, and let their troops follow the old path of the sanctuary, and gradually grow. Let them truly take charge. When the main force of the Devil's army breaks into the hinterland of Elda, behind them in the Swan Swamp are the mercenaries, who are constantly wreaking havoc. In front of them will be the grown-up army led by Alfonso. Force. The Boar Knights will be the lowest entry standard for this force, although it is still difficult for them to defeat the Demon's core force head-on. With the cooperation of the mercenaries, it is enough to trap the demons in this eastern border of Elda, in the quagmire of war. For demons, perhaps the most unaffordable thing is time, because they can't wait to spread plague and absorb nutrients from the population. And every year, the countries in the south would unite in the Holy Court's war mobilization. So at that time, it would be the best choice for the Devils to use Landry's Road as the main route south. And the western realm of Elda will survive this black tide just like the valley. In the future World War, it is very likely that the demons will occupy the east of the continent, and the Holy Court will move westward, occupying the west of the continent together with the sanctuary. In this war between the east and the west, one side will eventually win. George was thinking as he walked around the camp. And so was Alfonso. Regarding the future situation, they have reached a unified consensus in these days. He knew that these sergeants in the valley would integrate the troops of the lords for him. In the process of clearing away various disasters and fighting against demons, they would form a force for Alfonso like a valley army, obeying the orders of Alfonso, the king's true army. And he will also be the first king in Elda to unify the feudal states into a centralized power. George called this a parliamentary constitutional monarchy. He didn't know what this word meant, but what he could know was that the future Eldar soldiers and civilians would have great support for the valley. And this Lord of the Dawn would help them guard the last piece of land, and must have great prestige among the entire Elda. In fact, this support and prestige far exceed that of the king himself. Moreover, the great lord who owns the holy object, the Archangel, also has the reputation of sitting on the throne of thorns. What made Alfonso's mouth bitter was that, like George, he also had high hopes for these 500 people. At this moment, Alfonso laughed silently to himself. The throne was still out of reach for him now. In front of George, he acted confident, but the real situation was not optimistic at all. If he was really so sure, he would not leave the capital and go to the valley during these days. He is like a businessman with nothing in hand, looking for loans everywhere. He should be satisfied with whatever he can get in the end. What's more, the future Elda really needs the valley, unless the Holy Court can also support it in this way.
By the way, Alfonso, I have a good thing to show you.
George slapped his forehead and remembered something. He pulled Alfonso, who was full of thoughts, through the mist in front of him and walked to the back of Little William. Chapter 404 Wind Whisperer Basin. Like a child showing off a toy, George took off the oil bag on the horse's back and slowly opened it in front of Alfonso. An exquisite flail was revealed in front of their eyes. Alfonso's eyes suddenly widened, and he suddenly realized that this flail was a sacred object placed in the Cathedral of the Dawn.
This thing needs to be supported by faith. It is best to put it in the church. How many people worship it every day will determine how powerful it is in dispelling the fog.
George picked up the flail and said, "But I saw a flash of light in his hand, and the power from the Book of Dawn was poured into the flail through him." Then the holy object suddenly shone, and the surrounding fog was dispersed. Alfonso didn't know what was going on. He was shocked by this scene. This was not the first time he had seen a holy object. But among the rumors, there was only the real saint. Only then can the power of the holy object be unleashed. Bishop Wallace on the side nodded. In his eyes, the boss was a saint. If he couldn't use this thing, then the Holy Court must have brought a fake.
However, as the spokesperson of God the Father, the weapons they forged in my hands naturally do not need anyone to worship before they can exert their power.
George boasted, as if this thing in his hands could dispel the fog. As it should be. Seeing that, Soraya rolled her eyes fiercely secretly. George looked at Alfonso.
Alfonso, Boris told me that the former owner of this flail was the first head of the Bribas family of the Dynasty of Thorns.
When Alfonso Bribas heard what George said, "This saint is the first head of the Bribas family," his eyes widened in silence. Because the person Bribas has been with the current Bribas family for thousands of years, and the current royal family also changed their surname later. But in George's words, he directly erased the thousands of years of distance between this man and Alfonso's family. If he represented the Holy Court at this time, then it was announced that the contemporary royal family is the direct descendant of the founder of the Thorn dynasty. It is the most orthodox existence.
I know Bribas. He is also an angel. After his flail was forged by the god of crafts, I handed it over to him.
Upon hearing these words, Wallace's eyes showed immense admiration, and the corners of Soraya's eyes twitched fiercely. This flail was clearly picked out by him from the inventory of Thorlywood, the god of craftsmen, and then handed over to Bribas himself. This kid made it up like this. And he was not afraid of thunder. Moreover, he knew a shitty Bribas, who disappeared thousands of years ago to protect mankind. However, after hearing George mention this matter, Soraya couldn't help but take a look at the Alfonso in front of her regardless of his height. He did have some similarities with her most loyal guard. Maybe he really is the descendant left by Bribas in the world. This couldn't help but bring a touch of tenderness to Soraya's eyes. George stood next to Soraya and spoke very confidently. He swung the flail, patted the shoulder of Alfonso, who was stagnant in place, and then said,
"I'll give it back to you after 2 days of playing."
At this moment, Alfonso looked at George, who was swinging the flail and leading the holy sons away, and froze on the spot for a long time. It took me a long time to determine what he meant. "Give it back to you. It's like a toy." Alfonso's figure shook. as if he was struck by lightning. His eyes radiated blazing flames. And he chased after him. Yes, there is nothing he cherishes more than such a friendship. It not only means rights, but also means that the kingdom of heaven recognizes the orthodox status of the entire family. It also means that this Lord of Dawn will bear the dissatisfaction of the Holy Court. Between the Holy Court and Elda, no. Between the Holy Court and himself. This man silently chose himself without any hesitation. And what he handed over to him was a sacred object from the hands of the 7 gods. This is not a toy. He has no reluctance to exist. Nor did I discuss price with myself. Alfonso suddenly understood why the leaders of the valley were so supportive of this stingy boss. Indeed, in the future, everyone in the Elda kingdom will support this Lord of the Dawn. However, this man was the one who handed the kingdom's troops into his own hands, pushed himself to the throne, and made the Brebas family a legitimate person for generations to come. The person who places Brebas in the orthodox position is not the Holy Court, but the kingdom of heaven. He has enough prestige. The lords embraced him. And so did the king. In this historical year, the king of Eldar followed the saint who opened a new century. This was the first king, and the first member of the Council of the Dawn. No one knew that the oath taken by this king, who still firmly stood by his side no matter how much the world criticized the magic stick, was not the orthodoxy of the kingdom of heaven. Was not as solemn as recorded in history. And no one knows that the contract that strengthens all this is not a sacred object. Just because of a toy. George, Soraya hesitated for a long time, and finally couldn't help but explain. Brebas is not the person who created the dynasty of Thorns. He just led a group of people to clear away the darkness there. He did not become the king. The so-called King of Thorns was forced upon him by future generations. You control me. I'm happy. Soraya looked at George swinging the flail, and a vein appeared on her forehead. She knows why Dawnlight always mutters. This EO needs to be dealt with. After seeing Wallace walk away, Soraya smiled and said, George, there is a little secret on this flail. The Wind Whisperer Basin is like a big basin, which was placed in these mountains by the gods. It's like the Bashu of this world. This mountain range encompasses half of the southern half of Rodank's western border, and the terrain is extremely complicated, although its geographical location is in the southeast of the entire Black Pearl Mountains. The straight line distance from the Windyong city is only more than 200 kilometers. But these 200 kilometers are a group of dangerous mountains that are difficult to overcome. For zombies and small lemurs, it can be said that there is no path at all. And even if a human enters this place rashly, he will fall off the cliff from the steep mountain road if he is not careful, let alone the heavy transportation. This is even more true in this heavy fog. Usually only the bright moon dares to patrol the mountains here. For the devil, even if it can fly, it is not willing to wander around here. Generally speaking, if you want to get here from Rodunk, you often have to take a boat from the Senaz River in the Clearwater city-state. On this river road, as long as they are blocked by the Eldar Navy, all ships will be sunk. On the other hand, Elda in the south can drive troops straight in from the south of the basin. This route passes through the green hills of the Dome Eagle territory. Relatively speaking, the terrain is much flatter, making it suitable for large troops to march. After arriving at the Senaz River in the north of the hills, you can directly see the valley from the other side of the river. The troops only need to cross the 1-kilometer river from each water village to enter the basin. This makes this place within the grasp of the Eldar people. In the eyes of the Eldar, the Black Pearl Valley, a land rich in gems and iron ore, should also belong to them. Black Pearl and the Wind Singers also thought, so they walked to the basin by water, which was also closer. However, Rodank's navy was far from being able to match Erda's, and gold was difficult to transport without water. In the end, this place became useless in the eyes of the Black Pearls. In fact, in the Black Pearl Valley, in addition to passing through the Senaz River, there is also a small road that can be reached here in this winter. That is to go southeast from Chisu Ling, cross a mountain range, and then pass through a small canyon, and you can see this vast land. Although this mountain is not steep, it has still become an area that a large group of corpses cannot cross. And in this small canyon, there is also a small tributary of the Senaz River. This makes it a dead end in spring, summer and autumn. But it is different in winter. As long as there is no fog, this is a shortcut. After entering the basin, heading south is the Dome Eagle Castle. What George and the others took was such a shortcut. And this flail was the key to opening the door to this shortcut. You really need props to open the air wall. Looking at the wide basin in front of him, George put his hands on his waist and touched the bruises on his head. Chapter 405 The Spreading Plague. After George and the others used the holy object to open the fog, they led their horses through the mountains and across the small glacier in the canyon. After another day of traveling, the big player mercenary knights arrived at a special town. Up north, down south, left, west, right, east. Standing among the ruins of the wall, George looked at the map in his hand and muttered. Alfonso stood beside him, wrestling with the exquisite flail in his hand. The holy marks and holy fire shone on the flail, stimulating its power and dispersing the surrounding fog. Around him, the knights formed a large circle with their arms folded, watching the battle among the monsters not far away. Under the sun, there were more than 20 people, fanning either gray or pure white. Wings of light keep flying and watching in the sky. They occasionally took a look at the blood demon among the monsters with more interest, and occasionally took a look at the dozen mercenaries raging among the monsters. The entire town had become a fighting arena. There are only about 20 of the heavenly weapons that George brought this time, in addition to Soraya and 2 angels, as well as a dozen lower third-level angels. The great demons Thor, Cher, and other fallen demons Valkyrie is also among these 20 or so people. These dozen captives, after George happily accepted them from the light of dawn, started the road of redemption beside him. After being redeemed several times by the arbitration panel and wizards, they became completely honest. Now, like the great demon Thor, they are placed in Paradise Lost. The light wings on their bodies are all black, which means they have not truly escaped from the darkness. But because everyone knows that these are special heavenly weapons that have been sealed, George did not prohibit them from displaying their fallen light wings. Although they have the appearance of angels, they are like demons in their hearts, with very violent and cruel temperaments. The new boss is far more to their liking than the stupid, naive, and long-winded Dawn. This boss is not interested in their so-called salvation at all. Like their former demonic bosses, he only cares about whether they know how to be reverent. These fallen people are much more aware of the current affairs than the heavenly armed forces. So George also feels that they are very appetizing. For now, he doesn't have time to train them in depth. They are still under his observation. It just helps them understand what rewards and punishments are and how to speak to their bosses. Soraya was non-committal about the redemption of these people by the light of dawn in the hands of George. She felt that this guy just wanted some slaves. But she didn't have a good way to deal with these stubborn guys who were unwilling to give up. So she never intervened openly. I only occasionally communicate quietly with these people, and receive a few ridicules. In the blink of an eye, a dozen mercenaries rushed into the center of the monster group in a heavenly thrust. The blood demon saw that they had arrived at his side in the blink of an eye, and his scalp suddenly exploded. It no longer cares about the crowd watching the excitement in the distance. It spreads its wings and flies into the sky. Alfonso watched the figure flying into the sky for a long time, and finally gave up the idea of throwing the flail out. George told himself that there was something wrong with the flail. He accidentally hit himself when he was playing 2 days ago. Go up to the forehead. There is still a big bag now. I can't help it all of a sudden. However, the others could no longer bear it any longer. As Alfonso hesitated for a moment, a dozen flails that looked similar to the holy object had already flown over his head, directly hitting the bursts of lightning. Among them, the blood demon was beaten into ashes. Of the dozen or so flails, only 2 hit them, while the others flew so slowly that they didn't even hit the ground early. When Alfonso saw such a scene, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The new batch of flails released from the shelter a few days ago. Why do you think they are so similar to my holy objects? Indeed, although due to the relationship between the material and the craftsman, this thing is a fake and shoddy copycat in Soraya's eyes. Its power is even more terrifying than the great holy thunder. After the lightning flashed and the demon was reduced to ashes, a dozen mercenaries among the monsters turned around and cursed a few times. And then a golden lightning flashed from Wallace's hand and hit him. Among the monsters, forbidden great holy thunder technique. Nowadays, this killing move has become something that all priests can learn. But it is obscure and difficult to understand, like an incomprehensible curse. Currently, only a few people can use it freely. What others practice are all minor holy thunder techniques. When the golden thunder flashed, more than a dozen forked lightnings were emitted in the hands of the archbishop. This mantra is as powerful as the terrifying magic in the hands of the great devil. After the lightning, countless lightning novae covered the earth along with the holy fire. Blasphemers, chaos species, scarlet hunters, elemental zombies, etc. were all spread out on the ground, and were gradually swallowed up by the holy fire. Only a dozen knights were left standing in the entire monster group, and the others entered the castle noisily. There are so many elemental monsters in this town, which means there should be a lot of magic gems here. At the same time, there seems to be someone else in the castle. The knights who had not entered the castle cleaned up the battlefield. And George glanced at these guys to be honest. These guys were a waste together. So after arriving at the royal capital of Elda, these people will be divided into more than a dozen small teams to train various lords and solve various sources of disasters and blood problems, just as they are now sent to the Count Windspeaker Castle, the small team in. Watching the knights picking through the monster corpses, Alfonso put down his flail without interest. He really wanted to participate in it, pick some interesting trophies, or follow Brenda and others into the castle to explore. He announced to the survivors that the savior came to save the kingdom in the name of Bribas. But in the end, he touched his mustache and came to George's side. I think the rumors in the kingdom are right. That guy Texa has completely lost control of this place. We are here at that time. It was undoubtedly a wise decision not to come to visit him. People say that the Windspeaker Basin may be the most severe area in Elda. It seems that the situation here is worse than we imagined. Speaking of this, Alfonso looked a little strange. He was embarrassed to say that the disaster here was probably transmitted from the valley. You know, just the zombies crawling out of the cemetery made the residents afraid to farm in this heavy fog. And the mines were shut down. If you add the wolf plague, the blood plague, and the big vampire who sucks a lot of human blood and souls and becomes a black devil, you can imagine the situation in the entire basin. In fact, in other areas within the kingdom of Elda, there are many things crawling out of cemeteries in the mist. Mercenary knights such as the wild boar knights emerged at that time. With the rise of these knights, these monsters have been wiped out long ago. And this should be the case in the basin. But it's too close to the valley. Chapter 406 Earl of Texas. In the management of this feudal system, a few zombies that can spread the plague are extremely terrifying. Fortunately, this plague is also transmitted by blood and bites, which is far less terrifying than the Black Death. But the various terrifying monsters that wandered around were like nightmares in the eyes of the lords. Over the years, they were enough to turn some areas here into Red Village. Fortunately, the Countess of Black Pearl controlled the source of the disaster in the valley, causing the situation here to erupt many years later. Otherwise, the Dome Eagle family would have seen their neighbors in this state. And the Earl of Thorns, Jagger, would not have had time to go there. Go to Biswee City. Of course, if the Eldar hadn't gone to Bluewater City to rescue them, the Holy Court might have already reached the capital of Darkans. Putting aside the past events, under the current situation, the residents of the entire Fertile Wind Whisperer Basin can be said to have little food and clothing. Even living is difficult. Although George didn't know how he learned that there were not many areas like this, Alfonso knew that in the past 2 years, the blood plague and wolf plague here had become more and more serious. These things can't offend the valley now, but they can offend here. Werewolves. This kind of thing was already in the mist, and it became active. They should belong to the same group as the werewolves in the South Mountain of the Sanctuary. But then it seemed like another batch came. They are considered werewolf refugees who fled from the valley. I'm afraid the blood descendants are here too. However, it seems that because Volp left such a deep memory on them, they did not dare to be too arrogant after arriving in the basin. But even so, the residents here are miserable. Most of them have migrated to the south. The entire basin is larger than the Black Pearl Valley, and its population is several times larger. But now that they are on this road, most of the manors and towns they see are deserted, and they don't know how many people are still here to survive. Alfonso! From what you meant, I heard that you wanted me to take the blame. George put down the map in his hand and looked at Alfonso with a raised brow. How dare you? Don't worry. Haven't several of Tanya's knights already taken your letter of introduction to that Earl of Texas? George said meaningfully. The blood and wolf diseases here are very serious. It will be solved soon. In addition to those knights, there was also a team of new arbitration team. In that team, they were all ascetics from the old tribunal team who had not been blackened. They were later managed by Mother Hathaway. Because it was too gentle, her son Ian took over. Ian once cooperated with Jack to deal with Jean Maymang's wolf transformation incident. And from that time on, he paid attention to him. After so many years of hard work, George recognized his personal abilities. However, he was a little worried about whether this new arbitration team would eventually follow the same path that Volpe once took. After all, what that Earl of Texas has done in the past 2 years is a bit outrageous. So this time, it will be a great test for Ian and his arbitration team. The Earl of Texas was an important, powerful man, and an important member of the royal family. Alfonso had been paying attention to him for a long time. So I know a lot of news.
He swore that there was definitely something wrong with the great Earl. Alfonso's words were a bit of a slap in the face to his old enemy. But they didn't seem to be groundless. Judging from the Earl's actions in the past 2 years, the arbitration panel with a keen sense of smell may have already become a blood descendant. However, he probably hasn't turned into a blood demon yet. Judging from the map of Dawn, this group of people is currently enjoying themselves at Count Dexter's Wind Whisper Castle. This group of people came 2 weeks earlier than him. And the Count of Texas, whom Alfonso swore that there was definitely something wrong with him, was probably already being treated obediently. The Count of Texas is actually the Count of Wind Speaker. He is the feudal lord here. And he is also a distant cousin and brother-in-law of Alfonso. The Wind Whisperer Basin has always been a territory belonging to the royal family. And only direct members of the royal family have the right to inherit, or, in other words, the right to help the royal family manage this land.
Ha ha. George! Although this guy Texa is not the eldest son of the old count, he is the luckiest one. One of his 2 brothers is a dwarf, and the other is a fool,
Alfonso said with excitement. As if he was worried about himself, this political opponent relished the scandals in his family. And he did not shy away from George, an outsider at all. Speaking of which, Texas was also a member of the royal family. And it's a very close one, because Alfonso's sister married him. Alfonso continued to talk eloquently.
Texas' eldest brother died. When he was 12 years old, the old count poisoned his dwarf. Coincidentally, after Texa came of age, the old Earl, the only normal 3rd son, after a hunting trip, he secretly killed his 2nd stupid son. So the 3rd oldest son, Dexter, was finally able to inherit the family business. And my father gave me one of his little sisters married him.
Dexter, who inherited everything, became closer and closer to the core of the royal family. Naturally, he was also a staunch royalist. However, because of his close connection with Cheongying, he supported the eldest prince, that is, he supported the eldest prince's son Robert. Alfonso's situation is actually somewhat similar to Texas. He is the 8th eldest child. Most of those in front are sisters. There are only 3 brothers in total, 2 of whom are dead. So he and his eldest brother are the right to the throne, the first heir and the second heir in line. The Earl of Texas was an important, powerful man, and an important member of the royal family. Alfonso had been paying attention to him for a long time. So I know a lot of news. And judging from the Count's actions in the past 2 years, based on the judgment of the arbitration panel with a keen sense of smell, this Earl may have already been made a blood descendant. Especially after the blood moon. His actions began to become more and more crazy, although the blood descendants were less affected because Elizabeth was dead. Many of the things this guy did were still heinous. However, no matter how crazy he is, Alfonso believes that this time he will have to be honest. Because my boss is an angel. However, George's confidence in dealing with Texas does not come from himself, but from those knights. Chapter 407 Arbitration Knights. Those knights in Tanya are the blood descendants closest to the first generation. If Tanya, who inherited everything from Elizabeth, can be regarded as the new king, then those knights who often follow Anthony are the new king. Among blood descendants, he is equivalent to the vampire duke. As a blood descendant, as long as he doesn't take any medicine, he can only shudder when he sees these blood knights with noble blood. These guys who usually hang out in Anthony's laboratory often go to the west of the valley, or the western border. And every time they can bring back a few honest Scarlet Huntresses back to the laboratory. After taking the Scarlet Enchantress, the strength of these great blood descendants has exceeded the limits of the hero list of the sanctuary. And they are enough to challenge a great demon alone. As for Tanya, she is no worse than Siljak at the beginning, when facing the black demons from the vampire clan. These great vampires have great repressive power. In addition, these great blood descendants are good at magic, and know how to refine potions. So they can be said to be the best people to deal with blood problems, compared with these great blood descendants, who have both noble blood and powerful strength. The Earl of Windspeaker is who knows how many generations down the line of descent. It can be said that after this blood moon, no matter how crazy he becomes, he will have to regain his senses after seeing them, and others. As for the Angels of Light, said by George to Dirk's team, they were actually only used to perform miracles on the residents. They were not needed to deal with matters like the Count's. Alfonso didn't know the identities of those people, but he had great confidence in those big red-robed knights. He felt that with the addition of a few angels to this group, there would be absolutely no problem even if they forced themselves to treat Dexa.
George! Although Count Texas does not belong to the Dome Eagle family, his words still have great weight among Dome Eagle, and can be used as a breakthrough point.
Alfonso said with shining eyes.
Similarly, he is also very influential in the circles of the royal capital. If we can get him done in this trip, we will get twice the result with half the effort.
Yeah, George nodded. He hoped that Ian and the others could provide a satisfactory answer. The difficulty of this matter was not to deal with the Earl, but to deal with the tens of thousands of people in his city. There are many blood descendants mixed in there. After thinking for a while, he looked at the map in the Book of Dawn. In the past 2 days, Blood Baron Edward and several Blood Knights have been staying in the castle, probably busy preparing antidote potions. The sergeants in Fengyu Castle have already started to move. I don't know what these people want to do. Some sergeants also went to the barracks and seem to have killed several people there. After watching for a while, his eyes turned to the upper left corner of the map, which is the side of the basin close to the valley. There, the demon spider troops led by Blackheart have driven tens of thousands of zombie feeds all the way into the abandoned gold mine.
It's a little strange. George, there are monsters in this whole town, but there are no monsters in the area near the castle.
Alfonso's words interrupted George's thoughts. George closed the book and looked up at the castle. The flag of the sanctuary has been planted on the highest tower of the castle. At this time, the light on the holy object in Alfonso's hand was gradually dimming, and the mist in the distance was also spinning and was about to come back. The power that George had focused on in the past few days had been burned out. George stretched out his hand and touched the flail, and then the power of order from the Book of Dawn was poured into it, using him as the medium. Then the holy object shone again. Although he cannot gather the power of faith, the power of order in the entire valley can be gathered by the Book of Dawn through various churches. Those powers that cannot be gathered by the shelter are gathered in the book, and are restored based on a 1/25th base. In proportion, the power of order that this book now gathers is nearly 30,000 per week, which is almost the same as the shelter. So if he wanted to use 1 point of strength per day to dispel the consumption of 1 step of fog, he could let the Super Grand Order torch in Alfonso's hand illuminate the sky within several kilometers of the surrounding area. Let this guy Alfonso be a saint every day. It's just a few thousand spent every day, and it's just waiting to dissipate if you leave it in the book. George patted Alfonso, brought him back to his senses, and said,
"Come on, Alfonso, I will show you what this bloody man really looks like."
After having her blood drawn, Lena sat on the sofa, feeling slightly dizzy. After that, she bit open a blood bag given to her by the wizard. After drinking it, she felt much better.
"Bah, it smells bad."
Putting down the blood bag, Lena said to Dirk next to the sofa,
"I bet this must be a stallion in estrus."
Lena guessed it right. Generally, these blood packs are made from the blood of mutated horses and blood crystal, blood essence/life essence powder, plus some magic potions such as magic bacteria. They contain the vitality is extremely strong. This kind of blood pack is usually used on the battlefield, and can bring vampires back to life. But today her consumption was so great that she was almost drained.
"It's my good horse, Lena. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be willing to let its blood be collected. Hee. You didn't see the horse clothes the Lord gave me. Hee. It is full of exquisite embroidery. Put it on, and it's beautiful and warm. And I don't want to ride it anymore. Boss Martin told me that only earls and the like are qualified to use this thing. And it fits my status as a knight of the Great Dawn."
Dirk stood next to the sofa. He said while looking at the oil paintings on the wall. To be honest, he was amazed at the luxury of this castle. It felt many times better than Boss Garvey's castle. After stepping on the clean and tidy red carpet under his feet, Dirk made sure that the carpet had been cleaned with tea residue today. He couldn't help but said with a very strange expression,
"I thought this place would be full of dirty blood and stains. But I didn't expect that Blood Demon is quite classy. Do you think it's your kind of doghouse?"
Lena picked up a wine bottle and smelled the strong smell of blood inside, and couldn't help but swallow. His pupils couldn't help but stand up. Every time she had blood drawn or was injured, she felt like she couldn't eat enough.
"Hey, Lena, when you came in, did you see the execution platform outside?"
Dirk sat down on the sofa, looked at the busy companions around him, and said,
"It's really too perverted."
The corners of Lena's mouth twitched, and she put the wine bottle back on the table with a somewhat unnatural expression, and said,
"I'll go somewhere else."
Dirk looked at Lena's retreating back and chuckled. Then he stood up and started working with his companions. Lena's mission today was considered completed. After all, after drawing so much blood, everyone had to take a day off. While wandering around, she discovered that the curtains throughout the castle had been closed by the knights, preventing the sunlight from entering the castle. Entering a certain hall, Lena met a group of knights escorting the refugees, said H. Lowe, and after chatting for a few words, Lena looked at the people they tied with spider webs. Among these people, some were servants with frightened expressions, and some were farmers with dull eyes and ragged clothes. But without exception, there are many knife marks and tooth marks on their bodies. Obviously, there are still classes and oppression among these blood descendants who have not yet been demonized. In front of the eyes of the high-ranking people, the low-ranking people are always food.
Well, send them to Miss Lorna. They are very lucky. They have all been bitten by the blood demon.
After looking at them twice, Lena looked at the leading knight and couldn't help but feel that her words were a bit redundant, because he is also a special arbitration knight.
Being bitten by a blood demon may not completely turn you into a demon. Lena, what I'm concerned about is how many of these people should be pulled outside to bask in the sun after interrogation. You saw those Iron Maidens in the basement. Are there any refugees in detention? You know, people have to atone for their actions. If a person's heart is dark, then no matter how human he looks or how clean we wash him, he is still guilty. The devil of forgiveness. Sooner or later, he will extend his fangs to his companions, and it is not worth our waste of precious medicine to save him.
The words in the knight's mouth were very cold, a bit like Volpe's, but the words, squeaky son, did not make Lena feel disgusted. Lena couldn't help but recall the execution platform outside. She knew that there was no need for the blood demon and those crazy monsters to use these things. As for taking blood, there is no need to torture the victim like this. There are indeed many real demons among these people. After the prisoners heard what the knight said, they all hurriedly defended themselves. The knight shouted angrily and silenced them all.
Shut your mouths! You have no right to speak until it is proven that you are not vampires.
After scolding him angrily, Bob waved his hand and asked his brother to leave behind the group of people. In fact, there may be many blood elves in Sanctuary who don't know who they are thinking they are blood elves. But as an arbiter, it is very clear they are essentially no different from the vampires they call themselves. But obviously, if any of these people are not vampires, they must be blood elves. This identity, and the guidance of the priests, will allow them to start their lives again. And in the future, they will strictly demand themselves according to the standards of the blood elves.
I haven't been to the basement yet. Bob Dot.
But Lena felt that she could imagine the scene there.
Are there any bloodthirsty people in the castle?
After hearing this, the knight's pupil stood up, as if he recalled some bad scenes, and his face couldn't help but turn pale.
The existence of those damn things is a kind of stain on the blood descendants.
Chapter 408 Exploring the Castle.
In the east of the castle is their den. You can go and take a look at the monsters inside. Lena, I believe that after you see it, you will definitely not be able to eat for many days.
Lena nodded. She guessed it. In the western region, she has seen some castles like this, where people and monsters live in harmony together. The owner will keep the breeding area clean and comfortable, and only set foot in it when the mood strikes. Enter the breeding area and play hide-and-seek with the food. All the sane vampires and survivors live in fear in the breeding area every day. Those that are completely crazy will be summoned to the real nest by their owner to prevent them from stealing food.
Those monsters that I burned to ashes, after discovering my identity, in their final madness, claimed that they were the truly more advanced species.
In the knight's description, for those crazy people, the blood descendant used the word monster many times, and his tone was sometimes regretful, sometimes full of contempt and disdain. According to the description of the knight, those blood descendants who have gone completely crazy look very similar to scavengers, but they have terrifying cracks on their faces. Lena and the others call them blood-thirsty ones. Those who were in slightly milder condition were also rotten all over and turned into crazy, scarlet hunters, with no possibility of regaining their sanity. These completely demonized things thought they were a more advanced species, because they were no longer as afraid of the sun as they once were. But like their masters, they gradually transformed into advanced creatures like demons.
It's ridiculous. When you pass by in a while, please help me clean up there. Lena, I'm afraid that in my anger, I will use the forbidden black flame to ignite the castle. The Lord will definitely kill me. I'll handle it.
Lena nodded in agreement.
By the way, whose serum was used today?
Bob asked in a low voice after seeing no one around.
It's mine.
Lena looked a little embarrassed. Everyone usually inquired about this kind of thing in private.
Don't worry. 3 liters of blood was drawn from me, which is definitely enough for more than 300 people here.
He is considered a third-generation blood descendant, qualified to be called Marquis. The antidote potion made from one's own serum can cure even those who have been directly infected by the Black Devil. as long as the body does not start to mutate into a bloodthirsty person. Even many Scarlet Hunters were able to detoxify under this potion. But the wizards discovered that after curing this thing, what they turned into was not a human being, but an advanced zombie that could fly over walls and walls. In fact, even the bloodthirsty was cured by using Tanya's serum. But as for the next thing, it was a powerful scavenger. They have completely changed into human beings.
Ahem. These newcomers are so lucky.
The knight's face was also very embarrassed. Since Rosted joined the team, he has taken over the potion aspect. In this regard, he, Anthony, is much better. The latest type of medicine to cure blood diseases uses the blood serum of blood descendants. Because of the degree of corruption of the healed, there will occasionally be a few madmen who will turn into strange monsters after treatment. This is actually a problem of these crazy blood descendants, who have begun to transform into undead creatures, and even into chaotic species. However, those knights who do not know much about magic superstitiously believe that blood donors are not good. Each of them believes that only their own blood is the best. This kind of private discussion is only held in Haidai. After chatting for a few more words, Lena walked towards the direction pointed by the knight. After passing 2 corridors, the smell of blood nearby became stronger and stronger, and the carpet underfoot began to become dirty and damp. Lena opened the door of the hall at the end, and was faced with a strong stench that rushed over and almost made her retching. The hall was extremely dark, and the cold air was like thick blood, making Lena feel uncomfortable all over. She looked around and found that the hall was extremely messy, with torn flesh and blood everywhere. It seems that this is the blood demon's special slaughterhouse, where he often eats and plays, and leave those blood essences here to grow slowly. There were scratches all over the wall, some scratched casually by the demon in pleasure, and some scratched by the human before death. Lena looked intently, and could still see the scratches on the wall, as well as the nails left by those tragic victims while scratching. She looked up and looked around, and found that in the gaps between the many bookcases, there were many twisted sarcomas, sticking all kinds of debris together. These sarcomas are covered with blood vessels. These blood vessels are like vines, growing out of the sarcomas and climbing everywhere. There were some larger sarcomas with human heads growing on them, as if the sarcomas were originally his dead body. Amidst the painful groans and struggles, the head kept wailing, and the body kept swelling and pulsing, like hearts. They are the blood essence left by the blood demon. Obviously, only a few hundred more people need to be slaughtered for these tumors and blood vessels to spread to every corner of the castle. A lump of disgusting blood suddenly squeezed out from the sarcoma. Lena turned around and avoided it, leaving an afterimage in place, preventing the disgusting thing from contaminating her wizard armor. Then she stretched out her hand and raised her pupils. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding sarcomas and blood vessels were all under her spell, and blood mist was continuously extracted from them. As the blood gathered between the witch's hands, it gradually rolled into a large blood ball. The blood mass began to be compressed and evaporated by her, and finally a red crystal was left behind. When the last ray of blood mist condensed on the blood crystal, those twisted sarcomas and blood vessels finally weathered and shattered. Lena looked at the thumb-sized blood crystal on her hand, and knew that all the essence accumulated by this blood demon over the past few years was in it. The blood crystal was black and red, extremely filthy. Before being treated with medicine, it is only suitable for casting spells, and not for taking. Otherwise, it will be bad if you take too much. Recalling her last transformation, Lena couldn't help but shudder. After cleaning up the place, Lena felt much better, wandered around the castle. Gradually, she left the hunting ground and returned upstairs to the main hall. On the road, I saw someone holding a flag and preparing to hang it on the top of the castle. The big lord knew that it had been taken care of here. Standing in front of the handrail on the second floor, Lena looked down and saw that the knights had already taken care of the place. Many jewelry and paintings had been carried into the main hall and started to be packed. And many bloods and many survivors in those castles have been pulled into the main hall. Bob and other knights are interrogating these people whether they are survivors or blood descendants. There are those with evil hearts who help the evildoers, and there are also those who are innocent. And no one can hide his crimes in front of these knights and priests whose eyes can see into people's hearts, and whose spells can make people reveal their hearts. Those who are truly innocent, or those who have room for reform, will be sent to the wizards next door to receive treatment for blood poisoning or injuries, as well as psychological counseling from priests. As for those who have committed unpardonable crimes, they will only die. The behavior of many people was outrageous. This kind of cannibalism is not only happening among blood descendants. Some blood descendants found themselves acquitted because they did not miss the bad thing. They were stunned for a moment, unable to believe what the knight said. It wasn't until they were sent to the wizards by the priests that they realized that their abnormality was not because they were demons, but because they had some kind of strange disease. They couldn't help crying, and suddenly found that their persistence over the years had finally paid off at this moment. After watching it for a while, Lena lost interest. She went upstairs and wandered around. Upstairs is the area where the castle owner's family once lived. The environment here is not bad. It seems that the blood demon chose its hunting ground in the area farthest from here, before completely losing its mind. After pushing open a bedroom, Lena found that the fireplace was still burning. But there was no one in the room. The whole room was very warm, and the air was filled with fragrance. It seemed to be a woman's boudoir. She glanced in the direction of the closet, and then walked to the dressing table. After opening the jewelry box, Lena looked at the various exquisite jewelry inside, and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Although she really wanted to pick a few pieces, she held back. After all, doing this in front of the owner is a bit too much like a bandit. So let's let bandits like dirt take care of it. When the time comes, you can just pick out a few items. This doesn't count as robbery. After looking around, Lena came to the window. I saw a ball of ashes under the curtain. It should belong to some unlucky person. Looking at the ashes, Lena couldn't help but recall the past. She thought of the knight who had terrified her so far, and also thought of the tall figure standing in front of her, protecting her. Unlike Teresa and other sisters, the person who changed everything for her was not the Dan who suddenly broke into their lives, but the figure that she will never forget. Now, I am qualified to contact him, and I can hold my chest high and talk to him with an above-board identity. But he doesn't seem to remember who he is anymore. Thank you, Dan. Thank you to Mom Hathaway. Thank you to all the old people. Thank you to the light of dawn. Thank you, Jack. Now, the arbitration panel is no longer the same panel it once was. As a member of it, she has her own persistence and knows her mission. Naturally, I can handle such things well with my companions. There was a sudden noise outside the window, and Lena looked out. The sun was a little dazzling, and the great lord had already led people into the inner courtyard of the castle. He, Alfonso and others were surrounding a strange-shaped iron cage that was hung up in the courtyard, pointing and saying something. The snow on the ground under the iron cage was red, and not far away there were several blood buckets lying messily on the ground. The spilled blood had already frozen the ground into ice. Near the blood bucket, there were two piles of ashes, which seemed to have turned into fly ash in the sudden sunlight. Several knights lifted the new corpse off the execution platform, carried it outside, and began to burn it. After hearing George's description, Duke Alfonso angrily picked up the flail and vented his anger against the iron cage. This sacred object is not yet extinguished. Otherwise, once this area is shrouded in heavy fog again, all the vampires in the castle who are not under control will run away. These people haven't taken the medicine yet. Some have gone completely crazy, and some still have some sanity that can be saved. As a blood descendant, she cares about her companions in her heart, hoping that they can enter the warm embrace of the shelter like herself. But at the same time, she also knew that if one of these guys who had not learned how to control themselves escaped, then a surviving village in this basin would be doomed. She drew the thick curtains, and the bedroom was enveloped in darkness again. Then she walked to the closet, opened it, and a shivering girl hidden among the clothes appeared in front of her. At this moment, the girl suddenly rushed over and stretched out the fruit knife in her hand. However, at this moment, the girl suddenly realized that the people in front of her were people, not those monsters, and she couldn't help but want to take back her hand. But the blood vessels on the stranger's neck and the smell of blood on her clothes suddenly made the girl's eyes show a trace of madness. And the stranger bared his fangs. The wardrobe suddenly fell apart under the girl's amazing power. Lena said softly, grabbed her neck, and pressed her against the wall. After struggling for a few times, the girl suddenly felt a fear from the depths of her soul under Lena's cold gaze. Her body couldn't help but tremble, and her mind completely cooled down from the madness and recovered. Own reason. Then, she discovered that her lace pajamas had been torn to pieces by this woman. Her mind went blank. Really? Lena saw that there was a terrifying tooth mark next to the girl's collarbone. The terrifying fangs in the monster's mouth almost dug into the girl's heart from the girl's collarbone. Obviously, this girl was the only one in this castle. The father can do it, Lena said in her heart. Poor little girl. You can still be saved. Who are you? Shut your mouth, little girl. Until you can prove that you are not a vampire, you have no right to ask questions. The girl trembled. In her eyes,
This cold human female knight was as frightened as the big devil. In her fear, Lena nodded with satisfaction. She knew that only by knowing fear can one know how to revere and cherish. Respect and cherish are often a good start for a person in darkness to escape from the past and face the future. After leading Alfonso to see what the blood trouble was, George left several teams here to continue dealing with the loot, the castle's finances, and the refugees in the castle. George took the other people and went straight to the Wind-Whispering Castle. Chapter 409 The Wheel of the Sun God. Well organized, the sun followed the entire team, dispersing the fog in the distance. Angels of light, thunder, and fire are constantly flying and exploring the way at the end of the fog, occasionally encountering a group of small corpses hiding from the sun in front of them. They casually cover them with light, thunder, and holy flames. The whole team is like the sun god parading on the earth. Although Alfonso has become accustomed to this kind of scene in the past few days, every time he sees the angels flying in the sky in front of him, his heart is filled with excitement. George! The basin was not so barren in the past. Its grain production was enough to support the consumption of the entire royal family's territory. Alfonso sighed as he looked at the unoccupied houses passing by. After George heard this, he withdrew his gaze towards the Book of Dawn and began to look into the distance. He had a panoramic view of the surrounding scenes for several kilometers. Farms and small forests covered with snow and silver could be seen everywhere. The area of the Wind Whisperer Basin is far larger than the Black Pearl Valley. Strictly speaking, the Black Pearl Valley is actually a branch of this basin. It's just that its area is very large, and it is very similar to many common basins. The two areas are juxtaposed together, like a slanted word. Although the landscape here has many mountains, rivers, lakes and forests, it is not evenly distributed. But the arable area is still quite large, with more than 3 million hectares, or nearly 50 million acres of land. Before the fog, with the productivity of this era, without taxation, 5 acres of land could keep a person fed and clothed. In other words, its grain production was enough to support tens of millions of people. After the fog, although the production was greatly reduced, it was still enough to support the entire basin, plus the consumption of the entire Elda Kingdom army. In the future, when sunlight reaches this basin, it will still be able to support tens of millions more people. When agriculture develops in the refuge, the number can be doubled. In fact, although the entire basin has been shrouded in fog, it is in great shape compared to the valley. But now the Count's troops and the people were able to run away and escape. And the Count himself was infected with the blood poison. He admired this guy very much. The emergence of the blood demon zone was probably due to the Earl's laissez-faire. 80% of the villages and towns they had seen on the road were deserted. The only good thing is that because the Count is addicted to pleasure, many residents have already migrated to the south. Otherwise, there might be millions of zombies here. The situation here now is just like the original Shurek territory. Wherever the demon spiders passed by, they saw either a ghost village or a ghost living in it. However, it seems that many lords are still holding on here. While thinking, a majestic city wall gradually appeared in the sunlight in the distance. The city where Fengyu Castle is located gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. George saw many figures on the city wall looking towards this side. The flags of Dawn Cathedral, Black Pearl, and Windsinger have been hung on the city wall. Even the Holy Court flag that George ordered people to sew overnight some time ago was rubbed against the city wall and fluttered in the wind. The fog continued to recede as the sun drove it away. George focused his attention. He saw in the Book of Dawn on the way that it seemed that a battle had just been fought here today. The zombies gathered under the city wall have been burned into skeletons. In the sunlight, ashes are constantly flying from the wreckage. The old soldiers are leading thousands of noble private soldiers to clean up the corpses and scorched bones of zombies under the city wall, looking for the wounded and sick on the battlefield. The 2 heavenly armed forces who came here with these veteran soldiers have folded their wings and healed the injured. It seems that these soldiers rushed out of the city during the previous battle and engaged in a pursuit battle. Otherwise there would be no injuries under the city wall. After the soldiers saw the torrent of steel in the distance driving the sun, the sergeant stopped what they were doing when they looked at the angels in the sky. Waves of dawn light rain were cast from the hands of the light angel. The warm light rain melted the ice and snow and moisturized the soldiers' skin. The private soldiers who had just experienced the most difficult battle in history couldn't help crying and started praying devoutly towards the sky. Just as those Templar knights said, the messengers of the 7 gods will come here in the near future with sunshine. This hope has supported them to persist until now and mustered up all their courage. But what they didn't expect was that on this day, they would use their own strength to destroy those monsters. George also didn't expect that these dozen old soldier sergeants had not only taken over all the noble knights and private soldiers here these days, but also inspired their courage to lead them. Watching them fight a beautiful battle under the city wall. Looking at the soldiers on the city wall. They opened the city gate under the shout of the sergeant major of the shelter. George knew that he no longer needed to worry about the entire basin. The people he selected showed better integration, control and command abilities than he thought. There are still many lords here who are holding on, just like Garvey once was, as long as their team helps them rebuild their confidence. Then with just a few sparks of order, the people here will be able to retake this land under the leadership of the sanctuary sergeants. When this winter is over, I have finished my work with the Cheonging family, and it is almost quiet here. The entire basin will also become a model for future valley sergeants to teach the Eldar people how to eliminate disasters. Alfonso, put away the sacred objects. Don't let this sudden sunshine ruin Ian's plan. There are still many people who are afraid of the sun in the city. Alfonso followed George and others, and gradually entered the castle, while being greeted by Count Texas and others. While walking there, he looked at the castle that he often visited when he was young, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although he had not been here for more than 10 years, the magnificence of Fengyu Castle still left a deep impression on Alfonso's heart. Every time he entered this place, he always wondered whether the harsh father and son had plundered the entire basin's property, making this big castle as luxurious as the Black Pearl Manor. Now, Dex's old father has been dead for many years. Logically speaking, there is no one in the world who can make him afraid. But every time the Count quietly looked at the gentle red-robed knight named Kagula, those eyes made Alfonso wonder whether the person sent by George was the reincarnation of the old Count. Appearance. But according to what that old guy did, he shouldn't be able to go to heaven. More like going to H.L. Sir, the patients here have basically been isolated by us. There may be some in the city that we have not found, but Tuke has been searching the city with Archdeacon Ian for the past 2 days. I believe within a week, we should be able to find all the sick people. Having said this, the Grand Knight Commander Kagula slowly took out a list from his arms, handed it to the boss in front of me. As George walked, he glanced twice. Judging from the various numbers above, the number of blood descendants here has reached 3,000, and the number of blood slaves has reached 8,000. There are less than 80,000 people in the city. According to the ratio of residents, it can be said to be extremely terrifying. Even the bishop here is suffering from the blood disease. Fortunately, Ian also holds the position of executive bishop of the great cathedral. So when these blood descendants are properly managed by him, Kagula and others after the post, the church was taken over. Not long after, they had arrived at the mysterious hall where the wizards were. The crowd here is mixed, but orderly. A dozen blood descendants, who have put on wizard robes, are brewing and mixing various potions under the guidance of the great pharmacist Edward. The shelter is currently treating hemorrhagic diseases, using the third-generation medicine which is prepared by mixing the serum of high-level blood descendants with certain medicines. It is often the most effective formula. One dose is often effective, and one can sleep overnight. It's almost better. But there are too many sick people here. So only guys like Dexa, who are extremely infected, use the blood of Kagula and the others. Other medicines use the serum of these maids, who have been cured. In addition, for those blood slaves whose condition is not serious, they can be cured slowly without using serum. The first and second generation formulas of this shelter are enough. After reporting the situation to his boss, the great-blooded Kagula glanced at Earl Texas, who was following him. This guy immediately walked up and handed over a list in his hand. George glanced at this guy with a mocking smile on his face, shook his sleeves, and took the order. Then he could no longer pretend, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Honorable Duke, these talisman words and magic gems are a little bit of my heart. Thank you for sending people to solve our crisis here, Earl Dexa said while scratching the itchy place on his body. I saw the arsonists you sent. My troops need them to deal with those monsters, and I hope to establish stable trade with the valley in the future. Although most of the minerals in the territory of this wealthy great earl must be handed over to the royal family, his wealth is not much inferior to that of Black Pearl, and the wealth accumulated over the years has been guarded by him. So it is really quite a lot. The talisman words and various gems, gold, and silver in the valley were all replaced by food after the fog. But this guy kept them all in his hands. There are more than 800 words of divine runes alone. And the magic gems picked out by the wizards also weigh more than 3,000 carats if equipped with a 100:1 suppression force. It would be enough to arm 30,000 people. These 30,000 people are enough to sweep across the basin. If you save some,
You can still have a lot left. With one stroke of his pen, George picked out 1,000 magic gems and left the remaining talismans and gems to Caligula and the others. During his report just now, he heard that there were several alchemy furnaces in the city, which collected gems from rich families and nobles. Enough for consumption. Although there are not many gem mines here, it is enough as a sub-base for the shelter. Thinking of this, George discussed with the team. He would go to Tanya's place in the next 2 days to find a place for her, and he would probably have to drag the Earl along with him. So some things have to be arranged. On the other side, Alfonso walked around the hall and stood in the center of the hall. After scanning a few circles with his eyes on the maids, who helped the wizards brew potions, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Each of these girls is as beautiful as a flower, and each one is very well nourished. Their obedient appearance is like a lovely sweet apple. On the other hand, the Earl of Texas, who scratched his neck and head for a while, was a sharp contrast. This guy seems to have syphilis looking at his appearance. He must have been cured in the past 2 days. There were scabs and unhealed rotten sores everywhere on his body. His face was extremely pale, and he had a pair of dark circles under his eyes. And on that ridiculous head, there were not even a few hairs left. Alfonso couldn't help but reveal a somewhat sarcastic smile.
My dear cousin, you have really worked hard these past 2 years.
Earl Texas was a little embarrassed. He came out in a hurry today. He didn't wear a noble wig, and now he looks really bad.
Your Highness Alfonso, you are really kidding me.
Earl Dexa forced a smile and said,
In the past 2 years, the blood disease has tortured me terribly.
When the blood-borne knight, Caligula, not far away heard this, he couldn't help but smile coldly. This smile scared him, and trembled all over. I couldn't help but think of the scene when those knights broke into the banquet, and hung him up in front of everyone. And it was only from that day that he knew what a truly noble species was. Thinking of this, Dexa couldn't help but look at the great blood descendant Caligula. The admiration and fear for the superior in his eyes were exactly the same as those of the nobles at the banquet. Alfonso saw his hopeless look, and was too lazy to answer him. On the way, he had already heard what the sergeant's major said. Texas, a fool who couldn't even keep up with the heat, did not disappoint him. This guy, as well as his nobles, regard blood trouble as a fashion, and they have done it frequently in the past 2 years. After being bitten by one of their mistresses, they began to live out their extravagant and rotten days. They had all kinds of banquets and put all kinds of interesting, torturous, and bloodletting instruments in the banquet. What made him feel angry and ridiculous was that these guys had no idea what the blood plague would bring. They thought they had become the most noble immortal species, and started a stupid doomsday carnival. And Texas, a lowly blood slave, also gradually gained more and more power in this carnival of blood, becoming a blood addict, and becoming a bloodthirsty person. On the road of this deformed monster, he keeps racing forward. It wasn't until his whole body was rotten that he began to feel something was wrong. But by that time, he was no longer a human being. Chapter 410. Poor Earl of Texas. At that time, the Earl of Texas was about to completely fall into madness. The little bit of reason he still had left in him made him want to stay away from the blood in fear every time he saw the rot on his body. He even thought he had syphilis at one point. His Grand Maester even gave a very reasonable explanation: the disease could be transmitted through blood and promiscuity. Moreover, there was a plague in the city at that time, and even with the level of academicians, they couldn't tell whether it was syphilis or plague. And my family seems to have a genetic disease called syphilis. This explanation was very ignorant, but Texas completely believed it, including many nobles. The same is true. In order to save his own life, he initiated some nobles, and began to abstain from sexual intercourse and blood, and engaged in various treatments for diseases. The Grand Maester used his rich experience in treatment to bleed him. Take arsenic, inject mercury into them, and use a soldering iron to burn his wounds. The nobles left one by one during the terrible treatment, and Dexa encouraged himself to go alone. There is no doubt that Texas is lucky. He would not die from this horrific treatment like one of his ancestors. But he was also unfortunate, because his strong vitality made the bachelors boldly use various treatment plans. In the end, during the painful and long treatment, he was tortured to death by various tricks day and night. The result was obvious. Not only did Texas' illness not heal, but his body's thirst for blood also became more intense. Finally, after the last failed treatment, he gave up on himself completely. He also completely fell into the carnality and carnival. It wasn't until a few days ago that he finally learned from Edward's mouth what real scientific therapy was. After receiving the popular knowledge, Texas wanted to hang those bachelors immediately.
But now, these guys have all become Lord Edward's assistants. And they have become someone he can't afford to offend. Dex's experience made Alfonso angry. But he couldn't hate him. His cousin could cause such trouble here today because of ignorance, stupidity, and incompetence. This is not the same as that blood demon. Fortunately for him, it was precisely because of the stupidity and ignorance of Dexa and those nobles that a fire was still left in this basin. Dexa, this loser, has been exposed since his father's death of his stupid prototype. He only knew pleasure and never cared about his subjects. And he was not at all interested in controlling his own territory. This gave his sober retainers the opportunity to lead their subjects to escape far away from the plague and bloodshed here. Judging from the wizard's estimates, this once fertile basin now has a population of less than 300,000. I don't know whether to feel lucky or sad. There are still more than 80,000 people in the city, mixed with thousands of blood descendants. The original bishop had been poisoned, but he felt good about himself. While sending people to catch those with blood poisoning and burn them to death, he secretly sucked human blood. Suddenly, the people in the city were panicked. The hemorrhage patients didn't know what was happening to them. The refugees were wandering around the city in hunger. Riots and carnivals continued in the city, and the city was in chaos. Many knights of the palace have not yet completely fallen. They and the same lords in the city are constantly fighting against plague, blood plague, and zombies. Finally, when the building was about to collapse, the Templar Knights arrived, and the chaos in the city began to gradually come to a halt under the experienced shelter team. As George said, this time, it can be said to be the right medicine. The Angel of Light, in cooperation with the Great Knights, had a miraculous effect on this wind-whispering castle, just like the sea-fixing needle. This allowed the arbitration team and the sergeants to calm down the chaos here with thunderous force in the past 2 weeks. Otherwise, if we come here half a year later, this place will be the capital of the rodent kingdom again. Now, there are corpses of those who died from the plague everywhere, and rats have begun to run around on the streets. Alfonso's thoughts were interrupted by George's conversation. The citizens follow the example and regard the actions of the nobles as fashionable. In addition, there is a plague in the city, so the poor people will no longer be killed by the plague when they see their neighbors. And they will not eat if they don't eat. After starving, they all took the initiative to stretch out their wrists. Caligula put down the teacup in his hand, shook his head and sighed. But in fact, there is a lot of food in the city. It's just that our nobles are reluctant to part with it. Put out food. How much food is left? George asked the topic he was most concerned about. More than 4 million bushels. George nodded. With the original population of Wind Whispering Castle, if this amount of food is not enough for next year's autumn harvest, everyone will starve to death. But now, it is enough to last until next year. The only thing that makes people a little headache is that there are too many blood slaves here. Although after being detoxified, as long as the blood slaves have not drank much blood, there is a high probability that they can be completely cured depending on the situation. However, as long as the blood slaves do not, if you are injured, eating once is enough to stop you from eating for a few months. But for a while, it was difficult to find so much blood to supply them. George estimated that after sorting out the blood descendants in the city, the number of blood descendants in the city would eventually be limited to 5,000. And the number of blood descendants in the entire basin would eventually be about 10,000. Edward Blood Baron raised his head at this time and said, "Sir, there is a rat infestation in the city, and the knights have organized manpower to hunt rats. There are many mountains and forests here, and there are a lot of livestock that have gone wild in the mountains and forests. Wait until the city is full of rats. After the rat infestation is eliminated, the ecology of the basin can still maintain balance. The blood volume of a few rats is enough for a vampire to live for a week. With the characteristics of immortality, what they need is not nutrition, but vitality. Of course, if you want to become stronger, the more blood the better. But with the support of the refuge's medicine, using blood to purify has become a low-level method. The real big blood people all take blood crystals. Those high-energy creatures rich in magic power can provide far more value than human blood. However, this powerful life essence often contains some magic energy pollution that is difficult to completely remove. Although there is no problem for high-level blood descendants like Lena, low-level blood descendants are prone to have some sequelae if they take too much. Texas is a typical example. Although the blood he took was not contaminated, because he absorbed too much life essence, he was unable to digest it, and eventually became a blood addict who looked neither human nor ghost. In addition, "Sir," Caligula interjected, "I have plans to apply for some of the bright moons and mercenaries to come and lead the special people here to form an army. In the mountains and forests, and near many villages, there are always wolves. The disease is causing trouble. It just happened to be solved together.
Chapter 4:11 Human Spirit. Speaking of this, Caligula hesitated. He knew that his boss always looked at people based on their ability and human heart. Things like race and identity are not a criterion in his eyes. This makes him, as a man of great blood, ultimately win everyone's respect, but also because he is a blood descendant. The situation is a bit too special. So in fact, it is more appropriate for Ian to raise this matter. But to be honest, he was the same as Tanya. If he could, he didn't want to see too many people tortured by this dark curse like him. Even many other selfish colleagues don't want to see too many vampires appear under the transformation of the potion. The new generation of vampires are getting stronger and stronger. The third generation vampires like Lou Lena. See, old guys like me no longer need to bow their heads. So according to what most people think, it is enough for blood descendants to account for 1/1000th of the population. Their lifespan is so long, and they do not rely on reproduction and numbers to survive. There are too many people. On the one hand, it will attract the attention of the big lords. On the other hand, your status will be gradually squeezed out by the new people.
Nothing is wrong, Caligula. Just stay here for a while.
George patted him on the shoulder and said. Under the boss's eyes, Caligula felt relieved.
Sir, the soldiers here are actually quite good,
Caligula said.
Although Count Texas is incompetent and does not pay attention to his soldiers, there are still many real knights under him.
George nodded. The level of the Basin troops was similar to that of Garvey's earliest soldiers, and the equipment was even better. In addition, there are still many lords in the Basin who are still persisting. So there is still a skeleton here. Next, as long as some backbones are brought in from the shelter to fill it in, the troops here can be brought out. There will be many new blood descendants and wolf descendants among them. So this is by no means an ordinary troop. If you pull it up, you can chew hard bones. The Toulon, Black Lake, and Bienhead troops in the shelter have all been expanded, especially the Bienhead troops, which have absorbed a lot of GIUS sergeants. Therefore, these people in the Basin just happen to be expanded to the Moon Corps. And when the ideological construction of this army is completed, it will play a real role in the eastern border of Elda. The first demons must have never imagined that the special soldiers they created would become the biggest stumbling block in their way forward. And all the creatures in this world will stand on their opposite side in order to fight for a living space in this doomsday. After taking Alfonso on another tour, George was already relieved about this place. But considering the subsequent construction of this sub-base, one person is still needed. Judging from the current manpower of the shelter, Sophia and her small team have indeed kept the shelter's political affairs in order. But this is because the foundation of the shelter is so good. As long as you have the ability, you will be fine no matter what you do. But the situation here is extremely complicated. This young child still lacks some training, and also lacks some means of being thick-faced and evil-hearted. The person who comes to take charge of the work must be an old fox, and be able to manipulate various characters including blood descendants. Although there are many vampires in the arbitration team, these vampires have a natural advantage in dealing with vampires. There will not be too much resistance. After all, the vampires who can survive are right in front of them. However, for the sake of stability, the arbitration panel did not dare to go too far. We only dealt with a small amount that even the nobles thought was a damn lunatic who was trying to scare the monkeys. If you want to completely clean up the rat droppings here and get the nobles and all blood descendants to support them with heartfelt support, it is definitely not something that ordinary people can do. Arrived, the trick of boiling frogs in warm water must be done extremely well. So in George's mind, there is a very good candidate. In addition, the church also needs someone Ian is suitable for opening. But this guy is singing in blackface and is not suitable for management. So Dan has to come over. He glanced at the Count of Texas who had been following him, and said to Alfonso,
I plan to ask the Archdeacon Dan and Count Gas to bring some people over. There is too much work to be done here. The sergeants alone are not enough.
Count Texas didn't seem to understand the deep meaning of this sentence. But Alfonso was slightly stunned after hearing this, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Afterwards, Alfonso smiled and said,
George, the valley has too much experience that needs to be learned by the Kingdom of Elda. The Basin is now in chaos, and Lord Gast is here to preside over the work. I believe that the Earl of Texas will it will save you a lot of sorrow.
After hearing this, Earl Texas quickly answered. He didn't even know who Gaster was, but he flattered him first without leaving any trace no matter what he thought. He would be able to drive every day from now on. To be happy and enjoy yourself is to prevent yourself from being burned to death. This attitude is undoubtedly a wise decision. Obviously, this guy either knows his situation clearly, or he is a real idiot. But no matter how stupid or smart he is, as long as he does not touch the bottom line in the future and understands who he is loyal to, he will always be the Lord here. The Lord who has been loyal to the valley for generations. George ignored this guy who was very good at flattering, and looked deeply at Alfonso. What he said is actually very clear if the valley is allowed to intervene. With the political system of the valley, no matter who the lords of this land are in the future, the ones who control it will be the consuls, town chiefs, and mayors. And these people are either the old residents of the shelter, or die-hard loyalists they selected and promoted from the local area. In addition, the lords here have been completely controlled by the valley because of the blood problem. So if there is a king in the future, and it is said that this place belongs to Rodunk, then this place belongs to Rodunk. Therefore, Dex's words mean that he is willing to be loyal to the Lord of Dawn. And Alfonso's words also mean that he may not be able to do it. The kingdom of Elda has too many experiences that the valley can learn from. Just as the Basin can have an earl who is loyal to the Vale, so the Eldar can have a king who is loyal to the Emperor. Alfonso is a human spirit. And this is a piece of cake he drew. But the people who receive this pie are not ordinary people. I hope you know who you are saying this to, and what it means. George withdrew his gaze.
No matter what your thoughts are, I take this as your promise.
At this time, a male servant came over quietly, and whispered a few words into Case's ear. Then, the guy clapped his hands with a smile, and said to George,
Your Excellency, you have been traveling all the way.
Loud done. I have prepared tonight's banquet. Please allow me to fulfill my duty as a landlord and help you with your affairs.
After hearing this, several knights around them all showed sarcastic smiles, obviously in this period. Mentioning a banquet is simply a waste of life. After George was stunned for a moment, he looked at this guy angrily and amusedly, not knowing whether to get angry or politely refuse. Then he heard another sentence from Texas.
Your Majesty the Duke, since I heard that you were going to visit this place, all the nobles have been looking forward to it. You can't refuse. The sergeants in the valley just won a battle for us. We must entertain all the meritorious officials.
Minister.
After saying this, Earl Texas' expression was a little complicated.
Moreover, after the blood problem here was solved by the arbitration panel, many people want to talk to you to express their feelings.
George was suddenly enlightened. He looked at this guy and looked at Texas seriously for the first time. He suddenly discovered that although this guy's incompetence was indeed true, he was not a fool at all, but a human being who was extremely good at pretending to be stupid. His attitude will represent the future of the nobles in the entire basin. And this banquet is by no means a blood feast, but a confession from the nobles give us a chance to live. George nodded and accepted the matter. You really have to attend this banquet, in addition to seeing the situation of these nobles. Tonight, you also need to bring the big nobles in the basin together to divide their wealth. Chapter 412 The Mainstay. As George thought, the banquet prepared by Dexter was very suitable. Without crossing the line at all, it can even be said that the entire banquet was held in a manner that was neither wasteful nor wasteful due to the hard thinking of the nobles. Extravagant, but extremely decent. And there are not only nobles among them, but also many knights and lords who participated in the battle of the city wall. It is said to be a cleansing ceremony and a celebration banquet. But every sergeant has it. But there is no sergeant in the valley who even considers avoiding suspicion. It can be said that these nobles are indeed very smart. They have not prepared for this banquet in a day or two. Accompanied by Alfonso and Dexa, George got to know every noble and knight who came to introduce him. After getting to know each other, George looked at Dexa.
Aren't all the nobles in the basin present here? Of course. Lord Duke, you know that after this bloodbath, we have recognized many people. So some people can no longer play with us.
George nodded and found that this guy was a wonderful person for some guys who couldn't be clean no matter how hard they were washed. Texas didn't find any. There are even some guys who are not too outrageous. But the nobles have given up on these people just because they have been talked to by the arbitration panel many times. This banquet was held for celebration rather than for the nobles to clear their relationship. Looking at the people who came one by one, George discovered that the arbitration team was very measured in their actions. They did not spare a single treacherous person, and punished and dealt with those who had stains in an extremely appropriate way. In today's shelter, I no longer need to do many things myself. George was extremely satisfied with the answer sheet submitted by the new arbitration team. And today, those who were introduced by Decasa were carefully screened by him as the Lord here. He did have some understanding of various people's situations. It's just that it can't be used in the right place. Everyone who comes here either has a great use like Dexa, for example. His family is connected to the kingdom, and has deep relationships with many big lords. Or those who are extremely capable. Seeing this, George already knew that the new arbitration group could be said to have completely stabilized this place. The banquet held by the nobles today meant that not only many people had been treated or cured, but the remaining nobles we all also understand the general trend. It can be said that they have done half of the work that Gaster has to do.
Your Majesty the Duke, I will introduce you to a few more nobles in a moment. They are not very good at words, but they are the mainstay of the basin.
Hearing these words, Alfonso couldn't help but sneer.
You guys, can you understand what a mainstay is?
Earl Texas stared, a little unhappy. He held up his dog-like white wig and said,
Your Highness Alfonso, although people say that I am ignorant and nepotistic, judging from the development of the basin, I may indeed have limitations. But there is one thing I am very good at. Clearly those stubborn rocks that are against me are all capable people.
When George heard this, he almost choked on the sip of wine in his mouth. Alfonso was stunned for a long time, and finally touched his beard and said teasingly,
My dear cousin, I have to say that you are very good at reading people, but you never do it.
Get down to business. My brother, you are also very capable.
Dexa smiled and raised his glass.
From now on, I will do business.
Alfonso raised his eyebrows, chewed on Dex's words, and suddenly smiled. The two clinked a glass of wine, and the meaning expressed in their eyes was self-evident. This political opponent will completely support him from now on.
But, Alfonso, I think you are capable not because you are against me. It's because I believe in the Duke's vision.
Dexa clinked the wine glass with George again, and expressed it with a charming smile. Own loyalty. After Alfonso saw that this guy had taken the lead, he quickly raised his drink and hugged his thighs tightly. Through Dex's introductions, George discovered that some people, although they were blood descendants, were actually the mainstay of this dilapidated city. And many people are infected with blood poison not because of their own will. Those vampires are elusive, and they often sleep well the night before, only to have an extra bite wound on their body the next morning. This caused many people who originally insisted on burning those evil spirits to die, to finally give up. Now, for the sake of stability, the arbitration panel announced that these people were all patients after killing the chicken to scare the monkeys. However, many people knew what happened to them, and the arbitration panel's iron-blooded tactics also made people in the city panic. The Duke's attitude completely reassured them he was indeed ill. Individual rats also know that if they want to live, they still have a small chance to atone for their sins. As for who is chosen in the end, even if they are unlucky for the sake of the survival of most people, the nobles are willing to sacrifice a small number of people.
At the end of the banquet, many people were very drunk, taking advantage of the alcohol. They cried bitterly while holding the boots of the
Knight of Divine Grace,
and began to repent. Some smart people even vomit out some of their own crimes, compared with the confession after being tortured in the future. This modified confession is obviously more likely to win a chance. It did give them a chance. They are very smart, and know that what can save their lives is not whether the things they have done are worthy of forgiveness, but making the big lord believe that they will be obedient in the future, and that they have great value. George didn't mince words about what these people wanted to hear. Although these words were not taken seriously, he did remember some of the names. Everyone thought they had a chance, and the situation in Fengyu Castle was completely stable. From now on, Gaster's work will become easier. There should be no problem in starting construction of this sub-base within 3 months. After the banquet was over, George had another tea party with Alfonso, Texas, and several important people in the basin. They have basically settled matters such as trade and mines, and follow-up matters will be handled by follow-up people. When the shelter brings a few fires, many things here can be carried out.
No need. Texas, the mines don't need to force those poor refugees to start working. During the battle at the Gate of Hell, I rescued a group of outland tribes enslaved by demons. Although they look ugly, they are not human beings. But now we have bowed to the glory of the 7 gods. They will handle the affairs of the mine. You can be responsible for the transportation.
It can be said that the current demon spider's nest has been completely digested by the shelter in the half-year since George returned to the valley. To say that they are a pitiful tribe enslaved by demons is definitely not appropriate. To say that they are a group of guys who work for tigers is more like it. But after so many years of training, the situation is indeed similar to what George said. It would be a joke to say that they should be allowed to fight against Aloysius alone. But in the hearts of these wallflowers, George is no different from the master. So as long as he lives for a day, They will follow the shelter for a day and be the vassals of humans. Alfonso was very curious about these intelligent creatures from the outside world that George mentioned, because he has never seen a spider bigger than a basin. But he believed in what the boss said.
George, if things go well, I believe that after the glacier opens, transportation can begin. The ore can be smelted in Wind Whisper Castle first. After that, I will send a transportation team and a fleet to transport it.
Chapter 413, Divide the Basin. Alfonso said.
After that, I have plans to move some residents from other areas to the basin. I will also bring some food and farming tools to supplement the needs here. On the one hand, I can avoid disasters and contain the source of disasters. On the one hand, the population here is somewhat insufficient, and a large number of farmers are needed to reopen the land.
Alfonso is right. It is indeed time to migrate, especially the Swan Lake wetland generation. The influx of refugees here is overwhelming, and there are countless people. And after next year, there will be more refugees displaced by the war. Alfonso brought the topic to another key point: future grain production. This is one of the basin's greatest assets. And the basin will also be the most important grain-producing location supporting Elda and the valley in the future. It would be a waste to have 300,000 people to cultivate such a large basin. 1 million people is about right. But migration doesn't happen overnight. So having 500,000 people here in the first year would be great. Compared to the 100,000 farmers in the Shuret territory, it can be said to be 5 times more. There are 600,000 people in the valley, 80,000 soldiers, and many of them are not farmers. Therefore, there are more than 300,000 people in the sanctuary, and the Rat territory has always been about 100,000 farmers. In the first year, perhaps due to land reclamation, fog, and population, the basin will not produce much grain. However, the cultivation of 500,000 people can produce a lot more food than that of the Rat territory. There are currently 100,000 people, including the elderly and children, in the Shushu territory cultivating more than 1 million acres of land. The main products produced are vegetables, beans, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and mushrooms in various farmhouses, excluding various vegetables and those used for livestock, including potatoes and sweet potatoes. This year's grain production is 3.7 million bushels of grain. The average yield is a little over 200 kilograms per bushels per acre. This is the result of the gradual start of intensive farming and the sunshine in the second half of this year. If there had been no locust plague this year, and all the land was fully cultivated for wheat and other major crops, the yield per mu would have reached 300 kilograms. Fine cultivation is not yet perfect, only close to that of the Renaissance, so its yields are extremely imperfect. Based on the consumption standards of the shelter, it only meets the needs of 370,000 people for a year. Without George out there plundering food, most people would have starved to death this year. Based on this consumption standard, excluding the consumption of livestock, military horses, and poultry breeding, each person has an average of 10 bushels of grain per year. In other words, the big goal of eating enough has just been met. However, by the end of this year, the grain reserves will be basically gone. If there is no grain production in Gushi, people will start to starve to death next year. In most areas of Elda, there is no need to worry about people starving to death. It is even said that as one of the 7 most developed countries in the world, they have not enough food to eat. And most areas have long since the big goal of having enough to eat has been achieved. This is true even in this foggy disaster year in many places. A large number of livestock and military horses are still being domesticated instead of opening up wasteland for farming. But the basin is different. There is not only the fog that affects food production, but also the disaster that makes it difficult for them to farm. Last year, the average yield per mu in the basin was only 70 kilograms. If the land is peaceful and farmers can take good care of the fields under the guidance of scholars, then in this fog, excluding the consumption of seeds, the grain yield should reach 90 kilograms, 2 bushels per mu. According to the estimates of several lords who are good at agriculture, there are 500,000 people, including old people and children. If the standards of fine farming in the sanctuary are relaxed a little, each person will serve an average of 20 acres of fields, which is enough for 30 million bushels of grain. This is equivalent to 8 times the output of the 100,000 people in the Rat territory. It can be said that when you have a large amount of farmland, extensive farming is more cost-effective. The average food consumption per person here is about 4 bushels per year. Although the soldiers do not eat well, they are well fed, and the refugees will not die of hunger, said a lord. George calculated that the annual consumption of 4 bushels was equivalent to 220 kilograms of rations.
An average of 0.6 kilograms per person per day made into black bread, with a large amount of wheat bran, and a small amount of other unknown impurities. Almost a little more than a kilogram. Add some wild vegetables and vegetable soup. It is true that people will not starve to death. But the key point is that soldiers and horses will consume a lot. So it would be good for each refugee to have half a caddy of rations per day. In this era, the biggest wish of the people at the bottom is to have enough to eat every day. It can be satisfied occasionally. But since the fog, even the opportunity to be satisfied occasionally has disappeared. The only chance to keep people fed was to serve in the army. After the Lord said this, he hesitated. His words all revealed that he hoped to pay more attention to food for his people. But to be honest, without the farming guarantee given by the Valley and the farming support given by Alfonso, they'll have nothing to lose next year. Speaking of this, Alfonso sighed, and George already had poo in his heart. After some discussion, the food here was temporarily distributed in a 2:3:5 manner. That is, the Valley gets 20%. The grain in the Valley will be enough to meet our own needs after the land is cleared next year. This 20% of the basin's grain production, that is, 6 million bushels of grain, can be retained to cope with future situations. Originally, everyone thought that the Lord of Dawn would speak loudly. After all, this food will be absolute hard currency in the future. For every 6 million more, there is no need to worry about a year of disaster. So this result is extremely gratifying. The basin took 30%. Or 9 million bushels. The population here can rest and recuperate next year. And more people can do other jobs. The rest was Alfonso's. 50% of the quota is 15 million bushels of grain. This is enough for him to use for disaster relief. It can be said to have solved an urgent need. Alfonso breathed a big sigh of relief. This food is enough to meet the needs of the refugees who poured into Elda. With the food, I can also let more refugees be diverted to the basin. George estimated that there might be tens of millions of refugees pouring into the Elda kingdom from the east. Without the support of food, Alfonso would not be able to persuade the eastern lords to help. In this unattended situation, these refugees will be able to cross the Swan Lake wetland this winter while being chased by zombies. Of people, probably zero. People who starved to death, froze to death, and were eaten. All will become zombies. Under such circumstances, in the current situation in the kingdom where power is being fought for and warlords are dividing the country, it is impossible for anyone to provide disaster relief. So Alfonso had no choice but to borrow food, and it had to be loan sharking plus political deals. With the 15 million grains produced next year, he and Earl Texas only need to put their own fingerprints on it. Borrowing 10 million won't be a problem. Therefore, these grains have indeed solved the urgent need. George nodded. In this future disaster, every more manpower will be more strength. With the 80,000 soldiers in the Valley alone, there are fewer people to fight a battle. Without a strong population base to support it, there will be chronic death. Valleys and basins also require a large number of people to cultivate. It's already March, and this year's spring festival will be at the end of April. I am afraid that by May at the latest, the demons will be able to digest the Days Bay and the Violet Plain. From then on, the kingdom of Elda will face the impact of war, plague, and the source of disaster. There will be more and more disasters such as floods, droughts, and locust plagues, and food will become less and less. They must be well prepared. Martin and others have been staying in the royal capital for a month, and many of them have even gone to other cities. According to the plan, this move means that the public opinion in the Elda kingdom has almost fermented. Judging from the map, Tanya, who had been moving freely in the past, has not moved in the Eagle Castle recently. Her old soldiers have not been active recently, as if their freedom has been restricted. Apparently, the news from the royal capital made the Sky Eagles think that the valley was too easy to bully. George and Alfonso's strategy has always been to show weakness within the kingdom of Elda, and to show strength against the Sky Eagle. Now it must be Earl Leiden, who, together with his old soldiers, has blown the valley a little too far in the Eagle territory. Tanya was probably a little reluctant to let go in her own home, and did not let the old soldiers make trouble. It seems that the robbery has to be done by oneself. George did not wait for the shelter personnel to arrive in the basin. After leaving about 200 people for Ian, he led more than 300 people, and set off the next morning. Chapter 4:14 Glacier Wonders. The channel of the Cenas River on the southern boundary of the basin is the boundary between the Wind Whisperer Basin in the north, and the Greenfield Hills in the south. George stood on the shore, and looked into the distance. Looking at the glacier in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh at the climate change mentioned by Anthony. Normally, this river never freezes. and all kinds of boats come and go at the various ports and piers on both sides of the river, no matter winter, summer, spring or autumn. But now, with climate changes, in recent years, this river, which is far further north than Biswee City, as the river road is already becoming more and more frozen. This year, during the sudden cold snap and blizzard, the temperature suddenly dropped a lot, and the water on the riverside froze instantly, freezing the group of corpses wandering on the bank on the shallow bank. Some of them were standing on land, but their soles were frozen to the ground. That snowstorm changed more than just the riverbank, the glacier in the distance, the ice waves, and the time seemed to be frozen at that moment. In the blizzard, many ships gradually froze on the ice before they could fully dock. They stood crookedly on the glacier. The sails and sides of the ship were covered with long icicles and covered with a thick layer of snow. It seems as if it has been standing on this glacier for thousands of years. It was as if the blizzard had completely frozen that time. The wind howling at the exit of the Wind Whisperer Basin was like the wail of the Wind Whisperer. Snowflakes flew upward from the earth following the strong wind, playing desolate songs one after another. It is now March, and the lowest temperature in the valley is around -10 degrees. Occasionally, when the sun is good, the highest temperature can even reach above zero. Because the basin is shrouded in fog, the temperature is slightly cooler than in the valley, but it is still between -78 degrees to -15 or 16 degrees. It doesn't feel that cold, and there is very little wind chill. But as soon as I stepped onto this riverbank, the bone-chilling chill began to feel real, especially along this river. The strong wind made the cloak rustle. People who weigh slightly less may not be able to stand firmly. It's noon now, but the temperature is probably still around 20 degrees below zero. It's like a big ice cellar. Alfonso lifted his hood tightly and looked at the ice on the ground and the snowflakes in the sky. The cold wind on this glacier is like scraping the bones. George's eyes couldn't help but become heavy. According to the latitude, this is equivalent to the northern border of Hunan. Normally at this time of year, it should have rained a long time ago. Not long after, the people who went to explore the glacier from afar came back and informed them of the situation ahead. Sir, the river is frozen very thick, so horses can walk without any problems. In addition, we found traces of human activity in the snow near those boats. It should be a zombie. Alfonso looked at George and said, Yeah. George looked at the ships in the distance without comment. What Alfonso said does make some sense, because those undead creatures can move in any kind of ghost weather, although the river occasionally blocks them. After freezing, these things all run south. But it doesn't rule out that it's a human being. It's just that there's not a single human figure on the river bank. Fearing that the middle of the river was not frozen enough, George ordered everyone to dismount and move forward. Alfonso, put away the sunshine. The river here may not be as frozen as the valley. In George's opinion, the wider and more rapid the river, the harder it is to freeze. Although this area looks much colder than the valley, among the various glaciers in the valley, there are many central areas that are only a foot frozen. With a thickness of this foot, there is no problem for walking zombies. But heavy cavalry is a bit too heavy, so it's better to be careful. Otherwise, once you fall into the ice cave, you will either be swept away by the raging river, or you will sink to the bottom of the river, and no one will be able to save you. Moreover, no groups of corpses were seen on the north side of the glacier. Tanya was also at the Eagle Castle in the Greenleaf Hills. So obviously the corpses in the basin did not enter the Dome Eagle's territory. Logically speaking, the center of the glacier is probably not very frozen, causing the zombies to be frozen in the glacier. This holy object has not been used much this week, and now it is consuming the remaining power from the last time I paid attention. The power in the Book of Dawn has been accumulated to 30,000, which can condense 3 fire seeds with a range of 1 kilometer, and can also perform a big move. After cleaning up the zombies, freeze them again, and step on their corpses to pass. After everyone understood what the boss meant, many people placed their heavy belongings on the snowmobile, and some timid landlubbers even stood on the snowmobile, or put on thick long snow boots. After the wizards cast weight-reducing spells on both horses and snowmobiles, the team led the horses and carts into the glacier. When passing those ships, George looked up and saw many frozen human ice sculptures on the deck of the huge ship, and in the glaciers where the snow had been blown away by the wind under the hull. There were many people who had fallen into the water, and were frozen together with the river water. George knew that there must be someone on the other side of the river. But these boats seemed to have no trace of being raided. It seemed that a passing traveler had awakened these sleeping dead, and a faint green light flashed out from their eyes. The souls of the awakened people are restless in their bodies. But they are trapped in this frozen cage, like living ice sculptures. Looking at these sleepless dead, Soraya sighed secretly, and then she slowly stretched out her hand, and soft white light shone from her hand. Then, in the sound of salvation from her mouth, the eyes of the ice sculptures not far away gradually extinguished and completely fell asleep. Although there should be a lot of good things on board, no one stayed here. They have brought a lot of things, and there is no need to replenish supplies for the time being. The team gradually moved forward, with fewer and fewer ships frozen on the river, and less snow on the glacier. Those snowflakes were blown into the sky by the strong wind, and the river surface looked like raised smooth hills. While walking up and down the ice hill, the soles of my feet were terrifyingly slippery, and the cold wind blew my body from side to side. Someone accidentally fell on the ice. When he stood up and looked down, he saw many faces frozen in the depths of the river. He was so frightened that he cursed. "They should be zombies wandering over from the basin," someone said. "It is impossible for the sailors on the ship to swim towards the center, and they can't swim a few meters. It seems that many zombies started crossing the river when the river was not completely frozen," another knight said. "They fell into the ice cave before crossing the river." Looking at it this way, the zombies who really crossed the river probably not much. "Not necessarily. Have you forgotten the river in Johannes before?" said an old knight of the sanctuary. "You know, these things, even if the river is not frozen, will walk from the bottom of the river to the other side. I'm afraid a few years ago, the other side began to be invaded by zombies." The crowd started talking while walking, and Alfonso suddenly jumped a few times on the glacier, which scared the Count of Texas, who was wrapped in a snow fox fur coat, and stared at him. The prince looked at the deeply frozen zombie at his feet and said, "It's much deeper than the river's surface in the valley." When Alfonso and the others visited the valley, the river had not yet frozen. Having spent the winter in the valley, he originally thought it was colder in the north after seeing those glaciers. But what I didn't expect was that because the surrounding mountains blocked the cold current and the sun shrouded the valley, the temperature in the valley was actually warmer than here, and the climate was more stable. However, because the glacier here is shrouded in heavy fog all year round, the sunlight reaching the ground is only very weak, so the glacier is already frozen to a depth of several meters. Chapter 4:15 Under the Ice Wall. "It's strange." George looked at the frozen corpses under the center of the glacier and couldn't help but wonder. "It seems that we have saved a lot of trouble. The Dome Eagle should have cleaned up all these zombies one after another." Everyone nodded in agreement. Logically speaking, after the blizzard, as long as you find a way to lure the zombies to cross the river in advance and let them freeze in the river, it will be easy to clean them up. The shelter has done this before, and they will put them in batches. The zombies were introduced onto the thin ice and were frozen to death in an instant. After a few days, we can recruit a group of farmers and use shovels and hammers to clean everything. However, after hearing their discussion, Alfonso, Count Texas and others looked strange. The hawks among the Dome Eagles, such as Jagger, have all been sacrificed in the battle to stop the black tide. Within the family, not counting those vassals, the only one who has the ability and qualifications to mobilize the Dome Eagle army is Earl Leiden, his uncle Earl Darris. Obviously, old Dome Eagle would not hand over his troops to his vassals at this time, so I'm afraid it's the two of them who are in charge of the troops now. In the eyes of Alfonso and others, neither the indecisive Earl of Leiden nor his cowardly uncle, who only had interests and power in his eyes, were as good as Earl Garvey, who originally guarded the glacier in Sanctuary. Decisive. Not to mention the courage to lead troops deep into the fog. "Alfonso, you are a little too underestimated of Leighton. At least this guy has experienced the black tide." George tightened his cloak, looked at Alfonso and said, "This damn weather. For a while when we enter their camp, we have to let that guy entertain us well." The elder brother is engaged in martial arts and military affairs, and the younger brother is engaged in politics and diplomacy. Both people have their own merits. In George's view, old Dome Eagle must have chosen Leighton as the next duke. Therefore, he must be in charge of the army. In this period, I am afraid that this guy will not stay by the cold river, but stay with his dying father. Besides, this guy hasn't fought many battles with his retainers. But Earl Leiden, although his military level is not very good, has forged a deep friendship with Yudrin and others in the Blue Water City-State. So he can be found casually. A lord like this can easily defeat these zombies if he helps him guard here. Thinking of old friends like the wild boar Earl Yudrin, George couldn't help but feel eager. Regarding George's theory, Alfonso touched his frozen beard and said nothing. The crowd walked for more than an hour for less than 2 kilometers. When they were about to cross the glacier,
They saw the last small ice hill. Not far in front of the ice hill, a high city wall was erected. The city wall is 7 or 8 meters high, and you can see many large pots supported on the wall, burning ice and snow. It can be guessed that when this place was first built, the ice wall was just a wooden fence and simple earth. But in the past few months of constant splashing, it has become a thick wall of ice. The figures above are so longing that they could almost run a horse.
It seems that the Dome Eagles are quite foresight.
Alfonso stroked his beard and said to George,
I am afraid that the construction of this fence started before winter. They are lucky. Otherwise, after the snowstorm, the zombies all ran over. Indeed, there should have been sporadic zombies crossing the river in recent years. In the past 2 years, the river has gradually become frozen. I have to say that the lords of the Dome Eagles have done some practical things.
George nodded and looked towards the ice wall not far away. This ice wall crosses the entire fog from left to right, and I don't know how wide it is. The flags of the Dome Eagle family were rubbed on it and fluttered in the wind. There were many figures leaning on the fence and looking here. They seemed to have spotted the team coming from a distance. But the watchman remained silent. There was no one blowing the trumpet in the watchtower.
There's good news and bad news. George,
Alfonso said, stroking his beard.
Don't fart. I know Leiden's flag is tulip dot.
George looked at the bald eagle flag on the city wall with a weird look on his face. He now somewhat understood why Tanya stayed motionless in the Dome Eagle territory. The struggle for power between families has probably reached a fever pitch. As a woman, Tanya has been completely thrown out. And her father had no intention of giving her a chance. He would rather give it to his brother than his daughter. The girl was watching everything with cold eyes. And she was probably disheartened in the eyes of the old Xiongying. This daughter who was deceived by Leiden was of great use. In order to keep the family inheritance intact, the daughter must marry a political ally to seek help. Therefore, the position of Duke must not be inherited by her. Otherwise, the family will be completely handed over to outsiders.
Actually, what I want to say is 2 pieces of bad news. But you didn't give me a chance to tell the truth just now.
Looking at George's furious eyes, Alfonso whispered without thinking it was a big deal. Then he looked at the waving flags on the city wall and began to add fuel to the fire.
He told us to get out. We will be within shooting range if we go further.
Apparently, those on the ice wall didn't have that good eyesight to see the flag here. After hearing this, many people hung up their iron clothes on their horses. Although these mutant horses that had taken the medicine had extremely strong muscles, they could not be killed by a few crossbow arrows. And the ants were also woven from magic spider silk. But if it gets hurt, it still hurts a lot. After hearing Alfonso's words, George's face turned a little blue. He raised his eyelids and looked at the people around him. After seeing these eyes, several great knights of the Black Lake who came with the group smiled. And with a group of nosy guys, they rode over on the unarmored horses and ran over. However, these guys deliberately did not take the flag of the Holy Court with them, and only took a few flags of the Wind Whisperers. When the knights rode their horses to the bottom of the ice hill, they seemed to be slightly stunned. And then more than a dozen arrows were shot from the fence without saying a word. Looking at the arrows that suddenly fell from the sky, the knights did not move, allowing them to hit the fine gold armor of themselves and their horses. After a jingling noise, the knights started running along the edge of the fence while laughing and cursing. Seeing the big holes in the flags of the Wind Whisperer Basin in the hands of the knights, Earl Texas couldn't help but twitch the corners of his eyes, and felt that his face was turned red by the Dome Eagle.
These damn vultures!
After a while, 2 knights ran back and informed them of the situation ahead.
A group of cowards! Sir, there is a big trench under the ice hill, filled with frozen zombies,
the knight said angrily.
The soldiers were afraid that we would disturb these dead people, so they kept waving flags and telling us get away. Put down the suspension bridge and let's go over. I don't know what they are afraid of.
Another knight, after pulling out a few arrows stuck in the fur of the armor, interjected.
These guys are shouting flags while constantly pouring water down there. We are afraid that we will bring those zombies back to life. The number is indeed too high.
Few? It seems that after the river froze, all the zombies that poured out of the basin were here.
George and others looked at each other. Then he rode his horse up the ice hill. When they saw the scene below the ice slope, they couldn't help but be stunned for a while.
I hacking thought of it a long time ago.
George looked at the dark ditch, which was like rows of blue flaming human walls, and said with a twitching corner of his mouth,
but I never hacking thought of it. There are so many.
Chapter 416 Divine Fire from Heaven. In front of the fence, there is a very deep and wide trench, like a moat under the city, blocking the glacier from the road. Under the trench, Countless zombies accumulated, almost filling the trench several meters deep. The pairs of blue lights flickered in the heavy fog, like a city wall stretching for several kilometers and hung with blue lights. There were some exposed corpses on the ice, and there were signs of burnt marks. It seemed that these guards had thought of ways to deal with these zombies. But obviously in this winter, ordinary flames have no effect at all. After burning, not only did the zombies not be burned, but many frozen zombies were made alive. The zombies that were moving were covered in frost and snow. As long as they throw themselves into the fire, a large area will be extinguished. In this fog, the firelight and the restless sounds of the corpses will attract more zombies. The zombies frozen on the city wall and the black and red ice blood are proof of this. It seemed that the zombies carried out a massive siege in the stupid flames. So in the past few months, the guards began to pour water continuously and began this stupid trick of drinking poison to quench thirst. But these people never considered going down and smashing the heads of these ice sculptures with hammers. George, it seems that the last group of people who fled south are not alive, Alfonso said while rubbing his frozen beard. He knew what Soraya meant. Those bows and arrows had no effect on the zombies, and they were probably all used on the refugees who wanted to cross the river. However, Soraya next to her couldn't figure it out for a moment. In her opinion, there was no reason for this kind of thing. And not only is it extremely stupid, it also does more harm than good. But then, Alfonso approached her shoulder gentlemanly and whispered something. Those malicious speculations are extremely dirty, but they are extremely realistic. The Archangel, who had just been born a few years ago and was still extremely pure in his heart, pursed his lips in disbelief, and anger flashed in his eyes. She couldn't help but tremble and said, "The faith in human hearts has been completely annihilated. This is not the case in the world that our Father God once led us to create. Could it be that these people have been completely corrupted in the shadow of the ancient God? Corruption? What is this? Miss Soraya? You haven't traveled to Earth for too many years. Let me tell you." Alfonso looked at the beautiful angel lady in front of him and couldn't help but want to chat more. But he couldn't. It was George who pushed him away. "Don't dirty Miss Soraya's ears." George twitched the corners of his mouth, changed the topic, and looked not far away. Several groups of knights were still galloping around the trench, laughing and cursing loudly at the arrows shot from above. The thunder halberds in their hands would occasionally push aside the ice in the trench, deliberately breaking those arrows. All the frozen zombies were picked up. At this time, the top and bottom of the ice wall were already in chaos. The guards above looked at the more and more zombies below, and their scalps exploded with fear, as if they were remembering the nightmare. Everyone could no longer care about this group of damn knights at this moment. Many people put down their bows and arrows, and the boiling ice and snow in the cauldron kept pouring under the fence in a panic. In this kind of weather, it won't take long for the boiling water to freeze into big lumps of ice. But the warm water also melted a lot of ice, making it easier for the knights to pick out the frozen zombies. Got up. More and more zombies were getting up, but they ignored the knights who were so close. Amidst the scolding and ridicule of the knights, feeling the sacred power contained in the terrifying knights behind them, they rushed towards the city wall crazily in fear and panic. All of a sudden, yelling continued to be heard from above the ice wall, and waves of zombies' roars and knights' laughter continued to come from below the ice wall. At this time, the knights behind George had gradually stepped onto the ice slope. When they saw the zombies under the trench, they couldn't help but curse. These zombies had not been cleaned up for several months, and those who died after the refugees joined the zombie team. There were more and more monsters here. At a glance, there were probably hundreds of thousands of them packed into these several kilometers of trenches. After spring, the ice and snow gradually melt. And here is another fallen Biswi city. In this moment, the people on the city wall had already set up their cannons and crossbows. They did not dare to deal with the zombies, but they always had great courage when facing their own kind. When the knights on the ice hill saw this scene, they couldn't help but look at each other. Then they picked up a wand with a spider on their waist, and then dozens more spider webs were spread over it. The huge impact when the spider web was ejected instantly blinded the people on the city wall, and even the crossbows and cauldrons were knocked behind the city wall, and finally hung on the spider web. In the blink of an eye, there was a wailing on the city wall. The entire city wall was covered with a thick layer of cobwebs, and many zombies that were already moving in the ditch below were also stuck. Seeing the big lord waving his hand, more than 200 soldiers crossed the ditch in a few steps, followed the spider web, and climbed to the city wall. The extremely sticky cobwebs did not stick to the knights' armor at all, and did not affect their movements at all. Then, under the astonished eyes of the guards hiding on the female wall,
Many warriors got down on their hands and feet and started running along the city wall, covering all the people and crossbows they saw on the road with spider webs. After just a few minutes, the 1,800 guards on this city wall, as well as the thousands of guards who came to support them, were all captured by the spider webs. Not long after, all the flags of the nearby Cheongying family had been pulled down. The soldiers standing on the city wall looked at the inside of the city wall. The guards who came from the military camp clapped their hands leisurely. The flags of Black Pearl and the Knights of Holy Dawn were planted on the ice wall. When George also climbed onto the wall, he saw longing figures in the mist on the inside of the wall, running and shouting, monsters attacking the city. In the chaos, many people had not yet put on their armor and knocked over the lunch on the campfire while running around.
A bunch of trash. They don't even know who is coming.
George pulled out the flail from Alfonso's back. Suddenly, the mist rolled and dispersed, and the flags of the Holy Court Arbitration Group swayed in the strong wind. The sun shone on the flag, and among the dark figures below the city wall, no one dared to step forward among the dullness. They looked at the flag in the wind and the knights in shining armor on the wall, and finally saw clearly who it was that captured the city wall in the blink of an eye. The corpses outside the city wall howled and howled in the sunshine, as if they were completely alarmed. The sound was overwhelming the glacial wind. It also woke up the sluggish guards. In the Dome Eagle Guard camp, a tall knight with gorgeous armor and many followers holding flags lifted his face armor and rode forward with a livid face. He looked very young, about 17 or 18 years old. The face is very similar to Count Jagger. Unlike those short-sighted soldiers, he was well informed and could immediately recognize the armor and decoration of the leader on the city wall, Earl Black Pearl's George Majesty. There is only one person wearing this armor, the current Duke Yelphone and Lord Knight of the Throne, George William Austin. He will never admit his mistake. The knight opened his mouth and reported his name, Carey, the eldest son of Count Bald Eagle. Then he shouted something else, but the sound dissipated in the wind, and the Duke's eyes did not stay on him for a moment. At this moment, the Duke looked outside the city and suddenly raised the flail in his hand. Immediately afterwards, a huge sacred power shot straight into the sky from the flail. Suddenly, the surrounding fog was suddenly dispersed for several kilometers. Then, the shadows of thousands of angels appeared in the sky, pointing the long sword in their hands to the sky, and following the movements of the saint holding the holy object. He pointed the long sword towards the trench. Immediately afterwards, a ray of sunlight seemed to follow the call of the sun god, forming a beam of light falling from the sky. Sweep that blazing light across the trench from east to west. The overwhelming holy fire followed the blazing sunshine and burned for several kilometers from east to west. The ashes and the golden flame continued to dance wildly in the wind and blew up into the sky. Within the city wall, the guards were in a daze, as if they were waking up from a dream. Looking at the distant sky, the glaciers melted, the mist rose, and the sky was illuminated by the golden holy fire. Chapter 417 Greenfield Hills. The green hills are covered with white snow, and the mighty team marches on the snow. Amidst the loud sound of the marching team, the frightened animals in the nearby snow forest emerged from the trees one after another, looking curiously at the official through the thin white gauze. Thousands of people on the road. Although George was no longer willing to infuse the power of order into the holy objects, the weather today was exceptionally sunny. The distant scenery was half veiled in today's sunshine, making George feel relaxed and happy. Compared to that glacier, the temperature here is much warmer. After riding a few hills, the feeling became more and more obvious. During this section of the road, the temperature has increased to that of the basin, and the fog has become much smaller. It can be seen that some of the surrounding snow has been somewhat civilized by the sun in recent days.
So, you just went to the Long River Castle recently?
George withdrew his gaze, kicked the horse's belly, and continued to look at the burly man next to him, who looked very similar to Earl Jagger. The great knight asked,
Indeed, Your Majesty the Duke.
Carey Campbell bowed down on his horse and said respectfully,
I have been studying at the Cathedral of St. Wilmec before now.
Having said this, Carey couldn't help but glance at Archbishop Wallace next to George, lowered his head, and expressed his respect. The Archbishop of the Church may rarely show his face in front of people like them, but he is too familiar with this powerful executive bishop.
It's a bit hard to say. So far, I have just stepped out of the choir and have not yet qualified as a Knight Templar. Originally, I planned to continue practicing in the church, but this winter my father summoned me back and said, Duke William, sir, Old Dome Eagle, oh. That is, my uncle wanted to see me, so I came back.
Carey continued.
Later, After I heard that there were a large number of zombies in Glacier, I didn't stay in Dome Eagle Castle any longer. So I quickly brought people over. There was a lack of priests here.
At this point, Kylie said with a very ugly face.
But we have missed the best time to deal with these monsters. Originally, the knights and I were studying how to deal with them. Thank you to the 7 gods for their care. And also to the 7 gods, able to forgive our penances.
Thinking of what his father's knights had done in the past few days, and the scene where these Templars had cleaned up those monsters for them, Kylie couldn't help but lose consciousness. He never thought that he would be able to walk side by side with the person he admired most. He had already heard it from the priests in St. Wilmic's Cathedral, and from the mouths of the Griffin Knights. There are so many stories about this man, although many of my friends don't believe it. In addition, he never thought that he would leave such a first impression on him. As for the past, no matter who did it, Kylie believes that he has an unshirkable responsibility. After Kylie killed those soldiers and officers with corrupt military discipline and reorganized the family's troops, he looked at the densely packed things under the city wall, and knew that relying on their strength could no longer completely solve it. He was still too young. The force structure is too complex and the water is too deep. It was indeed right to deal with those officers and soldiers. But unplanned thunderous measures were reckless excesses. All the decisions and plans above are good, but below they are inconsistent. After several cleaning trips out of the city that made him tremble with anger, he finally gave up on this idea. I could only watch the refugees who came from the fog gradually run back into the fog while being chased by zombies. It is true that although there are 20,000 troops stationed at the border of Greenfield Hills, most of them are auxiliaries and militiamen. The ice wall has such a long distance to defend, and the zombies are at the door, and it is difficult to leave the city, conducive to instantaneous formation. Therefore, only a few thousand people can be dispatched at most at a time. And if these thousands of people cannot withstand the pressure from the living zombies at the first time, the troops behind them will not be able to get out. Obviously, facing those hundreds of thousands of zombies, even 1% of them would be enough for the private soldiers to drink. They are not even as good as those star teams in Luya City. After seeing the performance of these guys, Kyrie also realized this problem, and he did not have the ability to strengthen this already needed team. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and sent people to the temple to apply for fire. They also mobilized a lot of quicklime to the family, and planned to bury it on site after processing. However, it is no longer necessary now. Now the real Lord Knight of the Throne comes together with His Highness the Prince. There is only one thing he can do: take the blame. According to what His Highness the Prince said, what Qiangying did was simply being mined by Elda. And he also slaughtered those poor refugees. There will definitely be a military trial in the St. Wilmic Cathedral. These words were so righteous that Kylie, and the knights he brought after him, as well as many local knights and officers, pursed their lips and could not utter a single word, especially what the Knight of Divine Grace and the Templars did after that confession. It left them speechless. The man in front of him and his knights, within 3 days, had tidied up the group of veterans in the Dome Eagle army, and he also arranged all the tasks he had planned before. After everything was on track, the Duke left behind a group of black-armored knights who were called Masters by those knights, and let these knights with extraordinary skills continue to lead the people to do the rest of the work. Come! But this simple guy, together with the officers, who are still dizzy from the glorious image of this man, have not yet realized what such a move means. However, even if they can realize that, unless the Grand Duke Qiangying is present, no one can stop the group of temple masters, plus His Royal Highness the Prince, from taking over this army. These private soldiers will make this place a mess. No matter whether it is for the Holy See or the Kingdom of Elda. It is too reasonable to take over this place and eliminate this disaster that can affect the entire kingdom. Now, among the troops stationed in Glacier, the leaders have become the Templar Knights. Among the more than 5,000 people who came out, the officers were all sergeants majors from the shelter. Now that these Dome Eagle soldiers and knights can temporarily serve as the servants of these great men of the temple, they all feel proud of their ancestors. Those great men also said that the guards guarding the ice wall, might have then some people have the opportunity to stand in the glory of the 7 gods. And everyone, including Kylie, also knew that they were now serving the kingdom and the Holy See. If there is any unsighted lord standing in front of him now, then the Holy See's Knight of the Throne and His Royal Highness the Prince of Elda will not need to speak. These people will find a way to figure things out. And the only person who can make this army wonder who to listen to is lying on the bed. Therefore, now the Dinghai Shenzhen station next to Dome Eagle Castle has flown from the hands of Tanya's competitors to the hands of her boss. Chapter 418 Bullying Children. After listening to what Kelly said, George nodded. I couldn't help but look at the boy next to me again. He always felt that this guy was Jagger's son. But Jagger and his uncle and aunt had a little too much influence on the Earl of Thorns and the glorious image in his heart. After all, that guy was a big star that he once admired very much. The scenes of fighting side by side with him also left an indelible impact on him. George asked Kylie again about some things about the royal capital and the Sky Eagle. After Kylie thought for a while, he carefully told all the things that were not considered secrets.
The defeat in Bluewater City has caused the reputation of Duke William to fall to the bottom. Now there are people in the kingdom who say anything.
At this point, Kylie looked at His Highness Alfonso hesitantly. Then, he lowered his head in His Majesty's gentle eyes.
Some people say that His Majesty the King is already a little dissatisfied with the Duke.
Yes, this prince is so easygoing and easy to get along with. How could it be him who was targeting Yu Qiangying? George looked at this simple young man and couldn't help laughing. He knew that some of the rumors he and Alfonso had created were probably brought back by this boy. After chatting for a while, George looked at Bishop Wallace beside him. The old priest touched his beard and understood what the boss meant. He started a conversation.
Child, do you know the real purpose of Lord Knight of the Throne and me coming here this time?
Wallace looked at Kylie gently, making this simple young man nod in a daze, and then shook his head. Come back. Seeing Bishop Wallace's eyes, there was a hint of disappointment, as if he didn't intend to talk to him anymore. Kylie's brain couldn't help but spin rapidly. Then he widened his eyes and remembered what the Grand Templar Knights had said in the camp before, and couldn't help but think of their mission. He said with some uncertainty,
Sir, is it because of the blood problem?
After hearing these words, Wallace, George and others looked at each other, and their hearts became brighter at seeing that the blood trouble had indeed spread to the Dome Eagle territory.
How is the situation in Dome Eagle City recently?
Wallace asked.
After I returned to my family, I did hear about these things.
Kylie told some things, and everyone learned from them that the blood problem in the Dome Eagle territory was still at a relatively mild stage, mostly based on folk rumors. But judging from time after Tanya came to the city, these rumors seemed to have become more and more intense. However, although there were more and more weird things in the city, no actual cases happened again. George nodded, knowing that Tanya had basically controlled the blood descendants in the city. As for the strange things and rumors that followed, they were all staged by the old soldiers and the vampires.
This matter must not be taken carelessly.
Bishop Wallace's tone suddenly became very serious.
The Holy Court is extremely concerned about this. The events of Wind Singing City and Wind Whisperer Basin must not be staged here.
Windsong City and Wind Whisperer Basin flashed into Kylie's mind like two thunders. Kylie would never believe that Dome Eagle City would be the next place to be destroyed. But this matter should indeed be taken seriously. Kylie suddenly remembered the document that the Templar Knights and the Holy Sun showed when they were in the camp before it had the Holy Court seal of arbitration stamped on it. Kylie couldn't help but look at Miss Soraya next to George. This lord, a silent knight, is the chief arbitrator of this arbitration group. George took over the words.
Kyrie, the gentleman of St. Wilmick, I'm afraid you don't have a true understanding of this matter. But Dome Eagle City is near the Cathedral of St. Dawn under the ice wall. The incident has brought a lot of stain to the Dome Eagle family. If there is another problem due to the blood problem here, not only will it be difficult for us to explain, but Mr. Wallace, I, and Miss Tanya will also have faces. It doesn't look good. This time, after Your Excellency Boris left the arbitration team in the Cathedral of the Dawn, we fortunately lived up to our orders and settled the matter in the basin peacefully. But I heard that many remnants ran into the Dome Eagle territory among them. We overlap with the parish of St. Wilmick, and this time the two churches are going to work together to deal with the bloodshed in the Kingdom of Elda, so as to provide good rear support for the front line.
After George finished speaking, Kyrie felt a little relieved.
Lord George, it seems that St. Wilmick's Cathedral does not take the mission conveyed by Sir Boris too seriously.
These words made Kylie anxious. Although he cannot even be described as a trainee Templar, he, who was born in the Templar, represents his own Templar in front of all of you.
There are indeed cases of the blood demon in the royal capital, but they have been dealt with by the Holy Church earlier.
At this point, Kylie's voice gradually became softer.
Maybe it's because these things have little impact. I guess what it means is that our lower-level knights and priests don't have much understanding of the adults' decisions. The Holy Court's ruling team has always been taking action in the capital.
Naturally, St. Wilmick's Cathedral does not know about the mission conveyed by Lord Boris and the blood pandemic. As for the so-called blood demons, they are just some small blood descendants or even blood slaves some of the guys who were captured may even be some ordinary murderers. Ordinary unlucky guys. Therefore, in Kylie's view, no matter how he explains it, the church will inevitably be labeled as
not paying attention. Don't worry, Kyrie. We don't mean to blame you.
At this point, George patted the pale-faced Kyrie and said,
Saint Wilmick is in the rear and has no clear understanding of such things. With experience,
this is within the expectations of the Holy See. However, I believe that under our guidance in the future, those blood demons will not cause any trouble.
In George's comfort, the stone in Kylie's heart finally fell to the ground. He was extremely impressed by the trophies that the Grand Templar showed off in the camp. Earl of Texas is now roaming freely in the team. The basin where various disasters have caused such serious disasters has obviously been properly dealt with. So things in Dome Eagle should not be a problem. When George saw that things were almost done, he showed his fangs.
Kyrie, after arriving at Dome Eagle City, we need to close the city. I will have a good chat with Duke William and your father about this later. We need to clean up the sources of disasters hidden in Dome Eagle City. As the mainstay of the Dome Eagle family and a member of the Holy Church, you must maintain the stability of the city during this period of time.
Having said this, George looked at the Dome Eagle Knights and Dome Eagle retainers beside Kylie and said,
The same is true for you all.
These words made Kylie and the others' eyes become hot. In the work of guarding the ice wall, they were really frustrated and unable to show off their talents. No matter what difficulties they encounter this time, they must submit a satisfactory answer, not to mention being embarrassed in front of these adults. If it is not handled properly, the face of the Holy Church and the Cheonging family will also be lost in front of the Lord Knight of the Throne, Archbishop Wallace, and His Royal Highness the Prince.
Take this off.
Wallace took out his sleeve and handed the document with the seal of arbitration to Carrie. The coat of arms with the seal of arbitration on it is like a burning sacred fire, constantly flying, exuding an extremely pure aura of justice. This time, George did not use the carrot seal, although it is also a fake. I am afraid that even the real
seal of arbitration
of the Holy Court cannot print a more correct heraldry than this big seal. Earl Dexa reminded him at the right time.
Kelly, you have to pay attention. Those blood demons are very good at pretending to be nobles. If Sir George hadn't brought people here, I wouldn't have known that some of the acquaintances around me were actually a devil who bewitched me.
Alfonso nodded and said,
We need to sort it out carefully if any nobleman does not cooperate with the work. Bring him to see me. The whole country is looking at the Dome Eagle now. We cannot let those who are obsessed with ghost skies make something happen. Plague and blood must be killed in Dome Eagle.
Wallace solemnly said,
Before the entire Dome Eagle city is sorted out by the arbitration panel, we must establish an isolation zone. Hear me, and the God's Throne Lord Knight believes that you are all outstanding young men.
Under the continuous bombardment of all the adults, the hearts of each Dome Eagle Knight and Dome Eagle retainer were surging, and they couldn't help but look at the Lord Knight of the God's Throne with burning eyes. I am already impatient and want to perform well. Seeing the eyes that Kylie and others looked at him, George nodded and said,
Go, everyone.
Chapter 419 I am Dao Zhu. The Knights of the Sky Eagle solemnly stretched out their fists and slapped their breastplates at the adults. Then he rode away from here. Alfonso looked at the boy's back, touched his beard, and after communicating with George's eyes, both of them understood. The time has come.
George, I think Carrie must be Jagger's still living son.
Alfonso couldn't help but pick up a big melon and said,
Otherwise, the old Dome Eagle lying in bed would never be so anxious. I want to meet him. It can be seen that he feels very sorry for his good grandson.
Hearing this, Soraya, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but frown and corrected.
Boy, according to seniority, Kylie is the nephew of Duke William, old Dome Eagle.
Alfonso and George looked at each other and did not answer Soraya's words. Instead, they both laughed. They knew that it must be because of Carrie. Only then can the cuckold uncle become the intended heir of old Dome Eagle. At this time, Soraya realized what these two humans meant. Her face turned red, and she spat at their vicious conjecture. Jagger lost his wife early in life and had few heirs. I must have seen what Jagger did with the eyes of the old Dome Eagle,
George said while eating a big melon. He shook his head and said,
Seeing that the little grandson who was born was a very good little grandson, I simply turned a blind eye anyway. The cuckold was his brother, and he was not his wife, so he didn't count. That's incest. George, isn't our plan a little too much for this young man?
Alfonso said with a strange expression. Logically speaking, this veteran politician would never be soft-hearted. But every time he thinks of Kylie's character, It makes Alfonso blush in his heart. This simple and stupid boy, until now, has not seen clearly what his grandfather is thinking. And he still treats these two big bad wolves in front of him, treated as the visiting hero. Although Jagger has always been his old enemy, Alfonso still has some respect for this heroic figure. So he felt a little guilty for robbing his son's things with his own hands. George laughed heartily.
Alfonso, you think too simply.
At this point, George narrowed his eyes.
The timing and reason of Kylie going to the ice wall are too coincidental. Do you think that the stories that happened under the ice wall are so pure? Darius Earl, I'm afraid he may not be aware of what he is carrying on his head.
Alfonso's eyes widened in astonishment. The incident of allowing his subordinates to massacre refugees and laying the groundwork for the entire Elda will surely become a major stain in Kylie's life. Whether it's in the church or the royal family. As long as this matter comes out, this kid's future will be ruined in half. After Darius inherited the title, he had probably already arranged the future of his eldest son. He would take the blame and return to the temple to atone for his sins. And he probably won't be able to climb up that church in his lifetime. The moment he applied for the tinder, his evaluation in the church was determined. If the future Grand Duke Cheongying doesn't like his son that much, he will naturally have to retire in an idle job. After Kylie devoted himself to his faith, his little brother naturally and reasonably succeeded to the throne. Both of them had bad feelings in their stomachs. Naturally, the more they discussed Darius's little trick, the more they saw it. Even how Earl Darius kicked down Leiden and forced the palace to ascend to power were discussed clearly by them. After listening to this, Soraya couldn't help but wrinkled her nose and said in disgust,
We think hard every day about how to protect these mortals. What do they do every day? Those who can think of these conspiracies are so dark-hearted. No different from the devil.
After Alfonso heard this, he couldn't help but glance at George. His expression could only mean one thing: I didn't think about these things. Afterwards, this guy looked like a gentleman again and eagerly got close to Miss Soraya. Ever since a few days ago, this boy overheard that the heavenly armed forces called this mysterious angel lady Your Highness. He became more and more attentive. Alfonso heard the word Your Highness often, but he had never heard of any holy son calling someone His Highness. In his impression, in the Holy See, the monks and nobles all called the Pope His Majesty. But the Holy Son never seemed to be called that way. He didn't know how to distinguish status in the kingdom of heaven. He searched through books and asked the priests, but couldn't find out the meaning of this title. But when he thought about it, this title was definitely not a random one. So, from then on, Alfonso was like Soraya's retinue, following behind her all the time. What's more, this lady is so beautiful. This scene did not confuse those who did not know Soraya's identity, because Soraya spent all day with George. And this prince has always been following their great lord like a retinue. George ignored the guy who always flattered the horse's legs. He looked at the majestic city of eagles getting closer and closer in the distance. His mind flew to the castle, and he smiled secretly with his eyes. Duke William, you will have to thank me later. No one can force you to have a baby now. There is so much pressure on the dome eagles within the kingdom. And these young eagles are still thinking about what they are seeing. I really feel sorry for myself if I don't show off a layer of oil on them. But now, not only does he have the political initiative, but all the military talismans that old Cheongying worked so hard to get from young eagle's hands have fallen into his own hands. It's no longer up to him to change jobs. As for those young eagles who plan to cause trouble, it's time to close the city gate, put them on the cutting board, and train them properly.
George, do you want to let out the sunshine?
Alfonso stroked the holy object in his hand, just like the retinue holding a weapon for a knight.
Don't worry, Alfonso. If this sunshine is to be placed inside the city, the old dome eagle will send someone to greet us at the gate of the castle. But if it is in front of the city gate, we will not be able to enter the city so easily.
George stroked the horse. He laughed. Soraya was stunned for a long time, not understanding the reason for this sentence. She couldn't help but look at the little clever guy next to her, Alfonso, in confusion. However, this time, the little clever ghost was also stunned on the spot, unable to figure out what the boss meant immediately. Chapter 420: The Thundering Dome Eagle City. When the mighty team arrived outside the moat below the city, the guards looked at the flags and uniforms of the team and recognized these people. However, in their hesitation, they did not dare to open the door immediately, until several Dome Eagle Knights rode their horses to the wall, raised their whips, and shouted angrily. The guards looked at these big men and finally shrank their heads. They no longer mentioned anything to report to the city first, but quickly lowered the suspension bridge. When the troops slowly entered the city, Kylie and others took the lead and led people to occupy the city wall and the Urn City as soon as possible. When the castle received news that a die-hard loyalist of Darius arrived with a group of drunken knights, they couldn't help but stand on their horses as they looked at the troops that kept entering the city. Lord Earl Darius said that no matter who comes over during these days, he must be notified before further discussion. He couldn't understand how that kid Kylie could be so disobedient and return to the city at this time. And it seemed like he had brought a group of outsiders with him. Thinking of Miss Tanya in the city, the mission she mentioned, and the news currently spreading in the capital, the nobleman couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. The knights around him raised their flags and rushed towards the team, shouting loudly and angrily, trying to intercept the team. The old duke has just made a decision in the past 2 days, and the will be made soon. If the city suddenly changes because of the arrival of this group of people, everything will be over. The troops entering the city looked at the nobleman leading the team and the old superiors behind him, and did not dare to draw their swords, nor did they dare to attack the nobles. The Dawn Knights on the city wall, who were training the guards, folded their arms and watched indifferently. It seems to be waiting for someone. So, for a moment, the scene couldn't help but be extremely chaotic. George stood on the city wall, looking at the chaotic crowd below, being whipped in all directions by the officers' whips, and couldn't help but secretly shook his head. The courage of these soldiers in the outside world is indeed far from comparable to that of the sergeants in the shelter. Not long after, Kylie and a group of Dome Eagle Knights arrived with a group of men in a fierce manner. They held training spears and stabbed the troublemakers off their horses without saying a word. Under the loud reprimands of Kylie and others, the private soldiers just woke up from their dreams. Under the command of the sergeants of the shelter, they fiercely pounced on the group of nobles and knights and stuffed them with rags. He ripped them out of their mouths, tied them up, and threw them into the Tower of Wingcheng. This incident made the entire army fully understand what they were here to do. They looked at the nobleman, who had been beaten with a black nose and face, and the usually domineering group of officers. The things in my heart that have been suppressed for a long time are like a dam that has been discharged. He remembered the chicken feather arrow given to him by the arbitration group. Everyone's eyes turned red. They picked up their training knives and guns, held the flags of the Holy Court and His Royal Highness Prince Alfonso, and followed Kelly, Dirk and others to other city walls. Along the way, they will plant these flags in the most conspicuous positions. Seeing this group of people beating the patrols in the streets black and blue along the way, George knew that there was no need to worry too much about things in the city. He lit up the holy object on Alfonso's back, and the fog in the entire city gradually cleared away. The soldiers looked at the sunlight penetrating the mist in the sky, as if they were being solidified by the 7 gods. They all instilled their mission into the guards, who were still standing beside them. All the officers with brains were tied up, and the rest were soldiers who lacked independent thinking. Under the guidance of the priests and the support of the veteran soldiers, these people soon joined the team. In that excitement, they followed their new commander and began to fulfill their sacred mission. When walking down the city wall, George said to the Power Knight Owen beside him, "Owen, I have asked some people to stay to appease the soldiers. You follow the heavenly armed forces to take over the church here. Tanya's old soldiers are in the city. We can bring them over to the military camp in the east for help. Remember, there may indeed be some missed cultists in the city. After seeing the banner of the arbitration commission today, these rats should be alarmed. Just take this opportunity to clean up." Having said this, George looked at Soraya, who was in a daze next to him, and said, "Miss, please help me spread the glory of the 7 gods." Soraya tried her best to pretend to be indifferent, but after hearing that she was taking someone to the church, she couldn't help but show excitement and curiosity in her eyes. "It seems that I have long wanted to chat with the little pastors and bishops outside, compared to those ignorant guys in the valley. These guys should know what education is." They completed all the procedures and took over the church with ease. The troops of the cathedral and the Dome Eagle are completely 2 groups, even if there is no mission issued by the Holy See. After seeing this 6-winged archangel, it is like meeting the 7 gods, not to mention that the one who came over is still a real. In many years, this is probably the first time that the cathedral here has been so close to the glory of the 7 gods. They would stand firm to whatever Soraya said. Before Irving left, George took the boy and whispered again, which was somewhat different from what he said to Soraya. "That old guy is very ambitious and greedy, and there is no telling what tricks he is planning to do to reverse the situation. Soft is not enough. Let's be tough today. Let him take a good look at what kind of person is here today. Remember, if you see the flag of the arbitration committee hanging in the castle, you will bring me people to rush in as soon as possible. and clean up the possible missed cultists in the castle.
After Owen heard this, he knew that if the boss couldn't reach an agreement today, they would start a robbery. This kid who was led astray felt that what he was doing was inappropriate, but he couldn't help but feel excited again. He looked at the enthusiastic archangel not far away, and couldn't help but lament in his heart this adult, who was kept in the valley, probably didn't know what kind of glory he was going to spread today. If the 7 gods came back to life, they would know that the angel below was taken advantage of like this, and he must be stunned. He nodded to express his understanding, and then followed Soraya, who was leisurely walking with her hands behind her back. Looking at him like this, he is planning to help others. Just like the big lord often said to himself, sometimes for the sake of justice, you have to play the big devil first. In the city, George, Owen and others divided their forces into 2 groups, leading about 100 people, holding the banner of the Holy Court, like holy envoys, swaggering through the streets and heading straight for the castle. The residents on the road looked at the gorgeously dressed emissaries and talked about them sideways. These ordinary citizens were not aware of what was happening in the city's military affairs at all. They just felt that the presence of such big figures would make Cheonging even more proud. The city is full of brilliance.
In the midst of the excitement, many singers and minstrels ran from the tavern onto the streets. Residents spontaneously followed the team, and the scene was extremely lively for a while.
As you said, Alfonso, this fog really doesn't have much impact on the south.
George looked at the rows of houses in the city and the bustling crowds around him, feeling as if he had returned to the clear water city-state. He looked at the well-dressed and strong residents, and George couldn't help but feel a little envious. In his mind, he couldn't help but recall the family of 3 he saw in Yongfeng City. The woman wore a fur coat, coaxed her husband and children away, and found a rotten bone in a trash can at the entrance of a tavern. It was covered with squirming things, and the stench could be smelled from here. The woman had food all over her clothes. In order not to see those things, she closed her eyes. Tears kept pouring from her eyes. But here, it is like 2 different worlds from the wind-singing city. There is so little arable land in the kingdom of Rodunk. Compared to it, this place is like a paradise. He finally understood why the nobles in the south had such a contemptuous attitude towards this disaster. They had never seen such a thing as famine.
It still has some impact, judging from the kingdom's tax revenue. The production of food is decreasing year by year.
Alfonso shook his head and said,
if the residents of this Dome Eagle City were also so sallow and skinny and hungry, the kingdom would probably be in pieces. There are more and more riots in the country, but we can't reduce taxes.
As he said this, Alfonso looked at the snow on the houses, and his heart became heavier and heavier. Last year at this time, the snow had fully melted. In February, the farmland is full of people busy with spring planting. In many lands in Elda, wheat can often be grown for 2 seasons. But this year's winter wheat will probably freeze to death. This year's seasons are very obviously disordered. The farming experience accumulated by farmers over thousands of years is no longer suitable. They can no longer adapt to the vast land of Elda. And there are only a handful of scholars who understand agriculture. There are simply not that many manpower and material resources to convey all kinds of knowledge to various villages and teach farmers to change this inherent habit that has existed for thousands of years. He suddenly recalled the wandering young scholar who once came to visit the royal capital. He said that after the blood moon, famine would begin throughout the Elda kingdom. The scholar was actually Anthony, but Alfonso had not met him at that time. And even if he had met, the current great scholar Antoine, with 10 fingers full of large gemstone rings, would be different from the original wandering scholar. The disgraced scholar is also very different. At that time, the nobles of the kingdom of Elda had always made this statement a joke. But now, the prophecy has come true. If the kingdom does not make changes, Donghak will become another Winsong city. At this time, the oncoming patrol in the distance saw this massive celebration team. The leader was so frightened that he asked his adjutant to go to the castle to report the situation. Then he led people to clear the way in front, and the leader sent people to behind this team. The residents following behind were asked to keep a good distance. When George and others slowly arrived under the castle, Leiden and the Falcons were already standing in front of the castle gate with confused faces, waiting to be welcomed. The grooms and servants were in a hurry, going back and forth in front of the castle gate, arranging various affairs. Count Darius looked at the group of people in front of him with a wonderful expression. He had known for a long time that the Knight of the Throne was coming to visit. A lot of things have been prepared for this as long as this group of people hasn't entered the city yet. He has plenty of ways to cook the raw rice into cooked rice. But now this group of people has made such a big noise. The flags of Prince Alfonso and the holy court outside the city are fluttering in the wind on the towers and streets. Everything inside the castle was like lightning strikes. He tried his best to hide the news, but the news had already reached the old guy's ears. After confirming the flags in his hometown, he got up from the bed and put on his clothes. By the time I finished putting on my clothes, I was already sweating in pain. Then he thought for a moment and looked outside at the flags. Suddenly he changed his focus, took off all his clothes, and lay back on the bed. By the time he finished his work, the old duke was already pale and sweating profusely. After taking a few deep breaths, he asked his servant to quickly call Tanya over to take care of him, and then specifically asked Earl Layton, not Earl Darras, to lead a group of people to come out to greet her on his behalf. These arrangements made Count Darras look pale. Now standing at the gate, Earl Darras looked at the city walls in the distance, and even the flags rising on the cathedral. Listening to the words arbitration committee that the attendant quietly told him, he couldn't help but sweat like raindrops behind his back. The entire city has been taken over by the Holy Court. He knew that the next duke would be between his son and his daughter, and he no longer had any qualifications to succeed his old brother. And even Leiden is probably just a bargaining chip used by the old duke to seek political benefits. If they and other collaterals say a word of no today, I am afraid that no one will be able to walk out of this city. Maybe he'll be labeled a blood demon again and thrown into that cell. How could Alfonso be able to make the Holy Court stand behind him? What virtues and abilities does the Cheonging family have that allows the Holy Court to directly intervene in this matter of inheritance? That divine knight cannot represent the Holy Court at all. This is definitely his treacherous plan. But even if he knew in his heart that he might be taking advantage of the situation, or using chicken feathers as arrows to pull off the tiger's skin, things were about to change today. Because of this momentum and the tiger's skin, it's already enough. Even the group of idiots who were firmly following him were now acting as wallflowers amid their uncertainty. What frightened Darras even more was that Yodlin and others, who had been watching indifferently, became angry today. And some even started to ridicule him directly. Although the Cheonging family's reception was hasty, it was not simple. Except for the old duke who had difficulty moving. Almost all the important people in the castle lined up at the door to greet him. The characters in this team that came to visit were really too big. Whether it is the Knight of the Throne or Prince Alfonso, they should be treated with the highest standards of etiquette. Originally, whether it was Prince Alfonso or Duke Yofeng, the nobles present did not have to kneel. After all, they were loyal to King Elda. But the identity of the Divine Knight is too special. He is equivalent to a cardinal. So the envoy came to the door. After the Divine Knight led the people, the nobles all held their chests with their left hands, took off their hats with their right hands, and he knelt on the ground until the master nodded slightly in return and dismounted. Everyone bowed and stood up. Only the regional bishop, who happened to visit the castle today to see the duke, stood there with an embarrassed look on his face. However, he was the first to greet them, and with the etiquette of a priest meeting a bishop, he gave the most cordial greetings to the Lord Knight of the Throne and his old boss, Lord Wallace. After George passed below, he shook off the bishop, who wanted to kiss his iron glove. He walked forward and gave Earl Leiden a big hug. Then he gave a big hug to the wild boar Earl Udrin and several former comrades. Chapter 421, A Real Noble Family. I'm afraid this is the end of the old duke's life. So during this period, most of Dome Eagle's important vassals came over. Many of them were lords, who had participated in the Battle of the Black Tide. When George met these people again, he couldn't help but feel a warm feeling of meeting his comrades in a foreign land. After he hugged Yudlin and others, these rough guys immediately regained the feeling they had when following their boss. Especially those who had been watching Cheonging's family affairs with cold eyes during these days. All the frustration and annoyance in their hearts suddenly disappeared, and their chests involuntarily puffed up. Layton looked at the lords hugging George one by one. His eyes couldn't help but become complicated. He could see from the eyes of these people their dependence and admiration for this man. This actually made him feel like an outsider. And the adult in front of him is no longer the fledgling bandit leader who held Tanya hostage. In these few short years, he has transformed into a person who is so high above that he can only look up to him. He is still so easygoing, but no one dares to get too close. In other words, it's because this guy is very close to George. I don't know if this friend's coming here is good or bad. Your Excellency, Duke George, Bishop Wallace, and Prince Alfonso. Duke William is inconvenient, and I will go out to greet him on behalf of Duke William. Layton showed a gentleman's smile when he mentioned his sister. Finally found the intimacy with George. Tanya is taking care of her father in the bedroom. Layton sighed. Father's gout has become worse. Thinking that his father was having a hard time even going out to greet him, Leiden couldn't help but choked up his voice, and his eyes were already moist. His tears were partly for his father, and partly because he was worried about the future of the family head. On the other hand, there is also a bit of grievance. If my brother was here, how could he allow the nobles in the country to be arrogant? How could he allow the relatives in the family to jump around? And allow the visiting southern wilderness to bully them above their heads? George looked at this guy and knew that he had a bit of acting in him. But there is indeed a hint of true feelings. Jagger's death was a huge blow to Leighton. This indecisive guy has no backbone. You are so hacking unworthy. You don't even know how to fight even when your uncle poops while riding on top of your head. In fact, Earl Leiden has a good chance. Although he is far inferior to his brother. But as long as he persuades Yudlin and others to support him, these powerful lords can easily overcome all obstacles in front of him. But the key is that the old Dome Eagle doesn't seem to be optimistic about his younger son. Old Xionging felt that his son was too indecisive and too indolent. Not even as good as my own disobedient daughter. It can even be said that after the death of Jagger and others, only a group of vultures that could not be supported were left in the entire Dome Eagle. In the future, whether it is facing the valley or the royal family, they will only be at the mercy of others. After listening to Leighton's words, George nodded. And after a while of greetings, he walked into the castle side by side with Leighton. The others followed, and the knights handed over their horses to the grooms. Under the arrangements of the servants, most people went to rest elsewhere, except for the little priest Lorna and a few attendants. Following George closely, Lorna seemed a little absent-minded today. What she saw today was exactly the same as what she had dreamed about last night. The Duke did not choose to meet in the main hall. Knights wearing armor and carrying weapons were not suitable to go deep into the castle. This was a kind of respect for the master otherwise. In this delicate occasion, it would be a bit like coming to rob. Leighton is at the side of George and His Royal Highness the Prince as the master. And others do not have this qualification. In fact, regional bishops are qualified to stand in front. But Archbishop Wallace has followed behind. He, the cathedral bishop, has weight wherever he is placed. But today he has to follow Wallace behind the adults, but, as for Count Darras, he could only stand in the crowd with a smile on his face. And he was not even qualified to show his face. Just like the nobles who were also smiling, cheering and answering the questions. The eyes of George and others never stayed on him for a moment. What a thing. Alfonso glanced at Count Darras, who was smiling charmingly at him, and started chatting with Yudrin. Count Yudlin, regarding those black-tide battles, I have been listening to Count Brenda tell me recently. You should have a good chat with me after a while. Alfonso began to win over these powerful lords. These people had some weight in supporting his throne. In the past, they all belonged to Robert's faction. But when they met like this today, following the big lord, they all felt like old friends at first sight. Passing through the corridors and halls, George looked at the servants standing around in the castle, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Dome Eagle Castle is a very famous castle, tied with Black Pearl and Windsong City, together with Windwhisper Castle in Texas. It is one of the 12 castles in Eldar. But the style here is different. Xionging's millennium-old faith has brought them closer to the gods. Many mythological and elusive things can be seen everywhere. The castle is very high and looks very grand and a bit sacred. But this place is not like those gorgeous churches, but looks simple and heavy. And there are no such extravagant decorations. And the collection mainly consists of various armors, weapons, and trophies. Most of the sculptures are in a heroic style, which is very different from Black Pearl or Count Texas Castle. The latter is completely modeled after Black Pearl Castle. Grand Duke Xionging is very rich, although his territory is not filled with gems like Black Pearl. But the iron ore here is very abundant, and the land area is vast. The plain is full of farmland, so much that they even abandoned the farmland and used it as a horse farm. It can be said that it occupies a little bit of the territorial advantages of Black Pearl and Wind Singer. It just lacks the most critical precious mineral veins and the endless grassland where good horses can be herded. If Dome Eagle wanted to live the life of Count Texas, it would be easy. But this family maintains moderation. Although his castle is very grand, the funds are used to build the city, meet the huge military requirements, take care of the poor vassals and relatives, and mediate or provoke conflicts among the subordinate lords. This made Xiong Eagle work together, and also prevented the Duke from decorating the castle so gorgeously. It made George feel that there was a very simple atmosphere here. However, George can still see the heritage of this family from generation to generation from the many decorative details, as well as the dress and cultivation of the servants. The Dome Eagle family is damn rich, Alfonso whispered to George.
Did you see the little bell on the cabinet?
George was so pleased with his eyes that he saw a servant not far away, who happened to take the little bell in his hand. Although it did look exquisite and beautiful, it had already been rubbed a bit by his hands. It seems to be a gadget that housekeepers or high-level servants usually use when lecturing low-level servants.
The golden Namaglaze 6-dragon yellow bell is made of wood, but it is like glass, and can produce a clearer and sweeter sound than a copper bell. It is the handiwork of Master Salva during the Bauhinia dynasty period.
Alfonso looked at the servant picking it up casually, and the jealousy in his eyes almost boiled out.
There is also one on my table in order to get it from a friend of mine. I spent a lot of money. I was blackmailed out of more than 3,000 pieces of silver fox.
Chapter 422, Using Softness to Overcome Strength. Hearing this, the corners of George's eyes twitched fiercely. He couldn't help but once again look at the ordinary things around him, and suddenly discovered that everything he saw on the road seemed to be anything but ordinary. Jian may have such an impression just because he, a nouveau riche, cannot see these things.
Alfonso! The Dome Eagle family just fought a battle in the Black Tide. Right.
George couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Alfonso looked at the big noble, who was born in the Black Pearl, in front of him, and there was a strange taste in his eyes. After a moment, he remembered that this guy didn't seem to be a Black Pearl. He couldn't help but shook his head and said,
"You still don't understand the details of these great families that have been passed down for thousands of years. You still can't fight a few battles."
Poor them.
The valley had long been hollowed out in the disaster, as had Windsong City and Clearwater City. But these big families in the Deep South are completely different. George nodded secretly. He knew that during this trip to the south, he had to search everywhere, as they gradually approached the tower where the old Duke lived.
The servants walking up and down the stairs and corridors obviously slowed down. This made the voices of the coming team become a bit harsh. Lydon suddenly signaled everyone to wait, walked forward, and communicated with a middle-aged maid with a delicate face.
"George, this Nani is the wet nurse for Miss Layton and Miss Tanya."
Alfonso quietly looked at the maids, and said to George quietly,
"When I was young, I came here with my father once, and it happened to be I caught her breastfeeding Tanya and scolded her. She was really young and beautiful at that time."
George burst into laughter. What happened? Alfonso, this guy, must have not intended to do good things in the past. After the teasing failed, he was scolded again. Thinking of this, George looked at the beautiful little ant in front of him and touched his chin. The servant scolded the prince for teasing. This kind of thing would never have happened in the ancient times of his world. But if this Nani is compared to the prince's concubine, then it must be appropriate. In other words, old lovers. After a while, Layton and the maid came over. His face was slightly embarrassed, while the maid held her head high, and her words actually seemed to indicate that everyone should speak softly. Then he led everyone towards the Duke's bedroom. After seeing this beautiful Nani, the Qingyin nobles couldn't help but look a little embarrassed, but they gradually lowered their voices. George and others stopped talking after looking at each other. The status of servants in the castle has always been very different. Some personal servants are treated like family members by their masters. Even sometimes, some nuns with special status would ask their master to teach disobedient children. When Sophia was a child, she was often spanked by the nanny who taught her manners. At certain times, a butler or chief servant often represents the face of the master. As the Grand Duke Qiangying, there are too many big shots coming to visit. It's probably not the first time that the king and the cardinal have come here. However, no matter what, there is something special about the people who came to visit today, and the old duke must know it. It can be said that it is a proper courtesy to order Lydon and others to go and greet him ceremoniously. But the attitude of the servants represents his inner attitude. So this is a little bit subtle. George touched his chin slightly. The situation seems a bit wrong. This old goshawk is probably prepared. But with his group coming so powerfully, is it possible that he can still save the situation? When everyone followed the maid up the stairs and passed through the corridor, they gradually arrived at the bedroom door. When the door opened, a burst of warmth and incense rushed towards him, and the large bedroom was revealed to George's eyes. 7 or 8 exquisite, copper vessels, with strange shapes and about half a man's height were burning special spices. The wisps of light mist that came out made the room warm and fresh, covering up the strong medicinal smell. A pure white velvet carpet was spread on the ground, allowing the servants to step on it. The maids and servants walking back and forth walked quietly from one bedroom hall to another. He poured the gold-patterned wooden basins containing hot soup in his hands into the water inlets around the oddly shaped square pool in the middle of the bedroom. The square altar's 8 claws rest on the ground. just like the lower body of an eagle gripping the ground. There are many water inlets around it that can be used to introduce soup. There seems to be an opening in the center of the square altar, but it has been closed, and a large chair has just been placed. The big chair is shaped like a big bird with its wings folded, and the shape is lifelike. And from the folded wings, steaming steam kept coming out. Next to the seat, Tanya and several maids were helping the Duke William, who was wrapped in thick fur, to sit on it, and he was embraced by the wings of the seat. It was simply staged in public, but it was impossible for anyone to find anything wrong with it. Seeing that the old man looked like he was about to die, everyone could not help but enter the house quietly. Alfonso also carefully closed the door with his own hands to prevent the cold air from outside from blowing into the house. Then, Alfonso's eyes passed through the dull-faced George and looked at the pale-faced Archduke William. There was only one thing he wanted to say in his heart that hasn't been made yet. So don't hacking do it now. Just die. Of course, if he knew how energetic this old guy was after hearing the news before, he might have already begun to curse in his heart. After the old Grand Duke sat down, Tanya dismissed the servant and carefully kneaded her father's limbs and back. She is stronger than anyone else and knows how to control it. The father's frown finally relaxed under the kneading. It seems that Tanya was not imprisoned by some violent means, but had already been captured by her father's torture plan. This old man pretending to be dead is even more cunning than Philip's. Talk about inheritance? Talk nonsense. Old Dome Eagle played this trick very well. It can be said that softness overcomes hardness. The powerful army from the valley came and occupied the city again. They held a butcher's knife of the arbitration team and looked like they would be thrown into jail if they disobeyed. Coupled with the tremendous pressure placed on Dome Eagle in the country, these factors combined were like a heavy iron fist. But it hit Cotton. He really couldn't withstand this iron fist. But this iron fist couldn't make a dead man change his will. After this iron fist fight, the public opinion in the country will definitely reverse. The great nobles and lords in the kingdom, as well as the Cheonging, even Yodlin and others, will face this group of outsiders who bully their own people. What will happen in front of you? As long as the old man keeps pretending to be dead, the fraud group will get nothing. Not only that, if they make a big fuss and pass, both the kingdom and Saint Wilmec will stand firmly behind the Dome Eagle and face this extremely powerful opponent. And the disintegration of the so-called Dome Eagle will inevitably become the most important family in the kingdom's defense against the Northern Valley amid this general trend. All of old Skyhawk's political goals will be accomplished, leaving his descendants a solid foundation upon which to revive once again. Looking at Tanya's helpless and pleading eyes facing him, George set his sights on the motionless old Dome Eagle and couldn't help but laugh coldly. Chapter 423. A Group of Bandits. Alfonso looked at the sneer that gradually appeared on the corner of George's mouth, and suddenly realized that today's scene was probably a big show staged by William. He shook his head secretly. He knew that the public opinion in the country that the valley is weak was only temporary. If he couldn't deal with this old guy today, everything would be reversed. But he couldn't understand why this old guy was so stubborn. He could have a better future if he turned around and changed jobs. But why did he have to offend Gu Di? He suddenly understood something. This old man was not stubborn, but his appetite was too big. George, I'm afraid you have met a real opponent today. Alfonso shook his head and thought to himself. Job hopping. This old Dome Eagle doesn't like hard things. If he doesn't satisfy his appetite today, there will be nothing to talk about. Ahem. Leighton coughed with a sad expression, looked at George and said in a low voice, Your Majesty. Duke George, my father has been in trouble recently. Leighton shook his head. I am here to help you. Bar. After hearing what Leighton said to George, Alfonso couldn't help but look a little ugly. He thought that this stubborn old man might not bow his head easily, but he never thought that he would be so stubborn. I'm afraid the best decision now is to get off the donkey and hand over the troops to others honestly. Then give old Dome Eagle a satisfactory answer. As for the real matter, we can only look at the expression on old Cheonging's face and discuss it another day. They have to be soft. If they want this old guy to change jobs, they have to satisfy his appetite. No need. Leighton, I've seen everything there is to see. Just let him pretend to be a grandson here. George threw up his bright red cloak, turned around and left. When Leighton heard this, his face turned pale, and he almost thought that his ears had heard wrongly. But then, as he looked at the figure walking towards the door, he heard a louder sound. The loud voice resounded in the bedroom, so harsh in this silent room. Go back to the team. Hang up the flag for me. In this entire Dome Eagle, only the bald eagle that can't be helped up is left. If they can't settle things, we'll help them settle them. At this moment, Alfonso looked at the back of George kicking open the door and striding away. And his scalp couldn't help but explode. He guessed what this guy wanted to do. He hurriedly chased after her. Leiden and others had not yet thought of this level. At this moment, they looked at the retreating figure, listened to the words he left behind, and felt a great sense of humiliation in the red face. The humiliation made them tremble all over, biting their lips with their teeth and pricking their hands with their nails. The expressions on the faces of Yudlin and other Dome Eagle vassals were also extremely ugly. The great lord was right. There was only a bunch of damn trash left in this Dome Eagle. And each one of them thought they were something. Of everything that catches their eye. The only one they were willing to surrender to was Miss Tanya, who once led them to turn the tide in the east. But the old Dome Eagle doesn't like her. Therefore, George can be said to have spoken out what was in their hearts today. But as a vassal in Xiongning, after hearing these words, his face became very ugly. George, that stinky boy. Tanya gritted her teeth and stared at the guy who kicked in the door and walked away. Her face turned red under his humiliation. The heir had been decided before she came back. And he was her uncle. And with her father's current situation, the will could no longer be changed. So why make such a fuss? Now that time is so tight. They simply can't afford it. Even if we beat this place to pieces today, what good can we get? She couldn't help but nervously pulled up her skirt and planned to chase after him according to the bandit's temperament. If her father didn't bow his head today, he might be willing to bloodbath his family regardless of the consequences. However, at this moment, an old hand slapped on the back of his hand. Tanya was slightly startled. She lowered her head and found that the dead man had come to life.
Good daughter. This little lover of yours is really a master who will never give up until he achieves his goal.
Old Xiongning didn't know when he had opened his eyes. He looked at the group of useless people in the room who couldn't be helped. And sighed. He took a breath.
Call him back. We don't have much time anymore.
Ever since he heard about the emergence of such a famous figure in Luoya City, he had studied him up and down. Understand that this is a greedy guy who doesn't take the hard way. So he came to such a soft one. The original plan was to postpone it for a while and have a good time. After this kid's momentum calms down, things will be easier to talk about. But who would have thought that this Knight of the God would be more difficult to deal with than he imagined? If he continued to cause trouble today, he would indeed get nothing. But the Dome Eagle would be torn apart, even with the full strength of the kingdom in the future. Support will be completely turned into a puppet of the royal family. It's a lose-lose situation. Dome Eagle can no longer afford to compete, no matter who loses or wins. It may not be the same after Valley, but Dome Eagle is completely finished. He saw it through and through, and he was already convinced. Too young and energetic. Looking at Tanya's hurried away figure, the old Dome Eagle slowly closed his eyes. If that boy from Leighton had such drive, or if Kylie had some of that boy's cunningness, how could this Dome Eagle be nothing but trash? As Tanya expected, when she hurried downstairs, the more than 100 knights that George had brought into the castle had already cooperated with the people outside and opened the gate of the castle. This sudden situation did not allow the Dome Eagle knights guarding the castle to react. The group of veteran soldiers, together with a large number of cathedral knights, rushed into the castle under the leadership of Owen. The knights of the Dome Eagle did not dare to draw their swords against the cathedral and its masters. But Owen also gave an order today to ask his subordinates to pay attention. After all, they were not really here to massacre. So for a moment, it was the fists and feet. But as soon as they met, the group of knights blocking the road were all beaten to the ground. There were a lot of knights in the cathedral. When they heard that some of the main characters in the castle might be lurkers, they all got very excited. Soon the castle was filled with people from the arbitration group. They brutally punched the knights, who blocked the way. Even Leighton and the others who came downstairs first were beaten black and blue by the masters. This group of big-headed soldiers didn't care who they saw. They tied up their hands and feet like prisoners, and hung them upside down against the wall. The corridors and halls were filled with wailing and screaming, which made Tanya's face twitch violently. Have all the servants up and down this Xiongning ever seen such a scene? Everyone was in panic, as if the end was coming. When many people saw Tanya, they finally found their backbone and couldn't help but beg. At this moment, they finally had a savior. The knights leading the cathedral were all Knights of the Dawn, and they were naturally very obedient to the commander. They all couldn't help but smile while Tanya was scolding them.
You are going to make things worse here, Miss Tanya. We are also in a dilemma. The boss is in the east. You can go find him and talk to him. Moreover, we did find some traces of mist cultists in the castle.
Owen shook his head, and while speaking, the poor old housekeeper in front of him was loosened. But after loosening the servants, he did not give them freedom. They all squatted on the ground and held their heads, looking at the conspicuous Holy Court arbitration badge on Owen's chest. Tanya couldn't help but have a strange expression.
Owen! This time after the Holy Court envoys came to the valley. What did they announce? Did you also keep the flag of the Holy Court and the emblem of the arbitration group? Of course. We will be famous in the future,
Owen said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Few people in the valley knew the true situation of this matter. So the sergeants thought that they were the real arbitration group now, of course. They also thought that they belonged to the Holy Court. And this first outing was to rob Tanya's house. When everyone saw this old boss, they couldn't help but look very embarrassed.
Don't worry, Miss Tanya. Your Excellency. You will seize this opportunity in a measured way so that we can find the lurker.
Owen looked at the nobles, who were crushed away by the knights, and said comfortingly,
Everyone is here today. Very cooperative.
Tanya sighed. After chatting for a few words, Tanya left here quickly. It can be said that she was caught in the middle today, which was very uncomfortable. After seeing her father wake up today, Tanya knew what was going on. But I couldn't stand to watch my family being turned into this in the hands of a good friend. My father has already given in. And it's almost okay. After Tanya found George with a pale face. This guy was looking for that interesting toy with Alfonso. And the group of bandits around them were ruthlessly removing gold and silver jewelry from the nobles and servants. Compared to Owen and the others, who are gentle arbitration knights, who are still doing serious business. This group of people are simply bandits. Tanya watched helplessly as an old uncle of hers was crying and howling. Aji took off his ring and hit him in the eye. She almost fainted from anger. She rushed over and grabbed Aji's ear. As Aji cried and howled, she felt like she was about to cry out of anger.
George! You are going too far.
Looking for lurkers is simply taking advantage of opportunities to rob. She knew there was a reason for the fuss. And she knew that George was making excuses. But it was too much.
Is your father awake?
Tanya nodded with a complex expression.
Stop now. That's enough. George!
She knew that she might have been deceived by her father during these days. But this guy let the arbitration team rob her everywhere in the house. Which was like slapping her in the face and humiliating her. The scenes of dealing with the servants almost reminded her of that moment at Black Pearl Manor. Damn, she's still standing on the side of these bandits.
Ha ha. Tanya, your father knows that I can make any wish come true for him. But he showed it to my face that he planned to eat me today. If I were to be at peace with him today, he would going to heaven.
At this point, George waved his hand, causing everyone around him to stop. This couldn't help but make Tanya's face look much better. And she knew in her heart that her father was indeed planning something big today. Those who were saved looked at this young lady, who was so powerful, and turned things around with just a few words. At this moment, they couldn't help but realize how useless their masters were at this critical moment. Who is the one who works? Look at the servants who were untied and take it away. George ordered a few people to convey the order. He did not ask the knights to completely stop searching for the lurker. But the bandits who were making a fuss up and down the castle restrained themselves. Then, George raised his eyebrows and said to Tanya,
Tanya, do you know that your patriarchal old father has been using you as a tool? He looks down on you. In his eyes, his daughter, he's just a loser. He'll inherit everything to you. And sooner or later the family will take on his surname. He regards you as my little lover. And is afraid that our illegitimate child will take my surname in the future. Ha ha. I just want to tell them today that they can't make a decision on this matter.
The corners of Tanya's mouth couldn't help but twitch. These words sounded like she was forcing herself to give him an illegitimate child. Not to mention whether two people have that leg. First of all, blood cannot reproduce in the human way. So this matter is simply not true, not to mention that the political system of the valley does not need to use the enfeoffment system. Or the use marriage, heirs, and close relatives to control uncontrollable territories. But in the eyes of the nobles, it is different. In the eyes of the nobles, they were lovers who once had an affair. Later, he was captured by Archduke Adeline. So he secretly continued to have a relationship with this great man despite being unwilling to do so. This matter is simply inexplicable and cannot be explained. What's more, even for myself, after getting drunk in the tavern and being carried back, I was extremely willing and almost broke the last hurdle. If it hadn't been for this guy's frequent ivory blows, the situation would indeed be as terrifying as the nobles imagined.
This idea is not limited to your father, Tanya. Look at the servants in your family. Have they ever treated you as a real master these days?
These words made Tanya's face look a little ugly. And it was true. After returning after many years, the family has changed one group after another. Many of them are spies planted by uncles and relatives. After seeing the little daughter come back, she had a smile on her face. But she was ignored.
Tanya, have you told your father that the entire valley, including yourself, has already sworn allegiance to me?
Tanya pursed her lips and nodded. She finally disobeyed. In the midst of his father's hard work, everything was shaken out.
You are too simple.
George looked out the window, stretched out his hand, and stroked Tanya's hair, like a big brother.
Don't blame yourself. It doesn't matter, my Tanya. Naturally, he should be a simple and kind person.
George saw that the knights in the castle slowed down their movements. Tanya pursed her beautiful lips, and her expression became extremely complicated. She understood why George wanted to use the topic to make a big fuss today. Please help me like the book list so that it can be pinned to the top of the book list to promote it. Please also ask for recommendation votes. Chapter 424 I've Got You.
If I don't make a big fuss today, how can I extinguish the minds of those scum and let them understand that the situation is decided? How can your uncles and relatives know what kind of people are coming to support you? Character.
When George said this, he took off his iron gloves, patted Tanya on the shoulder, lowered his head and leaned over, winked and said,
I did this, bandit, and you will take all the things we robbed later. Just go back, of course. These children need to be taught a lesson. We found a lot of stuff they stole from your house today.
Alfonso interjected.
And there are many people who collude with many people in the royal capital. You have to investigate carefully in the past few days. Otherwise, the family that your father has worked so hard to build will really be destroyed after his death.
It fell apart.
Before today, Cheong Eagle was like a piece of loose sand. Everyone was in pursuit of their own interests. The royal family had the power to control the succession. Even if there were some nobles in their hands, they could take this opportunity to control these dogs and control Cheong. The Eagle family was torn apart, but it will be different after today. No matter who holds the handle in the hands of which noble, under the intimidation of this arbitration group, he will not dare to be someone else's dog. I can only honestly give up my own interests and obey the arrangement of the family leader. Even Grand Duke Cheongying doesn't have this kind of strength. But today, I can do it beautifully and realize the old Cheongying's long-cherished wish to inherit the family completely. It can be said that the reason why he put Nadakins on the throne was also a compromise with the many local nobles and the nobles of the Robert faction. Therefore, this search for lurkers is a real thing.
George.
At this moment, Tanya looked at the tall figure in front of her and her tears couldn't stop flowing down.
I'm sorry.
She Bei Rong, who blamed you, George, again. He has been playing the role of the hateful big bad guy, and his arrogant and unreasonable behavior makes people tremble with anger. But in fact, what he does is not because of his greed and his naughty temperament. But in this way, he has been using those reliable and powerful shoulders to protect and shelter them. Indeed, whether it is those blood descendants who were once so pampered that it was difficult for him to train them, or these greedy relatives at home, they will never know what the situation is and what is right or wrong without the pressure of a mountain. He will never put down his posture and do what needs to be done. What George did today was ultimately for her, to support her, in order for her to truly take over this territory and create a small sanctuary that can protect everyone. Those shoulders that have always protected them and sheltered them have always been so reliable and gentle. To be honest, if this guy's rotten mouth was sealed, sometimes she really wanted to lean on these shoulders that could give her everything she needed. Sometimes, she really doesn't know how to express her hatred and longing for this person. Sometimes, she really envied Sophia. Sometimes, she would also imagine how the fake show would have come true if there was no Archduke Adeline. The little priest Lorna, who had been secretly watching this not far away, couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw such a scene.
Big liar. Calm down, Tanya. Your father and your uncles and relatives should know by now what kind of person they are supporting you.
George hugged Tanya's soft waist and said, walking towards the direction of Archduke William's bedroom. Aji and others, who had been quietly watching the drama not far away, could not help but light up slightly. The boss finally took the lead. After turning a corner, George saw that there was no one behind him, and quietly moved his palm downwards. He said hesitantly,
Actually, I planned to make your father angry today. But what happened with this robbery? He knew very well in his heart that he was not angry at all. How about you cooperate? How to cooperate?
Tanya blinked, and she swore that no matter what she was asked to do in the future, she would definitely obey orders well. Don't hesitate to implement it.
Give me a baby. Cough.
George coughed and said,
There's no need to give birth to a baby. Just for show. For show? George.
Tanya looked forward blankly. and slowly pushed the hands that had been moved to her buttocks to the side.
You are really a dog who can't spit out ivory. Things.
When George returned to the room with the ashen-faced Tanya, while wagging the golden Nameglazed six-dragon yellow bell on his finger. Only the old dome eagle and the one who was rubbing him were left in the house. Beautiful little ant with legs. When Alfonso entered the room, he deliberately let George take a half step ahead of him. The two of them have finalized today's matters. He came here just to make a scene. He didn't have to speak.
And the less he said, the less confident the old dome eagle would be. After entering the room, George looked at the old duke in front of him with his eyes closed, and laughed leisurely.
Tisk. TSK. TSK. Everyone in the world says that angels have the ability to make people stand up and come back to life. Today, I finally believe it. George, please give me some moral integrity.
Tanya gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice. She looked at the hateful guy in front of her, who couldn't spit out ivory from his dog's mouth, and couldn't help but think of what George said just now downstairs that made her blush. After hearing this, the middle-aged maid's face turned livid with anger. But the old dome eagle didn't seem to hear it, and smiled slightly while closing her eyes to rest.
You are here with the glory of the seven gods, and you are here to spread the glory. Even if I am about to die, I have to get up and live for another 2 years.
The words in Archduke William's mouth were full of irony. Obviously, even if he had been shut up in the room, with his eyes focused, he could clearly see what was happening in the castle. Having said this, Archduke William suddenly opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes was like an eagle.
Otherwise, wouldn't it make people think that this family only has the young eagle?
Alfonso's heart skipped a beat when he heard these words. Indeed, if today's matter really gets serious, both the kingdom and St. Bloomic's Cathedral will have to get involved. From now on, this group of people will probably suffer more than 1 or 2 losses, and the entire plan may be over. The Cheonging family will also be completely shattered in today's purge, leaving Robert with a territory that he can easily acquire. It can be said that both sides suffer, and no one can get any benefit. Both George and Archduke William were well aware of this result. Everyone also knows that compared to the valley, Dome Eagle does not want both sides to suffer losses because this Lord of Dawn is too young. After the death of old Cheonging, no one in the family was qualified to participate in the next power game. The two looked at each other carefully, and knew that there was no need to say more about many things.
Grand Duke William, I think whether you can live a long life is not the key to the revitalization of the Dome Eagle family. Maybe if you support this family for a few more years, you can cultivate a real heir, and let your family inherit it completely. But the key thing is,
George smiled contemptuously.
The key point is that the church reserve fiefdom in Thorn Mountain cannot wait until this time. What will happen if the heir inherits such a Dome Eagle? The Dome Eagle family without Thorn birds, it will still be broken into pieces. And it will still be swallowed until no bones are left. And it will be completely removed from Elda.
George looked at the old duke in front of him with burning eyes, and said straight to the point.
What the Dome Eagle family really needs is a patron saint who can do his best to protect the inheritance of your family's bloodline. A patron saint who can let the thorn bird reappear in the world. This person can give you everything.
Old Cheonging looked at these eyes, and his eyes couldn't help but shine again. He knew that he was about to get to the point. The church reservation has always been a hurdle in his heart. After Jagger's death, no Sky Eagle has the qualifications to prevent this land from being taken back by the Holy See. Even the royal family may not be able to do it. But there is indeed one person who can. He may not have such great power in the Holy Court and be able to influence many cardinals, but he has the ability to challenge the Holy Court. And he also has 3 Holy Church troops in his hands. If he is willing to devote some of his power to help the Cheonging family rebuild the Thorn Birds, and to ask the Holy See for the position of Knight of Power, then I am afraid it is indeed true.
But, Lord William,
George shook the bell in his hand and said with a chuckle,
So, do you really think that I am here to show kindness? Do you think there are really such good things in this world?
George put down the bell in his hand and looked at the old duke coldly. The words in his mouth were like the last blow that defeated Archduke William.
You should know very well that even if I don't help,
Tanya will not inherit any title. Even after you die, I can help her get her things back.
Grand Duke William looked at the Knight of the Throne in front of him, and His Highness Alfonso, who was smiling playfully at the side, slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, his face was ashen. Indeed, as long as those arbitration knights today beat the Sky Eagle to pieces, what Dome Eagle has to face is the outcome of being completely divided. I'm afraid the two of them have already agreed on whether it's 30 to 70 points, or 40 to 60 points. This person can be the patron saint of the Dome Eagle, or he can be the disaster star. The only one who can decide all this may be his own daughter. Family inheritance fiefdom and the church reservation are two different concepts. Thorn Mountain was once the fiefdom of Earl Jagger, but this land was not inherited from his father, but a lordship he inherited from the Holy See. In addition to the recognition of the Templar, the Knight of Virtue is also an important criterion. Otherwise, once there is no suitable candidate to inherit, this place will be temporarily taken over by the Holy See. In addition, within the Kingdom of Elda, there is a rule that this place cannot be inherited by the king or those who have the right to inherit the throne. This is to maintain the stability of the royal family and is also the insistence of the Holy See. However, because Bribas was a descendant of the saint and not a direct member of the royal family, he became the best heir. Although each generation of successors cannot become kings, they are the strongest supporters of the royal family. The appearance of the Thorn Bird made this territory completely out of the control of the royal family. And because this Templar Knights came from the House of Dome Eagle, this land also lost the control of the Templar. But the church was not allowed to express its support. The captain of the Thorn Bird should not only be canonized as a Knight of Virtue, the Knight of Power has always been the symbol of the leader of the Thorn Birds. And knights of all generations are semi-independent of the St. Wilnick Cathedral, side by side with the chief commander of the church, compared to the leader of the Thorn Birds. Although there have always been German knights appearing among the members of the royal family, even if the royal family continues to support them, no matter what kind of knights they lead, they cannot compare with the Thorn Birds of all generations. This is how the Griffin Knights and the Thorn Birds began to fight openly and secretly. But they were always outnumbered by the Thorn Birds. Now that the Thorn Birds have been destroyed, this land is about to return to the hands of the Holy Temple. In fact, this territory alone is nothing. After all, it only has so much output. But the key is that on the one hand, it symbolizes the flag of the church. And on the other hand, it also symbolizes the sacred material supplies given by the Holy See. Xionging has accumulated a lot of sacred materials over the years. There are thousands of divine runes alone. When the Black Tide came, they received another huge allocation unlike many nobles. Xionging used these talismans in the right place. Together with the sacred materials accumulated by his family, he also armed them for the Thorn Birds. Otherwise, relying on the share of the 300 Templar Knights given by the Holy Court, how could the Thorn Birds equip the 3,000 teaching soldiers to the standards of the Templar Knights? But precisely because of this, they could be said to have lost everything in that dark tide. Indeed, it is not a big deal for Xionging to lose some food, population, and troops. But the destruction of Jagger and the Thorn Birds meant the collapse of the core pillar. It also means that Dome Eagle no longer has the wings to protect the family. They have stirred up too many ups and downs over the years. If it were an ordinary duke with real power, it wouldn't matter. But now, the political opponents from top to bottom of the kingdom are going to beat up the lost dog. Without the Thorn Bird's number, the Dome Eagle family's secrets about the Thorn Bird will surely be divided up between the church and the royal family. Originally, Kelly was the next Earl of Thorns trained by this family. But Jagger died too young. After the old Dome Eagle died, the family was divided up, and the future Thorn Birds no longer belonged to Dome Eagle. Therefore, George talked about the pain point of the old Dome Eagle. In this world, there is probably only one person who can keep the Thorn Bird in the hands of Xionging. This person must have enough strength. And as a high-ranking member of the Holy Court, he must be willing to challenge the Holy Court. Not only that, he also has to be extremely wealthy and be able to help the family reorganize the Thorn Birds and protect the young Dome Eagles from growing up. Where can I find such a good nanny? It can be said that this time, my daughter has really become of great use. The moment old Sky Eagle saw the flag hanging on the cathedral, he made his decision. But this old guy is too greedy and too cautious. The old Dome Eagle is afraid of this guy, who eats people without spitting out the bones. So I want to use my last bit of strength to challenge this guy and get a guarantee. But obviously, he no longer has any room for negotiation if he still wants to continue to play. Then this Knight of the God can now lead the arbitration team and beat the Dome Eagle to pieces with reckless means. Whether what comes today is soft or hard, he had to swallow it all in his stomach. Because he can't afford it. Chapter 425 Allegiance. That sentence after you die. What I want can still be obtained. It's like talking about it clearly. Old Xionging couldn't help but hold his heart. The old Dome Eagle started to pick up, went around in circles, and finally returned to the starting point. Indeed, all guarantees are false. And what the real future will be like after one's death is something that cannot be decided. George! That's enough. Tanya watched her father cover his heart
and couldn't help but rub George's waist. George also felt that he was almost done. After all, he was completely pulling the skin of a tiger. If Tanya really did not inherit the Grand Duke of Dome Eagle, neither he nor Alfonso would be able to eat the big fat meat of Dome Eagle territory. After all, the Holy Court has no hacking idea that there is an arbitration panel recognized by the Holy Court in the valley. If this tiger's skin is pulled so hard to do a lot of things that are beneficial to the Holy Court, the Holy Court may turn a blind eye. But the tiger's skin was torn. Not only did he want to say goodbye to the thorn bird, but the Holy Court also wanted to follow the holes in the tiger's skin and cause trouble for him. He will definitely not be able to escape by interfering with the internal affairs of the Seven Kingdoms. Seeing that the old Dome Eagle's face was ashen, George felt that his words had come true.
Grand Duke William, the only reason why I don't want to do this is just because you have a good daughter.
George looked at Tanya tenderly.
She respects her father so much. I don't want to see Tanya.
Miss Nia is sad.
Tanya looked at George in front of her, and couldn't help but tremble slightly in her heart. That's right. With this bandit's unreasonable and unforgiving character, how could he let go if it wasn't for himself? Duke William looked at his daughter's eyes looking at George, and couldn't help but feel extremely complicated. He went round and finally came back to where he was. The daughter he had always regarded as just a tool has now become the family's final savior. Duke George's illegitimate son succeeds to the throne? It is probably the best ending for the Cheonging family to retain this last bloodline.
Duke George, I did have such a prejudice against my daughter. During these days, everything Tanya did made me really see it. It also made me a dying old man. I felt that real warmth.
The old Duke slowly waved his hand and asked the maid next to him to get the things.
During these days, I feel extremely ashamed of my past prejudices. And also silently I discovered that my treasure was actually right in front of me all along. I am already old. No matter how many more years I live, this world belongs to young people. So, I have actually made a decision.
The maid put the will into George's hands, and George suddenly discovered that Tanya's name had already been written on the heir's name. George couldn't help but look at the Grand Duke Cheonging
with a meaningful expression in his eyes. Whether this will was written long ago as the old fox said, or whether there were always two copies, I am afraid only the old Duke himself knows. However, Tanya didn't know about this. Looking at the will, she covered her face and shed tears. George looked at this innocent girl and couldn't help but smile. Secretly, family affection was too luxurious for a great nobleman. He could understand the old Duke's decision-making, because the happiness of that relationship often only belongs between the father and the most useful heir. No matter what the old Duke was like in the past, he is indeed the same as he is today. So there was no need for him to expose this matter and leave the scars in Tanya's heart that could never be repaired.
I am willing to change the right of inheritance and order my vassals to be loyal to Tanya.
After the old Duke gathered his daughter and son-in-law, he made his last struggle during the hesitation.
But I have one more request. Duke George, I know that you and Jagger are the closest comrades in arms. In fact, he has left a bloodline in this world. You should have guessed who he is. His father is a real hero. I hope he can have a good teacher,
the old Duke said.
Duke George, I wonder if Carrie has the honor to be your teacher.
Retinue.
This was his last prayer. Follower means to be a disciple. Some servants who strive for success are even regarded as half-adopted sons by their knight masters. Whether it is for the future of the family or the future of this child, being able to become the retinue of such a knight is probably something that many people can only dream of. From the research on this person, he could see that this person was a lord who was extremely protective of his shortcomings and had no reservations about his own people. He believed that with this little grandson's character, he would definitely be able to get what he deserved, at least leaving a pure bloodline for Cheonging. Alfonso, who had been sitting on the sofa not far away, playing with toys and drinking wine, couldn't help but tremble slightly when he heard these words. Retinue, this is really a wonderful idea. George has never had any followers. His eldest son is also 15 years old. He has always been hesitant about this. But I didn't expect that this old guy would get the upper hand.
Lord William, look how simple things are. Why did it have to be so complicated before?
George stopped laughing. The playful look in his eyes made the old Duke nervous.
I'll accept this retinue.
George nodded. Whether it was for Jagger or for other reasons, he had no reason to refuse this retinue. This child was born in a singing class. And not only was he trained by Jagger since childhood, but he was also born in a singing class. In the entire valley, it can be said that Owen is the only knight with such upright roots. Even these glory cathedrals were all born in the cathedral before. Moreover, this boy's character is impeccable. And he does have the intention to train him well. There may not be another Jack in the future.
In addition, he may not be unable to become the adopted son of Duke Tanya.
At this point, George looked at Tanya.
Of course, this matter first depends on whether our Miss Tanya is willing to have one more child. Only the eldest son will do.
Tanya cannot sit in the position of Grand Duke Skyhawk forever unless she admits that she is a blood descendant who can live for thousands of years. Although this was many years later, she did need an heir. The adopted son is the heir in name only, and the inheritance is more difficult than Tanya's. But there is a chance, and it can stabilize the Dome Eagle up and down, and appease this old fox. Squeeze out the last bit of value from him as long as this old guy lives for one day. He will do his best to his daughter and grandson. So will Tanya. And if this apprentice fails, Tanya's heir can be changed at any time, either an adopted son or another adopted son. It doesn't matter. Of course, if Carrie can really be like Jack, he may not be able to stand alone in the future. When Tanya heard this, her face became extremely strange. I am only 26 years old, and she is absolutely unwilling to arrange an eldest son for herself. But this thing is a little special,
because this means that if Tanya becomes the Grand Duke of the Dome Eagle, Kylie will be the heir to the Dome Eagle. This means that the future of the family also means that George is not here to take advantage of others, he is not taking advantage of himself. Old Dome Eagle held his deputy tightly. His eyes widened, looking at George in front of him. He couldn't believe what he heard in his ears. Isn't that why he did what he did today? The long-cherished wish that I have dreamed of has been planned for a long time. Who is he showing such a set of charts today? It's like a villain trying to judge a gentleman. The effect of this incident was just like the old Duke saying that he had planned to inherit Tanya, making everyone in the room obedient from inside to outside. And the old Duke also suddenly understood, why there was no distinction between vassals and lords up and down the valley. And why this person was the Lord of the Dawn. He is a man worthy of everyone's oath of allegiance. Of course, even if there is no centralized political system in the valley, everyone is willing to. At this time, Alfonso, who was standing in front of the window and looking out, looked at the sky in the distance and said leisurely,
"Ha ha, Grand Duke William, this little kingdom of Elda, in your eyes, is like the sky that never ends."
In a sudden moment when Grand Duke Cheongying was stunned, a thunder flashed in his mind. He stood up tremblingly, pushed away the middle-aged maid beside him, who wanted to help him, slowly walked forward and knelt down on the ground, with the etiquette of facing the messengers of the seven gods or that of the Holy Court. Following Shigo's etiquette, he prostrated himself and bowed his head. Yes, this is a spokesperson who spreads the glory of the seven gods. He understands why this Knight of God and Lord Angel would challenge the Dome Eagle and the Holy Court.
Thank you to the Divine Messenger for not caring about past grudges. Everyone on and off the Dome Eagle is willing to be under your protection forever. Please give the Dome Eagle that glorious shielding light on behalf of the seven gods.
After talking with old Dome Eagle, George also talked privately with Leighton, Yudlin and others. He didn't talk about anything in depth, but mainly understood their needs and expectations. Intimidation is enough. If he wants to be the boss in the future, he has to appease his subordinates. He promised nothing and hinted at nothing. Just Emosham listened. And he also understood that those promises could never be as good as the sudden surprise. During this conversation, George also discovered that old Dome Eagle seemed to have already privately informed Leighton about Carrie's situation, which made the heir who was supposed to succeed give up his rights and let his father keep the thing. Gave it to Darius. In other words, it was left to his brother's son. That day in the main hall of the Parliament of Dome Eagle Castle, Grand Duke William sat on the Duke's throne in the hall with great energy and announced the will regarding Tanya's inheritance of the Duke's position. Many nobles have never been so united, whether they are vassals or family members. They all expressed their recognition of Tanya in public. Many important members of the Sky Eagle also stepped forward and did not hesitate to express themselves in their passionate speeches. Words of praise. No one expressed their dissent. And throughout the process, almost everyone expressed their heartfelt words in this lively atmosphere. In fact, many of the confession are sincere. For those 5 or 6 star powerful nobles who hold military power, such as Earl Yudland, Baron Zyok, etc., they had long hoped that the stubborn family head would change his mind. In the Dark Tide, under the leadership of Natanya and Volpe, they came out of that desperate situation step by step. Tanya's reputation in her heart has long been revered to the point of admiration. At the same time, these lords and many knights who have participated in the Black Tide also have a deep understanding that with the current situation,
It is okay for people like Count Darius to play politics. But it is not necessary to lead Dome Eagle into the future. Not Tanya Campbell. Therefore, these powerful vassals have long been loyal to Tanya. If it weren't for the oath he had made, he would have followed George's butt, and now he's followed Tanya's ass. And there is no difference. As for those family members with different thoughts, they have been completely dealt with today. There are a lot of bad things in the hearts of those old soldiers. And many members of the arbitration team have done a lot of things with Volp. It can be said that how to manage this group of guys who are not clean themselves is at your fingertips. Coupled with the current domestic pressure, Alfonso is standing here, and the current general trend. I have completely given up on Darius, and took advantage of today's opportunity to quickly and completely join the team. The nobles knew very well. After heightening the atmosphere, they brought up the current head of the family's health under the hint of the old duke. So on this day, in the solemn ceremony, under the witness of the local bishop representing the local diocese, the Knight of the Throne, Holy Court, and His Royal Highness Alfonso, royal family, the Archduke of the Eagle put the crown on his head. On top of Tanya's head, many vassals and retainers swore allegiance to Miss Tanya. And that silly boy Kylie, also in a daze, was first adopted to Tanya and became her adopted son. And then in that brief but not simple ceremony, he became George's retinue. This grand banquet was held in this main hall that night. The servants who had been prepared quickly arranged the venue. The old duke used his health as an excuse and left the place with the help of the servants after the opening ceremony. Tanya, whose face was flushed and looking like she was dreaming, was wearing the crown of the Archduke of the Sky Eagle, sitting on the duke's throne, facing the many happy nobles below the venue. She was sitting alone on the high platform, looking lonely and noble at this moment. The duke's momentum began to shine gradually under the backdrop of everyone.